Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to call the roll for this April 19th, 2016 public hearing of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Chair Srinivasan, here. Commissioner Fred Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Diana Chapin. Commissioner Wellington Chen. Commissioner Michael Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner John Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Adi Shamir Barron. Here. Commissioner Kim Voss. Here. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, first item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens. It's docket number 180907, 39-54 48th Street, located within Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. This is a row house with colonial revival details, designed by Clarence Stein, Henry Wright, and Frederick Ackerman, built in 1925. The application is to legalize replacement of roofing, the installation of a deck and paving without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits, and to alter the entrance.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation staff. The project before you is 3954 48th Street between 39th Avenue and Skillman Avenue in Sunnyside Gardens. The application has multiple components, including legalization of work completed without LPC permits and modifications to the entrance. The proposed legalizations include the existing synthetic roof shingles, which replace the historic slate, alterations to the rear facade, including the construction of a deck and stair at the grandfathered one-story rear extension, and to legalize the existing paving at the rear yard. Please note, which you can see on this map, that while interior courts are a significant feature of this planned garden community, the majority of the rear yards within the court were separated and fenced into private gardens prior to designation. The application also is proposing to install a new door pediment above the primary entrance at 48th Street. Shane McKeon, the homeowner, is here to present.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Shane McKeon. I'm the owner of 39-54 48th Street. The reason why I'm here is to lift, obviously, the violations that are on the house. I would like to put more money into the house, so I'm going to take a mortgage out. We do not currently have a mortgage on the house. And to do my windows, to do pointing, currently I do have a permit for pointing, and that's going to cost roughly between $15,000 and $20,000. So here's the picture of the map. It's self-explanatory. We can scroll right to the new map. As you can see, my house is in the yellow. It was supposed to be a common court. In about 1970, it got changed to non-common court. Because of crime with these cut-throughs, a lot of homeowners, you could park your car on 45th Street, go through 2 or 3 cut-throughs, be on 48th Street within a matter of seconds. People were breaking into homes, go right back through the cut-throughs. So a lot of the homeowners went out to the middle of the yard, fenced off their area, and they felt a little bit safer, and that's the reason why the majority of the common courts are no longer common.
Are these black lines that you've shown, are those fences?
Those are, I would believe those are the fences, those are the boundary areas. It's roughly 49 to 50 feet to the middle of the yard. These are roughly a football size, okay? I have pictures to explain a little bit better. This is the original photo of the house. That's what my house looks like today, with the green canopy, which we'll address further on. So it's the roof and the backyard that has the violations on it. We're going to start with the roof. I guess I voluntarily gave myself the violation because after Hurricane Sandy, a large tree branch hit my roof, shattered a bunch of my shingles, and we were getting water in the house. So I called up Landmarks right away. I asked them for an immediate permit to do the roof. I was told you had to wait 8 to 10 weeks. They said they couldn't expedite any faster, and that I should go up on the roof and put a tarp on the roof. The pitch on this roof is very severe. It's an A-frame. Walking on a slate roof, as you can imagine, is not a great idea, especially when you're trying to stop water from coming in. So I explained to Landmarks that I am going to put a new roof on my house tomorrow. Could we please do something about this because I'm getting water? The answer was you have to wait, I think, 8 or 10 weeks for a permit. I explained to them I was using the EcoStar material that I was apparently ill-advised, but from a local architect, was said that this is the recommended material if you can't use slate. I brought some examples of the EcoStar material right here on this chair. I tried to match the color as close as I could, but you have to understand, the roofing company that had it in stock, those are the colors that I could only get. Otherwise, I had to wait another 8 or 10 weeks to get the exact colors that they wanted for this roof. So that's a picture of my old roof. That was a picture of the old roof. It's a little bit greener, and this is the picture of the new roof. This is a picture of the other side. You can see the tree, that's the side that got hit. The tree branch came down and took out a large section of my roof. That's a picture of my roof as well. That's a picture of my neighbor's roof. It's not the greatest. There's a little bit better. See how it's a little bit greener than mine? The slate had faded or what have you. You can see, if you look down the block, you can see my roof right here. These are just examples of shingles that had been done after landmarks that had not been reported. I tried my hardest to do the right thing by going with the EcoStar, not knowing that it was not. I believe it's an allowed material for repairs, but not allowed material to replace the whole roof. So if you had a 5-foot or 6-foot section that you needed to repair, you could use the EcoStar, but if you needed to do your whole roof over, you were supposed to use slate. Was not aware of that. That's just another regular shingle roof. Moving on to the backyard, this is a picture of work in progress. So the left side and right side of this deck had been taken down because of rot when I took over the house. Coming off the front left-hand corner was a straight run staircase. This picture was sent into landmarks from a tenant that was not happy while I was performing the work. I was doing the work at 9 a.m. and it was too early for her, so she sent this in. That is an example of the straight run staircase that used to be in that front left-hand corner of the backyard. This is what is currently there now. There's a spiral staircase. I rebuilt everything, put all in 2x12s, 3/4-inch plywood, and shored everything up. That's what stands there now. There was misinformation, a lack of knowledge on my part. We were told that your backyards were, if they were not common areas, you can do as you want. So even the community board, when I proposed to them, 90% of the community board said, this is not a common area, this is his own backyard, it's not viewable from the public, he can do as he pleases. So this is what stands there. It comes out 8 feet from the building. This is my neighbor looking directly across from me. I just took this picture to show you an example of how wide their deck is. That's how wide my deck was. So that first picture that I showed you that was cut down, it goes from window to window. That's exactly what I have on mine. This is just an example of, I'm a New York City firefighter. The top window is called the dead man's room in the New York City Fire Department because that's where we usually find a lot of our casualties. This gentleman put a fire escape with a gooseneck coming down to his porch and then another gooseneck coming from his porch down to his first floor. So what I have in mind, my baby sleeps in our room, we have a rope ladder down to my deck and then a spiral staircase down to the first floor. That's some of it is safety as well. These are just examples of people in my neighborhood that have the spiral staircase. This one's coming off from the side. This one's coming off the front. This one's coming off the side. In the backyard, this is my drawing of my backyard. In a common court area, your property line, I believe, goes 14 feet from the house. Then there's a fence. Then there's about a 3-foot pavement, and then there's a football-sized field. This is not a common area. This is my drawing. Everything's pavers except for a little garden on the top-hand side. That's what it looks like from the top. That's my neighbor. Everyone's fenced in. There's pavers to my left, and it keeps on going and going and going in our backyard. Everyone's fenced out to the middle. It's not a common area.
Are you fenced in?
I am not fenced in right now. I took mine down. This is a look from our cut-through. So in a real common area, you'd be looking through the cut-through and you'd see a giant field in the middle, football-sized field. This, you look through here and all you see is fences. Fence, fence, fence. I have pictures coming up. This is a cut-through, this is a common area. So that's the same view. You look out and here's your football-sized field. The fences to your left is the 14-foot mark with your 3-foot walkway, 4-foot walkway. And this is what a common area does look like. This is not my backyard. Once again, this is not my backyard.
But this is also not, this is not your block, is it?
This is my block.
Okay, so there is this common area.
There is this common area. When we showed you the first picture, there's only like 3 left or 2 left
Oh, I see, okay.
in the whole area.
Got it.
The front entrance, this does not have a violation. I have this ugly pizzeria-style awning on top that I'd like to get rid of. It protrudes out to the side. I hate it, my neighbors hate it. I would like to go with something like this. This is in our area. I could use the slate on top and just make it look nice, bring it back to the period, put new windows in, and that's basically it.
All right, are there any questions? I just have one question about the canopy that you have in your front, that you're proposing.
Yes.
And you showed some other examples. Are those on your block itself, or?
No, they're about 2 blocks away, in historic landmark area, but not on my block. And basically, everyone that has my house on my block has this canopy. How can I explain it? My house is the bookends of one family. So you have 2-family, all 1-families,
Right.
a 2-family, and that makes your football field behind. So on my block, there's 1, 2, 3, there's only about 4 2-families. So 4 of these houses have this.
Okay. And I just want to go back to your drawing of your backyard. I think the total that you've shown is 47 feet, right? It's 37, so 44 feet, correct? 37 and then 7 feet is the correction.
Correct.
And so does that bring you to the center line?
Just shy of it.
Okay.
So like I said, I think it's like 49 to 50,
Okay, very
the
good.
center line.
Got it.
I'm just shy of it.
All right. Thank you. Are there other questions? Yes, Diana?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning, but did you not, how did you get into this situation in the sense that, it is in a landmark, district, historic district, and when you were doing the replacement, obviously, if you'd come to the commission staff, they would have given you good advice. You did realize that you were within the district, correct?
I 100% absolutely knew I was in the district. After Sandy, it was kind of panic mode, and between work and the water coming to my house, I did make the phone call. I called down here and I tried to get as best information as I could. I went to the local architect in the area, and she agreed with the material. I guess when I said I was fixing my roof, I guess she meant patching my roof. Once I started pulling the slate off, the whole roof was coming off.
Yes, Michael?
Can you please go back to pictures of the roof?
Sure.
Great. All right. So that's a good shot. So on your roof, did you only repair one side, or you did both sides?
No, both sides.
So both sides look like that?
That's correct.
And do all the bookends that have this kind of roof have the more greenish, and are you the only guy with the more grayish?
Yes, except for the people who changed it with regular shingle, yes.
So there's some
single
with regular
house.
shingles, and there's some with green.
Correct.
These
That's my house right here. That's equivalent to my house, and the one next to it, to the left of it.
And those are asphalt.
Those are, yes, correct. And they're across the street from me. And then you have, that's my neighbor, my side. So yes, anyone who kept with the slate is the greenish. I'm the only one with this on my roof.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
All right, any other questions? We'll take testimony. Jeffrey Cressler?
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Cressler. I am a homeowner in Sunnyside Gardens, representing myself. I walked down this block yesterday, and I could immediately tell which house had the violation because the roof is jarring. It does not look like the original roofs, and it is glaringly different in terms of how it stands out on the streetscape. Let me explain about Sunnyside Gardens. It was designed all of a piece with the same palette of materials. It is essential in a minimalist design like Sunnyside Gardens that each element be maintained. Otherwise, the erosion is palpable, and that is clearly the case with this roof. I would remind the Commission that soon after designation, a homeowner ripped the slate roof off his house, he received a violation, and this Commission demanded that he return the roof to its original. Demanded. Sunnyside Gardens cheered the idea that this Commission would be regulating strictly, and we expect that from this Commission. We have the impression that in Sunnyside Gardens there is a lower standard of regulation. Recently, a homeowner received a staff-level permit with, quote, legalization of demolition, having taken off a rear porch, and the Commission staff issued a permit legalizing that demolition without any public hearing. That was appalling. In this case, the rear yard is a historical artifact. There was no regulation from when this house was built 40 years after. 1965 to 1974 is when those fences went up. Before then, the fences were illegal. After then, the fences were illegal. So it is irrelevant. The idea of designation is return the court to its original, eventually, gradually, over time. I would add one other point. What he built off the rear yard is inappropriate in every way and flies in the face of the historic design of every rear porch in Sunnyside Gardens. Every one of the spiral stairs is a modern addition, an intrusion, and in no wise original. Secondly, this Commission has said that the rear yards are a secondary facade. Disagreeing with that assessment are homeowners in Sunnyside Gardens, and I would add Louis Mumford, Clarence Stein, and Henry Wright, who designed this specifically to have both sides be primary facades, because it's a 360-degree experience in Sunnyside Gardens. I urge the Commission to reject this application for legalization in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Yes, Kelly? Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Upon completion, Sunnyside Gardens came with built-in design guidelines in the form of 40-year preservation covenants, which preserved open space and fostered awareness of architectural qualities. When these covenants started expiring in the 1960s, alterations arrived and began diminishing the special character of the planned community. Responding to these changes, the city implemented Sunnyside as a special planned community preservation district to curb further alterations in 1974. Finally, in 2007, the area was designated an official New York City Historic District, adding another layer of protection to the neighborhood by regulating the exteriors of its buildings. It is with this long history of regulation in mind that HDC respectfully asks for these illegal alterations to be denied. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? Community Board 2 recommends that they are not opposing the application to legalize the exterior alterations. However, they do defer to the Commission to review it on its merits and also provide some clarity regarding the change of materials when it's limited to a portion versus to the entire roof. So that's asking us to clarify that policy. So just on that issue, so at staff level, we cannot allow it for patchwork replacement, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we could. If a few tiles were missing, we may be able to, if we prefer to use slate, but this is a material that the Commission has approved in the past.
Okay, all right, thank you. Do you have any, yes?
I just want to ask Jared, the applicant stated that there was some
there was a problem when he filed with Sandy. Does that correlate with your understanding of how things should have gone or could have gone? I wasn't director at that time, but I can say that we took Sandy very, very seriously. And when people called in, we tried to respond to those calls immediately. It may be that the information was confusing and whoever answered the question meant that it would need to go to a hearing, and that may take the 2 months or perhaps a month.
Right, it seems that the staff actually recommended ways to sort of seal off the area as a temporary situation with the tarpaulin, but it seems that if they were proposing the materials, then it would need to go to the commission. That would take, whatever,
That's right.
8 weeks. Mark? Okay.
Just another question, that even granted that the new materials being used, surely there might have been a closer match to the existing other roofing.
Well, he said that there could have been, but it was a long lead. He said the material in stock was this. If you wanted to get the other color, it was not in stock.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any,
I guess I
yes?
have a question about the roof hood above the door, replacing the pizzeria canopy with, it looks to me as if up and down the road, I mean, I'm looking at this, it looks like this is similar to others, but I noticed that some comments suggest that it's not.
I think it's not on this block itself.
So the photo he shows here is not actually within the district.
Oh, it's not within the district at all?
And could you just show your house? So, so you see beneath there is this decorative element. That's the historic element that's been covered with.
So you could just remove the pizza canopy and there would be the
existing historic element. It's not a projecting element.
wall.
Right.
But that would be appropriate, not this.
Correct.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Then we can close the hearing. All right. Comments? Yes, Michael.
It is a tough one because replacement of entire roof is a money and time-consuming issue. The unfortunate part here is that the applicant went so far as to contact the Landmarks Commission up until the point that a color that didn't match the original became the issue, and then somehow didn't deem it appropriate to contact the commission again and say, is this color okay? And so I think the conversation stopped not on the LPC side of the fence, but on the other side. And I think we are bound and have a responsibility to see that there's the historic integrity of this district maintained, and thus I can't approve the new roof on this building.
All right. Other comments? Let's talk about the roof first, and then we can talk about the other aspects. Okay. Yes, Diana?
I think the problem is that it really just stands out in the district as, because if it had been of a close color, you might say, well, it was very severely damaged, we might have permitted it, might be appropriate, but this color is, the appearance of it, both in the material and the color, is not looking appropriate in the road.
Okay. All right. Others? Yes.
It is a tough one because, it's not like our usual scofflaws who just go and do whatever the hell they want. He consulted an architect. The architect gave him bad advice. He consulted LPC. LPC was not able to respond in a way that was adequate for his needs at that moment. And then the choice was made to use a very expensive product that will last for a very long time,
instead of maybe, I guess, there were so many better moves that could have been made at that time that would have allowed for obtaining the right material, but now you got this stuff that'll be up there for, 20, 30 years, it'll be fine, but it just isn't the right material. On the other hand, it's way better than the asphalt that some of the other neighbors have, so I mean, there is so little design in these buildings to take away that one relatively regular deliberative choice seems like a hard one, but I'm conflicted about it.
Right, no, I agree. I think that this is not the typical case where a homeowner sort of just ignored the law. I think that during Sandy, it was a very emotional and hard time for people, and I think the choices that they make at that time are very much about protecting and sort of saving themselves. So I understand the pressure that the homeowner went under, where there wasn't a simple, straightforward solution. I think there are issues of cost that come into play. There's issues of how to move ahead with construction. They're dealing with manufacturers. They don't have the ideal thing. They did reach out to landmarks. But I think, again, I think some of the comments over here is how do you sort of balance that and being sympathetic to that, but at the same time thinking about what this district's about. And I would agree with some of my fellow commissioners that this is an ensemble, this is a block that has a certain simplicity and its dignity, and that's what its historic character is. And there are two buildings at these corners that actually sort of bookend the complex. And so harkening back to what it was historically is, I think, important from a visual standpoint and experiencing the historic districts. So I think one of the things, I don't know whether we can do this, but I think we have done in the past, where there's a way of allowing some grace period where they can take some time to come into compliance, and I don't know, Mark, if that's a possibility. I know that we did it once before, and maybe probably it's not an approach that we would normally take, but I wonder if there are some mitigating circumstances here which would allow.
We can do it. It's always complicated to keep track of these things and enforce these things over time. And I guess the question would be, what period of time are we talking about, as a grace period? I mean, that would be somewhat relevant to that sort of understanding, and sort of enforceability over time.
I would say, I would suggest about 6 years, because that's sort of the basis of...
we can certainly explore, we can come up with an agreement if we wanted to do that. I guess the question is, and we should just make sure we know what we want it to be replaced with, because I think there's some...
I think that the rules would allow it to be restorative, so if it goes back to slate, they could do it at staff level and during this period of time. But if it's a replacement material, does it have to come back to the commission?
Correct, yeah.
Right, but I think, again, if one had to give them some guidance, it would be to find a material that, in fact, looks and feels like what it was historically, if they're not going to replace.
We've approved the EcoStar product in numerous locations, numerous times. So I think as long as they could establish that the color was within the range of what the original green slate would have been, obviously the slate that's there is going to be a little bit lighter because of fading. I think that would be okay with me.
This whole conversation so far has been about the roof.
Oh, let's start with the roof.
I'm sorry.
We are going to have other things.
Before we move off the roof, I just want to...
Would it be possible for us as a commission to consider, I think the broader issue that this application raises is how we respond in emergencies. And I don't know if it would be possible, but would it be possible to have some kind of, there are big emergencies like Sandy, and there's little emergencies, someone's dryer blows up and they have to replace their roof just for their own house. I mean, would it be possible to kind of have an expedited review or some form of response that would be a matter of days or weeks instead of a matter of months?
There absolutely is. As I said, we really took Sandy very seriously. Whenever there's a fire, a storm, any sort of an emergency, we really try to expedite those permits.
My understanding as well.
Yeah, and I think at commission level, I mean, if there's a situation like this, I mean, that's at staff level, and I appreciate that, but would it be possible for us at the commission to kind of have, slots available for people to kind of come in?
I think they're just requirements that we have to...
Posting and notification.
It's a notification for public hearing requirement, which I think at least sets the minimum of, I think, 20 days or something like that.
It's about, yes, I mean, it's actually, it's 10 days.
Oh, 10 days, sorry. Okay. 10 days.
So that's the fastest the commission can hold a hearing, publish. And then you have to add some time on to get it in the calendar and then bring it to a Tuesday, right? So.
Well, I mean, I think within the law and within all that stuff, if it's possible to, because there will be situations like this where a staff level may not be feasible.
Right. I mean, I think that in my experience, the solution here, I think works in 99% of the time. I'm not sure why it wouldn't have necessarily worked here, but putting a tarp on, when there's a roof issue has traditionally been something that's worked very, very well until they give everyone, stops the water coming in and gives everyone time to sort of figure out how to move forward. So I'm not sure what particularly was the issue here that made that difficult, but that's a typical response.
Thanks.
All right, so that takes care of the roof material of the backyard and the changes over there. Comments? All right, well, I think that the changes that they've made to the backyard, I could find that appropriate, and I heard the testimony about how we look at sort of the rear yard as a secondary facade, and there's some disagreement. And also, I think that the commission, in terms of appropriateness, doesn't have to go back to its historical context. The historical context can be done at staff level. So I think that we can find appropriateness even if it's not what it was originally. So I think that some of the changes that they made seem in keeping with other changes that have evolved over time, and that including the addition of the spiral staircase. Yes, Diana?
Yes, I think that this district does have a lot of variation in the backyards and in the treatment of the back of the facility. So, and obviously there are other spiral staircases that have evolved at a later date. I don't find this as whatever. I don't like it as well as a design, but I'm not going to make my judgment based on what I like or don't like. I think that it is not really totally out of keeping, and I think the other changes are not totally out of keeping in the rear. I do have a concern, and I think it's so critical in this case that the applicant and others do have the staff guidance, because one of the remarks that the applicant made was he had heard that maybe you can do whatever you want in the back. And I wouldn't want the applicant to think because we legalize this that, okay, just whatever I want to do here is okay. It is not the case in the district at the back. It's just, you can do whatever you want with it. At the same time, I think we didn't see enough presentation of maybe other rear yards, but that this, the changes that have been made do not seem to me so out of keeping with other backyards in this area. And it is it is public to those who live in the commons, obviously, in the block area there, as are other districts of this nature. Anyway, that's my view of that. The back and the front, I think Fred suggested. I think, just taking off the the inappropriate piece of the canopy would be fine, getting back to. And again, it should be something in keeping with the district. The applicant needs to follow the advice of staff as to what is appropriate there, and other cases where there are similar installations, rather than going out and getting something else.
Okay, other comments? Yes.
Yes, I agree with Diana and for everybody. On the backyard, it seems like there are a variety of decks and, wood with metal, and they don't all exceed like above the second story. So they're all, what he's proposing is appropriate. They have the straight stairs, they have the spiral stairs, so there's enough variety in there where this is not, out of the norm. So I can support that. But the door, I'm not sure about the pediments with the circle and what's underneath it. He can take off the awning canopy, the pizzeria thing, and see what's underneath, and see if he can work with that, and maybe just embellish that a little more, but not totally take off that little, I think a little shed roof or something they have under there.
Okay. Other comments? All right, so I think the direction is that on the roof material, that we cannot support it, but we'll give them some time to work with staff and find a replacement material. That the backyard, it seems, I think the commission's okay with that. And in terms of the portico in front, they could remove what they have right now, but I think the replacement is problematic. And is that something they could work with staff to see, or is it that the district doesn't really have?
That's correct. I mean, I think he's looking for a cover, and which you could actually see the historic element. You don't even need to remove it. It's just that small projecting element, the white element in shadow. So,
So is it, so in the district, having any kind of portico or, I mean, this is grandfathered.
The grandfather condition.
But otherwise, we don't see.
That's right, because I would assume the twin to this, the pair, the other bookend, probably has the same surround. So the ones that he was showing us, I think not only were out of the district, but were unique to that set of houses.
Okay. All right, does that make sense? Okay, Fred? And it's a little long, right?
I was hoping you're moving the other one.
I should change the order every now and then.
Okay, let's see if I remember it all. In the application of 39-54 48th Street, Sunnyside Gardens Historic District, the application is to legalize replacement of roofing, the installation of a deck, and paving without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits, and to alter the entrance. I recommend, let's see, I guess we just read all of this. Yeah, right. Approval, noting that the construction of the deck and spiral stairway at the rear of the house do not alter or eliminate any significant historic or architectural features, that the rear of the house is not visible from any public thoroughfare, that the deck and spiral stairway built on top of an existing extension does not encroach on the rear yard, and that the rear yards have been privatized and separated with fencing within the court. Therefore, the existing paving is in keeping with similar alterations added over time and does not diminish the central green space. That these installations are consistent with similar alterations found in the rear facades and rear yards of houses in the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District and within this block, many of which are installed prior to the designation of the Historic District. With regard to the roof, I recommend that we cannot accept it, but that we allow 6 years, is that what we said? Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
A 6-year time period to work with staff to replace the roof with a more historically appropriate roof. And further, that the front door proposal the porch over the front door be denied, but it would be acceptable to remove the existing canopy and simply leave what's there, which is historic.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved in part.
Okay, Commissioners, and the second item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness. The Borough of Queens, docket number 178696. This is 37-17 83rd Street. Jackson Heights Historic District. This is a neo-Romanesque style apartment building designed by Franklin Bates and Hinesdam and built in 1927-28. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sandy Chung, Preservation Staff. 3716 83rd Street is located between 37th Avenue and Roosevelt Avenue in the Jackson Heights Historic District. This is the existing condition. The proposal is to remove a portion of the existing steps and install a barrier-free access ramp at half of the concrete walkway leading up to the entrances. So here is the existing plan, and here is the proposed plan. So they will remove a portion of the step here and install the ramp running parallel to the existing walkway. It will be concrete to match the existing concrete, and there will be a simple black railing and a low brick knee wall to match the existing brick. And here is a drawing rendering of what is being proposed. So the architect is here if there are any questions.
Thank you, Sandy. Are there any questions? It's just a straight run. Okay. Are there speakers on this item? No speakers. We can then close the hearing. Sorry.
Oh, did the community board?
I don't think I haven't received anything from the community board. Yeah. Did you go to the community board?
Yes.
And
January 26th, they didn't have any problem.
Okay, thank you.
They did a presentation and then they went and walked to the building because it's literally around the corner community board, so it's for them to walk and they didn't have any problem.
Okay, thank you. So we can close the hearing? All right, comments? Yes, Janet?
Yeah, I think it is pretty simple design to deal with, and since it is not actually leading up to a main entrance, which would have been a serious issue to try to have this appear, this unbalanced situation appear inappropriate. I think it's workable already to do have the two piers, and you have obviously balance on each side. At least it's not, as I said, leading up into, as many of the walkways would be to a main entrance to the building that, I think would be very disruptive. It needs to be done in some way, unless some of the architects in the panel can suggest a better solution, if they can.
No, I'm just wondering, it's long enough, why wouldn't you want to make the entire thing ramped? The entire width for people who can walk and people who need to use a wheelchair? So,
maybe we should.
For it to be all ramp.
Could ask the architect if there's any reason.
Is there any reason for the whole thing?
Yes. Right now.
We'll reopen so that she can speak.
Thank you.
Sure. The building has two lobbies, one to the right, one to the left. The people who is, right now, they have somebody who cannot leave the building, so on the right-hand side, the idea is to unify with a full ramp, what it make very, we have, I believe it's like two ramps of, the total is like 27 feet in length to make it like a nice slope.
Right.
And we thought that was, we have to split it in two because with the 30 we didn't reach the full height of whatever we have to reach.
No, I'm asking if the entire width
Be a ramp,
could all be ramp.
So you won't have this divided.
Or you could still divide it, but have the same thing.
No, it won't be divided, it'll just be, you'll have the railings on both sides.
Rails on either side.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You have to have one in the middle?
Yes.
I think you do, but you could still have a slope on both sides, just to make one side like the other side, both are ramp.
I don't have any problem. The building was not so into having the whole entire ramp in one piece. That was pretty much probably the main issue, was the co-op didn't want to have the whole entire thing being a ramp.
Okay.
I I personally, doesn't matter. Our idea is to provide accessibility to the building. Full ramp, half ramp, I don't really care, whatever the commission feels that has to be, I'm okay with that.
But the issue might
be, Ken, you know the rules better than I do. I don't know the distance between rails.
Well, yeah.
You can only go 88 inches, then you have to have an intermediate.
If you have to have an intermediate
We do have.
rail, I think the effect is the same, so we might as well leave it like this.
It would be only if we could get rid of it.
Right,
Yeah,
and of course, if you could do a 5% slope instead of 8% slope, then you don't have to have any rails at all, and that would be the nice solution, but I don't think you have the...
You may not have the
I
distance?
don't think that we're reach with 5%. I think we're going to be like 6.5, something like that. Like close, but we are going to be the 100 in the middle. That is, yes.
So I think we should just leave it.
And both buildings, complexes can use this ramp, right?
Correct, yes. The both ends of the building, they can access.
Kim, yes.
We have an extra population in the building.
They really have the steps when you go up the ramp, you end up at the steps.
No, when we go up, we are going to unify the two entrances.
So these steps disappear?
Correct.
In the picture?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. All right, can close the hearing? Adi? Yes, thank you.
The idea is to unify them.
In the matter of 3717 83rd Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District, a neo-Romanesque-style apartment building designed by Franklin Bates and Heindersman and built in 1927-28, applications to install a barrier-free access ramp. And I note that this building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Jackson Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing stairs and concrete walkway will not eliminate significant historic fabric, that the proposed ramp will allow for accessibility into the building without damaging or destroying any significant architectural features of the building, that the materials of the proposed ramp, including simple metal railings, low brick walls, and concrete ramp surface tinted to match the existing concrete walkway, will be harmonious with the materials of the building, that the placement of the ramp to one side of the entrance path will harmonize with the building's footprint, and that the presence of the barrier-free access ramp will not detract from the overall appearance of the building or the historic district.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 182034. This is 9 Dekalb Avenue, the Dime Savings Bank, an individual and interior landmark. This is a neoclassical style bank building with a designated banking hall designed by Mobile and Newfoundland. Built in 1906-08 and enlarged and altered by Halsey, McCormack, and Helmer in 1931-32. The application is to alter the designated interior and exterior, demolish a portion of the building, and construct a new building partially on the landmark site.
Discussion.
Where did you see it in person?
Whenever they're ready.
So we can start. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Victor Tamani, Preservation staff. This is 9 Dekalb Avenue, which is both an individual and interior landmark. The building was constructed in 1906 and then enlarged and altered in 1931. You can see the original building here, and then the enlargement in 1931 extended the facades and added some annexes in the rear. The proposal today is to demolish a portion of the 1930s addition behind Fleet Street, which is this facade here, which is outside of the designated interior landmark. Construct a building that's partially on the landmark site. On Fleet Street to modify window openings and install new doors. Modify portions of the interior lobby and restore the Albee Square entry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bill Higgins of Higgins Clays Mart, and I'd like to provide some historical and existing conditions background for the proposal, which Greg Pasquarelli of SHOP will then present. Valerie Campbell and Michael Solomon have mentioned to me that this is an as-of-right project with respect to zoning, so I wanted to make that point. As Victor said, what we're really talking about in this proposal are essentially three things. First of all, we are proposing a tower with a massing that is partly on an edge, and we'll show you how we think this is the least significant edge of the landmark site. But the placement of the tower in that location has very large benefits in terms of the presence of the landmark as something that is much more visible as part of its urban context than it would be with the so-called as-of-right tower, which would be mechanically placed off the landmark site. Exterior modifications, the removals we'd be proposing for the tower and entries, reglazing windows so that they are double glazed, and there's substantial restoration. Richard Piper is here to give some background on the restoration portion briefly. And interior modifications, which also include substantial restoration, but also some removal of teller counters for the new adaptive reuse for retail. So a little bit of site history first. This site is here at the intersection of Flatbush Avenue Extension, Fulton Street, and Dekalb Avenue. And it's this area around this intersection that was really given its prominence in 1908 when Flatbush Avenue was extended to allow direct access to and from the Manhattan Bridge. And that really made this area very prominent in its time, and that prominence is continuing through to today. The extension of Flatbush Avenue also really created the triangular site on which the building is located. It created this triangle, and it also generated the massing of the landmark itself, which is basically a triangle with truncated 3 corners, and then a hexagonal drum for the dome on top. And as Greg will show you, this geometry in turn plays a very crucial role in generating the proposed footprint and massing of the new building. So this area and the bank, as the designation report says, have always been visually and symbolically prominent in the downtown streetscape. That is the case. Here it is located on what is now Albee Square. But there's an interesting aspect to this. While the building is very visible and very prominent, Albee Square and the area around Dekalb Avenue, it is sort of oddly concealed on the Flatbush Avenue extension side. And that's something we thought very carefully about in this proposal. And you'll see that another substantial dimension of that is to open up views to the building from Flatbush Avenue, so it becomes more truly a part of its context. So some history of the building, which is interesting and a little bit complicated. It was finished in 1908, precisely the same year that the Flatbush Avenue extension was completed. Original architects Mowbray and Uffinger, they were architects who did a number of smaller and medium-sized banks like this one. Then, not too long after, in 1932, the building was very substantially enlarged and essentially rebuilt under architects Halsey, McCormick, and Helmer. These are the architects whose name you may remember because just a little bit up Flatbush Avenue a couple of years before, they designed what has long remained and I think may still be the tallest skyscraper in Brooklyn, the Williamsburg Savings Bank. Same architects. The building, both exterior and the interior banking hall were designated individual landmarks in 1994. On the left, we have the individual designation on the exterior, and I'll show you in a subsequent slide a little bit more about its complicated non-landmark designated immediate context. And then the banking room itself is an individual designated landmark. The history. So there's the original 1908 incarnation of the bank. And we found these photographs and we started noticing that not only were the facades on Dekalb Avenue and Fleet Street extended, but we started noticing that column counts were different and spacings were different, and we were realizing that the changes were really quite major. And then we discovered these photographs that show that at the very least it was absolutely down to the steel, if not completely reconstructed. So here's a little bit about the history. So this is the 1908/1932 individually designated landmark. Its context is particularly complex right around here, which is in fact right where we're talking about the new building going. There's a little open sort of courtyard in from Fleet Street. There is a one-story building that was originally some sort of garage, which, looking at physical evidence, was constructed sometime between 1932 and 1942 when the bank built another extension facing Flatbush Avenue. There was also this building on the corner of Flatbush and Fleet, which dates to the 1920s, but was itself substantially altered when the bank acquired it in the early 1940s, so it unified these two. So there's a complex history here of multiple phases of construction, which are very hard to read, as you'll see. But the important point is the landmark designated portion is right here. So just walking around, here's the main entry facing Albee Square. It has its impressive portico. It has these two early 1960s kind of teller bunkers, which we are proposing to remove and to restore the original entry. This is the view from Dekalb Avenue, showing the building with its lengthened colonnade, and also with its copper-clad attic, and its dome, which is gloss to Vino tile inside and terracotta outside. This is Junior's, which I'm sure we all recognize. So this is looking down toward Albee Square on Dekalb, and you can see a little bit of the context that is growing around this building. There's the view from Dekalb and Flatbush, and you can see the building is here. And it is this building which is going up now creates the kind of backdrop situation which, as Greg will show you, we are trying to avoid as much as possible. So here's the view from Flatbush Avenue. This is the dome of the bank, and this is the side elevation of the bank. This 1920s/40s three-story building which had been on that site has been demolished, and this is the 1942 non-landmark bank addition. So looking a little more closely, this is Flatbush and Fleet Street. Fleet Street is the sort of narrow street where the building is much less visible. The whole experiential quality of this area right around here, we think is very crucial to this proposal. So what is happening here is that the portion that is landmarked, that is designated, is this. This portion is not. That portion is not. So there's a real experiential ambiguity at exactly this point. Now we're looking right into this little opening here on Fleet Street. And so that's designated. That isn't. That isn't. You really do almost need a map when you're there to sort of cut through the ambiguity of what's part of the landmark and what isn't. Where the real character of this building is clear, of course, are on the street facades. This is the Fleet Street facade looking toward Albee Square, all of which, of course, is proposed to be kept with lots of restoration. So we look carefully at the elements which, I mean, while certainly recognizing and very much embracing the fact that this is an individual landmark, we thought carefully about what are those aspects of the building that really give it its architectural character, and those, of course, are the areas that we feel deserve the fullest and most conservative treatment. And of course, it's pretty clear: the front portico, the facades on Dekalb and Fleet, the copper-clad attic, the dome. These are very different features from the area in which we are proposing to intervene. So I'll finish with this slide, which really, I think illustrates two of the major themes in the thinking that Greg will show you in just a second with respect to the new design. First of all, on the right, this is that area at the corner of Dekalb, of Fleet and Flatbush. This is the area where this part is designated, and this is not. There is a portion that is also designated. It is this one-story area here, which is completely invisible from the street. So one of the strands of our thinking is that there's tremendous benefit with respect to the overall identity and visibility of the landmark, tremendous benefit to shifting the massing over in this direction. And this is precisely the area where we feel there is the most ambiguity and the lowest level of frankly, architectural quality with respect to the landmark. Secondly, this oddity of the building never having really been visible from Flatbush Avenue Extension, as major a street as that may be. The main entry on Albee Square implies an axis that goes all the way through the building, and we feel that there is an opportunity to, in fact, open up views of the building from the Flatbush Avenue side, so that in a complex and nuanced way, the building has a greater presence as an individual landmark in its urban context than it does now. So with that, great.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Greg Pasquarelli. I'm a partner at Shop Architects, and like to walk you through our thinking for the design of the project. So obviously the 2004 downtown rezoning was very successful. It's created a lot of density in downtown Brooklyn. And, you know, it was always understood that this would be a place that would have a lot of density and would be a sort of marker of downtown. So it was always what the intention was. Now, as we know, it's been very successful, and there have been a lot of buildings that have been built around the area, and the underlying zoning tends to give you these sort of slab towers, and that is in fact what could be built here. So you could see here is the landmark, and on the other two sites, we could take the existing FAR, and as Bill mentioned, this is an as-of-right as far as zoning goes, and produce another one of those slab towers. The building would be 1,066 feet tall. But our client really challenged us to think about it in a different way. And here you could see the kind of impact that that slab building would have sitting next to the landmark. You know, it blocks the light and views into the rear windows. It really puts a larger slab behind the dome. And we really, as Bill was saying, thinking about the kind of sectional relationship from Flatbush Avenue and through to Albee Square, and how that would be sort of impeded by this, and was there something else that we could do that would be better? And that we didn't want this kind of slab building behind the landmark itself. So we said, what if we start with the landmark as our DNA of thinking about this? Also, as Bill said, it's a triangular site that used the hexagon to resolve that geometry. So we looked at those hexagons, and this is the ceiling pattern in the landmark, and these are the floor patterns, these fantastic polychromatic marbles. And so we looked at these six-sided stars and hexagons, and we thought about trying to get as much of the kind of primary access through the bank established, try to clear the backdrop of the dome as much as possible, try to open it up so that natural light would get into the landmark interior. And we took those geometries from the bank itself and brought them all the way across the site and used that as the generator of the form of the tower, where we started to do a series of interlocking hexagons as they went up. But then really we're thinking about all the buildings that we as New Yorkers love, and the way that the setbacks worked, and the kind of idea of breaking down the mass of a vertical tower. And so we started to do a series of setbacks that go in a kind of spiral up the building that use that geometry to break down the mass of the building as a whole. Now, what you do see is by pushing it away and opening up that access, as Bill said, there is a portion of the landmark in the back that the building would sit on top of, and that would need to be demolished. But it is not part of the significant architectural fabric of the building, which is really on these two facades and in the interior. So what you can see is that we would preserve and restore the Fleet Street facade, and this was that little back alley image that Bill showed you, where the sort of security gate was. This would be the portion that we are proposing to demolish, as well as that small one-story annex in the back, and we'll show you some more details of that in a second. And again, this idea of the sort of low fabric and the soaring tower, both in Manhattan and in Brooklyn, is something that we're embracing. And so then here you can see what we call the landmark tower strategy, where the building is really pushed away as much as possible. It's not perceived to be sitting on the landmark, even though right here in this back portion it is. And then you get this kind of wonderful sculptural quality of with the geometries taken from the landmark itself. And so here's a view of the building. As you see, sitting next to the landmark on this side at the corner of Fleet and Flatbush Avenue Extension, and we'll talk about the facade in a moment. So when you look at the two buildings side by side, this is the sort of conventional tower slab building, and here's the landmark strategy. Both buildings are 1,066 feet tall, same exact height. And then, so here you can see the conventional not impeding on the landmark on that side, and this is kind of the volume. And here you see that it pushes the building to the side and actually makes it feel like it's less on the landmark as it moves over towards the north. And then this is looking down from, coming down to Dekalb and Albee Square, and actually slips behind City Point at that part. Also on Fleet Street, which is a fairly narrow street, and really it's hard to see this facade. You only really see it on the oblique, but really it has very little impact. Either one, here you can see what the base of the conventional tower would be, and then that's the difference with the proposed landmark tower. This is even getting closer. It actually just slides it back a little bit. And then looking from Flatbush Avenue Extension down Fleet Street, it's really no difference between the two because the base is the same either way. So what we're trying to do is kind of make this a more public retail space that goes right through, and to create a new entry and to allow more light into the banking hall itself. So this is the conventional tower looking at Flatbush Avenue Extension. Here is Junior's. What we're proposing is a kind of great atrium entry space to the retail that allows views directly into the interior landmark. But one other thing that we think is very important about this is if you do the conventional tower, this is still a potential development site in the future. And if Junior's were to be sold, it would create about a 20-story building as of right, which creates this wall. And so with this proposed landmark tower, what we like about it is that it forever preserves the view from Flatbush Avenue Extension to the landmark and the interior and of the dome. And we think that that's a really good thing for the area. So here's a rendering of what that will look like. So here you can see the rear wall of the bank, which now will get this natural light in. This will be the kind of entry. This will be one of the entries into the tower. This is the new base of the tower. We'll talk about those details in a second. And then the ability to see the dome from Flatbush Avenue Extension. Here you can see that rear wall, which has been hidden now for a long time. This is where that one-story annex currently sits that we're proposing to demolish so that you can move right through. But this fantastic interior now will really be much, much more visible. This is now currently looking inside the landmark out. There's that one-story annex. These are the sort of the windows that look towards Flatbush Avenue Extension, and then what that will look like as proposed, where that will go right out to the main street. The materiality and the rhythm of the building, we really on the base wanted to take the kind of patterning and morphology of the facade and bring those lines across with a series of patterns that come from the bank base itself, but are clearly a contemporary building. And so the idea is to use a marble stone with an inset bronze metal, so the building goes kind of from stone at the base to metal at the top. And you can see that we're taking many of the materials from the base of the building, from patinated bronze to white and beige marble. The glass is a kind of textured gray glass with pebbling in it. There's copper, and then the Milford pink granite is at the base. And we're proposing to use many of those materials. Here's an example of the fluted columns that go from concave to convex smoothly as they go up in making the transition. Many of those materials are brought right across and taken from the patterning of the bank. And then we're using a version of that in a darker palette, including some blackened stainless steel, marble, and bronze-colored metal into the tower itself. So here you can see the palettes. We have the materials right here for you to look at. And then when we were thinking about the tower itself, we were looking at the kind of natural idea of this rhythm of folded elements, the way it looks on fluted columns historically, and then was there a kind of contemporary version of doing that on the facade itself. And so what we're proposing is a sort of series of shapes that are part of the facade itself, and then they change as they go up, and they reflect the setbacks, so that you get a patterning as you go up the building. But we're taking many of the shapes from the historical building itself and assembling them as these pilasters on the building, and with a great amount of detail. And I think that one of the very interesting things about the design is, because it's a series of hexagons, you will always see 3 facades of the building at any time, 2 on the oblique. And by having this level of patterning and density of the pilasters, it will actually make the 2 facades on the oblique almost seem solid. So it will really give a kind of heft to the building. And as you see it, because it will be visible from so many parts around Brooklyn, you'll really see the building in a very different light with a lot of texture and shadow. We actually made models with hundreds of the parts and assembled them and passed light over them and made hundreds of patterns of what that facade would be like. And you can see a sample of how it would look when it's assembled on the building itself. And it really gives this kind of incredibly elegant, textured materiality in the sort of bronze and black and white marble elements themselves that go up through the building. And then what that might look like as a tower coming all the way up. So here you can see it looking from Fleet Street up with the building set back off the landmark. And then here's the view looking down Fleet Street. Here is the new base of the building. There will be retail and some office space, and then some of the amenity spaces, and then residential above. And there you can see the atrium. So again, the modifications are really putting it on this portion of the back of the landmark. As we said, the facade of the preservation of the Fleet Street facade will be complete. It's really just this back portion. Whether it's the conventional or proposed, that back portion is blocked either way. This is currently what it looks like. So this is the part here that would be demolished. This is what it looks like on the interior. We could save the bulletin board. And then this is the one-story annex in the back that we are also proposing. Again, either way, that would be blocked. This is what it currently looks like. In that spot here is the interior landmark. Right at this point, the landmark designation ends at that spot. And so obviously this would all be preserved, and this is the portion we are requesting that we demolish to allow that space right through. On the front facade, as Bill pointed out, there were these kind of bunker ATM elements that were put in. The original facade had stairs going all the way across the front. We believe that Dime Savings Bank came to Landmarks at some point to talk about putting an ADA ramp in here, which was denied, and is an issue that we have to deal with getting accessibility into the main banking hall. But here you can see there's a deposit box and teller build-outs that were rather insensitively done. And our client wants to completely restore it to the original condition, so we'd like to remove the ATM build-outs and then restore the doors and bring the stair all the way back across as it originally was. Again, also restore the 1932 entrance to its original condition. On the Fleet Street facade, we are asking for 2 alterations. Working with staff, they asked us to sort of make a nice gap between this kind of reveal between the landmark and the new part of the building, which we are doing in bronze. And then here you can see the facade. You can never really see it like this because you're always on the oblique, but that's it in elevation. And so what we are requesting is opening the fenestration at 2 points and bringing it down to the ground in order to create an ADA accessibility location here into the main banking hall, and then the secondary entrance into the tower itself. So, and we have some details of how we'd like to do this. This is the current condition, and this is the sort of proposed condition, trying to bring across the divisors. Here you can see the window at this point, and then bringing that down all the way so that we would have a place for ADA accessibility into the main banking hall. And then Piper's going to talk about some of the exterior restoration elements.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Richard Piper. I'm a partner at Young Corney Associates, and we've been asked to assist with the restoration portion of this project. As Bill described, the building was constructed in 1908, and the designation report says it was significantly expanded in 32, but in fact was completely disassembled and reconstructed at that time. The building is largely this mixture of white marble over a Milford pink granite base, and the 1908 construction was with a Greek marble from outside Athens, Pentelic marble, which was quite a statement to make at that time. But the reconstruction and the addition seems to be done with a Sylacauga marble from Alabama. And so this appears to be a mixture of those two marbles. The design of the 1932 colonnade is exactly the same. The recessed portions of the entablature are the same as in the 1908 building. And most of the problems that the building has on the exterior, we've done a preliminary condition survey and have we haven't done probes yet, but we have a fairly good understanding of what is going to be required for exterior restoration. Most of the problems are related to the marble. In mid-January, a 25-pound section of that column volute on the left-hand side fell to the sidewalk, and the building has since been entirely surrounded with sidewalk bridging. That failure, we went up in a lift and took a look at, and it's related to some fracturing in the marble that either could be related to quarrying, it could be related to the disassembly, storage, and reuse of the marble. In any case, there is significant fracturing elsewhere on the facade that's going to have to be dealt with. The other issue that is related to the steel frame is the use of strapping to secure these volutes at the cornice. And we haven't done a probe there, but it does seem very likely that if that's related to pack rusting of the steel supports for the cornice, that there's going to be significant disassembly of the cornice that's required. So the marble is the biggest issue. The attic floor, fifth floor, and the drum and the dome, not clad with marble like the designation report says, but with white glazed terracotta. And there are some significant problems there as well that are related to pack rusting of the steel support frame. So the corners of the cornice of the drum have sagged, and one floor below, at the fifth floor, the corners of that terracotta have separated almost 3/4 of an inch. And so there's going to be disassembly of the terracotta that's required, and no doubt terracotta replacement. As Bill mentioned, the interior of the structure of the dome is in fact Guastavino, and there are some areas of efflorescence on the interior of the dome which need to be evaluated by a structural engineer to determine whether there's any repairs that will be needed there. So it looks like much of the terracotta will be removed from the exterior of the dome, at least at the corners. Another portion of the fifth floor is clad with sheet copper, stamped sheet copper. That actually is in remarkably good condition, with the exception of some areas at the top where this band of acroteria, there's been leakage from the roof above it, and the armatures that support that are allowed to be attached are rusting. Fasteners have failed, so portions of this band will need to be removed and reinstalled with new armatures. The spandrels of the windows are not stamped copper, but they're cast bronze, about 3/8 of an inch thick, in remarkably good condition, and this was originally chemically patinated and bears much of its original finish. Would only need to be cleaned and re-waxed. But the issue is going to be that this is all single glazed. I'm quite certain that that a double glazing system is going to be proposed to staff, and my guess is that this new glazing system is going to have to be applied from the interior. The exterior is in such good condition that even though the interior and the exterior are both landmarks, I think that a new glazing system will be less apparent on the interior of the building than it would be on the exterior. Bill and Greg have already described the removal of the teller bunkers, as he called them, at the entry. We're not sure exactly what the scope of work is going to be behind those bunkers as far as restorations of the entry is concerned, but restoration is the intent there for the main entry in the front. There have been sections of the bronze castings that have been removed and replaced with anodized aluminum. Those need to be replaced with bronze, and undoubtedly there'll be more disassembly on this entry than on the windows because The sliding doors are a bit bulky, and they'll have to be hardware replacement, I think, for this main entry here, and that'll need to be chemically patinated, cleaned, chemically patinated, and refinished.
This is a photograph of the interior as it currently sits. Absolutely spectacular space. You can see some of the details, everything from the clock and the chandeliers. Much of it's in pretty good condition. There are some parts that do need a lot of work, but you can see a kind of sampling of the historical details. One of the places where there's been a lot of alterations over the years is at the teller stations. And while they do maintain some of the marble from the front, most of it is really 1970s Formica structures, which you can see and are not particularly sensitive to the landmark and in pretty bad condition. In the 1908 version of the bank, the tellers were in the center here. And then in the 1932 reconstruction, they were moved out to the perimeter where they still remain today. And so as you can see, it's really, most of it is, as we said, Formica and Lexan and plywood, and there's just some of the marble here on the front of that part, but this is really what most of it looks like currently. You've also got some pretty narrow pinch points with the way that it works, and makes it very hard to use the space and to have it adaptively reused. There are some entry points at the corners, but really it's kind of about moving into the big sort of rotunda in the center. And as we said, in the original design, the public was on the outside. In the current design, the public's kind of in the center. We're trying to open it up as much as possible so the public really can move through the entire interior landmark space and out to Flatbush Avenue as well. We do not have a tenant yet at this time, but we're all very familiar with adaptive reuse of historic structures such as this. And that's certainly the kind of thing that we're hoping to do. As far as the teller station goes, we are proposing to remove the center portion of them, but to keep the corners, because the corners are really where you feel the space and the entry, and there are these great balustrades and teller entrances and these kind of columns here. And the way that they come around the corner really, I think, establishes the rhythm and pattern of the space. The center portion we feel is less important and is really critical to making enough space so that the space could be used. We're also talking about whatever we do remove, to use that material to repair the back walls of the bank itself, because it does need it, and it's the same marble, and it would be one way for us to reuse those teller stations. Again, this is sort of looking at it in elevation and what we're proposing, and then having the marble to restore those panels as well. This is on one of the other facades, or sorry, interior facades. Again, leaving the kind of key critical corner elements, but using the marble to restore that back wall. Here you can see one bay of the teller stations that we're proposing to keep, so that you understood how that worked, and then moving the marble behind. And here are some details, keeping the chamfer corner and the way that it worked and the way that it kind of connected through as well, and this would be our ADA accessibility. So this is just a rough model of what that would be. And then the other element that we have is this wonderful marble floor in the center, but behind the teller stations, it's either linoleum on concrete, or carpeting over plywood, or carpeting over some terrazzo elements as well. And so what we are proposing is that in all restoring as much of the polychromatic marble as we can, and then to take a pattern, that same pattern, but do it in a monochromatic marble flooring in the places where we're restoring and replacing the concrete and the carpet and the linoleum. And then there was also a restoration of this rear banking hall. This is where the one-story addition would be removed. As we said, we would keep the black marble base, we would restore the exterior brick, and then that becomes the interior wall of the atrium coming from Flatbush Avenue. And then as Piper described, we need to put in double pane windows for environmental performance, which we would do from the inside. Here are some details of how we would do that, following the same window patterns and muntin patterns. And then finally, we need to locate sprinkler heads, which we can do at the points of the triangles in the roof and around the interior here of the colonnade. So we think it will be very unobtrusive. And then there are some great pieces of furniture that we really want to keep. They're fantastic. And then is our last stuff, Richard, on the interior?
Just a couple slides here. This is one of the most remarkable assemblages of European and domestic marbles that I've ever seen. It's just truly mind-boggling. And the marble is, with the exception of the areas behind the teller stations, is in remarkably good condition. There are some unusual things. A couple things stand out for interior restoration. One is this rusticated wall cladding here, which appears to be, you'd think it would be a cane stone plaster or rusticated plaster. It's in fact Ohio sandstone that's been covered with paint, and it will need to be cleaned and repaired because there are a lot of holes in it from signage in the past. So that's going to be a bit challenging. The other thing is that the center of the rotunda, which has this marvelous entablature, the chenaux or the acroteria at the boundary are cracking in some areas, and there've been telltales applied there. I don't know what firm applied the telltales, but there's obviously a lot more research that's necessary there to do those. The furnishings, as Greg said, are truly remarkable, especially in the rotunda and the lighting fixtures, and I'm sure that the intent is to keep these. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion with staff about lamping and other modifications. And after recent events at 346 Broadway, I'm sure the commission will be happy to hear that the applicant has no intent of changing the operational mechanism inside this clock in the center. In any case, there's a lot of opportunity for interior restoration, and very specific work is required. Thanks very much.
Just quickly on this, we just wanted to go very quickly just to sort of summarize the application request. On the exterior, we're doing the partial removal of the 5-story annex, the removal of the 1-story annex. We're asking to restore the portico and stairs, add the new doors by dropping the sills of the existing window openings. There's obviously a package of exterior restoration work. The interior modifications also includes restoration work, the reconfiguration of the teller stages and the storage of the stations that would be removed, and also some of those stations might be used to restore marble, the matching marble that needs to be replaced on the back wall. So the removal of the non-original flooring at the teller stations and rotunda, the restoration of the terrazzo flooring at the rotunda, the replacement of the modern flooring with marble flooring and the pattern of the monochromatic along the edges, sprinkler heads in the ceiling, and then the double pane glazing at the bank windows. As Bill mentioned, this scheme is as of right under zoning. It does not require any special approvals other than preliminary approvals. And Bill's going to sort of finish up by just giving a summary of our appropriateness.
This is the end, and we'll be very brief, I promise. For me personally, what makes this project really fascinating, and what I think is also the essence of its appropriateness, is that it is dealing with this building and this site in about as complete a way as possible. There is I would say, quite distinguished new high-rise building that is an integral part of the project. The placement, the massing, even the shape of this building is directly generated by the landmark, by the architectural character of the landmark, and by a desire to have the landmark read as fully and thoroughly as a real piece of architecture in the round, in its context, as possible. So I think this combination of very distinctive new design and the respect it pays to the landmark is fascinating. I think what's also fascinating is that an alternative way of respecting the landmark would have been to just sort of mechanically stay off the site completely, which would have yielded, as Greg said, a building that did not take these side and rear, as I would put them, ambiguous areas of the landmark, did not take them away, but also did not interact with the landmark in anything like the positive and dynamic fashion that we are proposing. And combining that with the significant amount of restoration that is happening to two distinguished landmarks, both the exterior and the interior, I think this is a project that is just truly a multi-dimensional urban landmark project, and it is one that, for me, I hope very firmly that the Commission is able to find it appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the team? All right, I just have one question about the teller cages, and you talked about the fact that the interior is going to be adaptively reused, but do you have an idea of what that use is going to be beyond retail?
Retail, so we don't have. My name is Michael Stern, managing partner at JDS. The interior will be used for retail, but we don't yet have a tenant, so we're not sure of its use at this moment.
Okay. My other question, or it's still a question, is that you talked about the fact that the teller cage creates a pinch point. But if you look at the rotunda and the columns, it's actually quite seamless because there's no barrier there. So even at a point where it's 15 feet, that's really where you have the column. But other portions, it does open out. Okay.
There are actually these wonderful benches with inscriptions that fill the space between the columns completely.
Okay.
So you actually can't walk in between the columns except at two locations.
All right, but so you're going to keep those benches?
Yeah, those benches will stay.
Okay. All right, and my third question is that...
you can see them here.
Okay. And my third question is that the area behind, do you know what that distance is between the teller?
It's about 18 feet.
18 feet. 18 feet, and that includes, is that, because there's a lot happening over there, it has a width and breadth to it, but does that assume that it's the existing condition to the surface of the wall?
You mean the 18 feet?
Yeah,
I believe I will check that.
It's dimensioned on that one.
Yeah, I'm looking for that side.
And all of that is not historic, they're just the sort of facade is historic. Okay.
Yeah, you have it.
That was it.
Right, that is it.
There you go.
17 feet.
17.3 to the front face and 15.10 to the benches.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Michael.
Just a quick question in the same general neighborhood. I assume that your vision for the use of this space is different than your vision for the use of that space. That that's the lobby of the building, or are they the same space?
So the atrium that's on Flatbush Avenue Extension is envisioned to be one tenant with the banking space.
So it's all the same tenant?
It's all the same tenant.
Great. Okay, so you don't envision the need for doors or anything between the landmark space and the new atrium?
No, it's very much our intent that that stays a single tenant and is never divided.
Great, thanks.
Are there other questions? Yes, Artie?
Just a quick question about the 5-story base on the new building and what your sort of rationale was about taking it all the way to the street rather than having it continue the kind of the shaft of the tall building. In other words,
well, there's a there's a setback requirement, there's a street wall requirement, and there's a...
there is a street wall requirement on both sides?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? We'll take testimony. Christabel Guth?
Yes, sir.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Without offering any fruitless direct comment on this application, we would like to take this opportunity to remind the Commission of an earlier discussion last week relating to the importance of the exact boundaries of a landmark site and the impact that a too closely drawn boundary might have on the integrity of an individual landmark. It could mean that by intimate contact with new construction outside, a once proud building could be reduced to a sort of para-building or small wood subservient to a alien superstructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The designation report describes this landmark interior as, quote, large, uninterrupted banking room interior surmounted by a central skylight, end quote. HDC found it inappropriate, therefore, that the banking counters are treated as interruptions. These fixtures are made of marble and have ornate grillwork. They are complete works of art in themselves and are not made to be taken apart and assembled somewhere else. They should not be removed. When this plan was designed, it was not viewed as losing 1/3 of the square footage to the counters, as the applicant argues. If the floor area was indeed too small, it would have been designed as a larger space, but it wasn't. What's more, there will be a 1,066-foot tower using part of this landmark site to fulfill its design, so there's plenty of room in the tower for retail or any of the other applicants' needs, and the fact they haven't found a tenant, they shouldn't be ripping things out in an interior landmark. Interior landmarks enjoy the same protection as any other type of landmark, and they are rare, with only 117 in the entire city. Yet, here again is a proposal to remove designated significant features. This is supposed to be an example of one of the most notable interiors of a bank in the city. How will it read that way if the things that made it a bank are discarded? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. So do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes.
44 years ago, I moved to Brooklyn. I had no idea that I would be living in Brooklyn for 44 years, or any idea that Brooklyn would change so much, particularly the downtown. I'll leave it to others to decry two tall buildings. I think they're exhilarating, particularly in downtown Brooklyn. Although I think too many of them, some of them were shown, pictures of them were shown, don't rise to the level of architectural excellence that we might have wanted. To me, this project is enlightened urbanism at its best. This is a personal view, where old and new are combined, where short and tall are combined in juxtaposition. To me, this is exhilarating, not a problem. It can be a problem in the hands of lesser designers. To me, this is incredibly thoughtful, worked out. The presentation was flawless. You moved right along, thank you, even though it was long and many things to present. It seemed to hang together. And the whole idea of creating the shape of this tall tower in a way that preserved many, or actually improved the vision of the historic landmark from various aspects of the street. It was thrilling to see such a concept unfold. I guess it's not really our job to opine on the various, but very interesting, at least from this architect's point of view, ways of designing the exterior of the building. But I think the massing is perhaps a little more germane. And I think what's been proposed here for the massing
as opposed to the slab is really very thrilling to see how that worked out. So I'm not going to comment on in detail. Maybe we should, but I think I'm not on the details of the exterior of the building. It seems to me the main thing is that it complements and is derived from the landmark building, and that's enough for me. The interior, equally important, and perhaps more important even for our deliberations here. There was testimony about it. I fully appreciate that the removal of some of the tellers will create a bigger, more usable space. And I think as you search for tenants, you should be able to explain that that's a possibility. But I would, for one, without a known tenant, would hesitate to remove those until you bring back a tenant who can show us exactly how and why they needed to be removed. But I don't think that should discourage you from suggesting that it might be possible, but let's just don't do it ahead of time. Thank you.
Other comments? Yes, Michael.
I agree with Fred. I think that, I agree with Fred in the specifics, but I would seek to frame it in a little bit different way. I think that this project poses a lot of interesting questions and kind of touches on a lot of interesting areas of how landmark sites interact with new development. And it's very similar to a previous wonderful shop application for the Steinway building, in that the same developer, is choosing to dip his toe onto a landmark site and therefore engages in this process to wonderful effect, I think. But I think that having done so, I think that we as a commission, and it's my opinion, should, if the design team, if the proponent is saying, I'm using the landmark as I'm proposing changes to the landmark because my design is compatible with the landmark, I think that opens the design of the new building to consideration to the same degree that it opens the massing or the degree of removal. I think that had they chosen to stay the heck off the site, they could have done as awful a job as many of the images they showed did on their sites. But I think they've chosen to engage with the architecture of the building and with the physical mass of the building. And I think that they've made arguments that have suggested that their building is compatible, complementary with the landmark, and I think that tie-in on their part invites the commission to do what I think is appropriate here, which is to look at the design of the new building as if it were, all on a landmark site. I don't see a real distinction, and I don't know the legal aspects of it, but it seems to me that in for a penny, in for a pound. But I think that this project comes up to that level. I think it is appropriate. And I think that from the first step to the last, I think that it's been very carefully considered. And I agree with the decisions down the line. I think that the approach is right on, the materiality, the integration of old and new, the detailing. I think it's great. I think that I support it completely. They've got a great team. The building has great quality. And for me, it's a model of how new development can coexist with a wonderful historic landmark, enhance it, and create a synergy that's appropriate to the day.
Okay, other comments? Yes, ready.
Yeah, I just want to, go ahead.
No, please. Go.
Okay. I just want to say, I also think it's a very elegant and beautiful building, and it's very respectful of the landmark, and that the dialogue of the elements which are related to the landmark that drove the design as the applicant presented are really going to make this new building present as a very special structure in the city. And I do think that it really gives the original landmark a setting in which it does breathe and present, continue to present itself in the way that it needs to and should. In the case of the interior, I think that most of the changes I can support. I do have some concern about whether they will need to move those taller gauges as Fred mentioned.
Yes, Andy. I agree with everything that's been said. The strength of the presentation and intention of approach here. I think it's interesting that this project also reveals the ways in which neoclassical architecture, which we're just calling here, landmark quality status, obviously, the way in which neoclassical architecture has always been unconventional, even, aberrant on some level. The way it always has moved the classical language in ways very much outside of their own comfort, and their rigorous rationale, right? And so even, the way that this is cited harkens, and not in at all specific ways, but in general to, let's say, the Piazza del Popolo, which itself was this kind of a strange interpretation of what had preceded it, 1,000 years before. So I think that this is interesting. We want to treat this as a kind of a sacred, historic remnant piece, and yet it itself was broke with conventions. On lots of levels. So I think that's interesting. And you too have taken the Mood project into a place that's almost, while it may be influenced by the language of the material language, the geometric language, it's a complete departure from the historic. It's not, it actually is only sort of in our minds. As geometry exists, that's the only place where a relationship really exists. I think that the only piece that I formally would still critique and would want for you to consider a bit further is the relationship between the base of your building and this very interesting unfolding and pleating geometry of the rest of the building. This kind of juncture is I think not successful yet, but I'm sure you'll be able to work it through. Anyway, great work on this. Thank you.
All right, other comments? Okay, I just want to say a few things. I agree with my commissioners over here. But for me, it was to think about how do you find appropriateness of a tall building next to a small landmark. And the proposal is to bring that height onto the landmark site. In the context of New York and its fine-grained, textured urban fabric, we've seen hundreds of cases where you have small landmarks next to very tall, modern skyscrapers. And often they do not diminish the impact of the landmark itself, its beauty, its qualities, its textures, its cornices, its articulation. And we see that when we're in the public realm along the street. And often then the high-rise building becomes a backdrop to the landmark itself. But I think here it's a very different situation. Go back to what Michael said, is the development team, and by the way, did an excellent job in this presentation, and walking us through the thinking behind this, chose not to do an as-of-right building. They chose to do something very different, and so I see this project has sort of three aspects to it. One is the restoration and the adaptive reuse of the landmark itself, both exterior and interior, and leaving aside some of the comments about the telecages themselves, I think the whole approach to this restoration is loving, caring, and very much furthering the goals of preservation. I think the second has to do with the new building, and it could have sat behind this landmark building and just been ubiquitous like others, but it didn't. The massing of the building and the tower kind of molds and folds and shifts around as it positions itself in the context of the landmark. And I think it does that in a very interesting, exciting, but ultimately a very respectful way. And it really does open up and tip its hat, nod to the primacy of the landmark. I think this site planning of this proposal is very, very exciting, and it opens up the landmark to different views and gives it a presence which I think is fabulous. And while historically that may not be the case, we see landmarks and we see the evolution of its context changing. And I think this is, again, a change in its context, but a very, very exhilarating, as Fred said, and positive approach to in fact, showcasing the landmark from different areas and allowing the public to have access to it. So I think the site planning of this and the choices to shift this tower is in fact, it doesn't detract from the landmark. In fact, I think it truly enhances it, and so I find that very appropriate. And then finally, I think the design itself, which, again, I won't pretend to try and design it, but I just hearing about it, the choice and the sensitivity to the material, it does allow us this opportunity of ensuring that this building behind the landmark is in fact going to be of an extreme quality that I think people around can appreciate. And I think just in terms of the urban context itself, I think it creates a spiral and a beautiful piece of architecture to mark a very, very important node and location in the Brooklyn skyline. All right, so any other comments? Yes, Kim.
I want to agree with you and what Fred has said and Addie has said, and it struck me that in many ways it's similar to the Parthenon sitting on, the Acropolis, in that it's embracing and surrounding and showing off the landmark building itself. So it's really adding to the site more than it's taking away from the site. And I applaud the project team and the developer for helping preserve the landmark.
Okay. Other comments? All right, so I think we can move to decision. The issue with the telecages, I would recommend that, again, they don't have a tenant. There may be a reason to, at a later stage, when they actually understand the program, to come back to us. I think that the telecages themselves and where they're located still allows for a lot of flexibility to use the space as retail. Even from the photographs, it seems the space towards the wall is in fact generous enough to accommodate different kinds of displays, or a restaurant could have tables there. The only area that I think perhaps there may be an argument to think about allowing for some change is where you have the telecages facing sort of the circulation into the space in the back. It's one area where, in fact, there already has been some changes, and they've already taken away some of that. And I could see that removal may still, I think, will enhance the flow, but not take away from its historic context. And I think that, I mean, my opinion, but I'm curious to know what the other commissioners think about that. Yes. So, yes, go ahead, Kim.
Is there a way for them to retain the ones that they might be removing and kind of like a PA layout, just have different layouts and be able to move these, I know it's marble, but move it around a little or have this become somewhat mobile?
You mean sort of relocate them within the space?
And then be able to be moved around at least.
Wouldn't it just be preferable to leave all of that alone for the time being until they get that tenant and they can come back to us at that point and do it as a cohesive whole rather than doing a piece now?
But I think Fred's point when we talked about that at the outset is I share that feeling, which is that I think that as a commissioner, I would say that that I'd be open to considering modifications to them in a way that was as minimal as possible, given the uses, the needs for the adaptive reuse. So I think that I don't view them as something that cannot change ever, but I think that once you come back with a real plan and we try to establish that it's as minimal a take as possible, I think that would be appropriate. So that gives them the ability to go out and market the space and say, hey, you can do stuff, come back with a plan. We're not going to not look at it.
Okay, can we just go to, I understand, but can we just go back to one of the slides which shows the existing condition, Victor? Right. So I think that if you look at this picture and you see where it's already turned at one point, that's the area where they're opening up into the area at the back. And because they're opening it up, when you view it from that side, you actually see the back of these tellers, right? So I think that's the only area that I feel perhaps we could allow for some modification to allow for opening it up.
Yeah, but I don't disagree, but I think that, who knows? You may get someone in there who wants to use those for something. I mean, when you do like when you do the ballrooms, like Cipriani, we've seen that they had to build these goofy little structures for the AV guys or some other use. So I think that, let's see what happens. I think it could be that you could do something creative with them and you wouldn't see the backs of the tellers. They can certainly remove the formica, they can certainly remove all the junk.
Commissioners feel similarly about that?
Yeah.
Just keep it for now, and let's come back with a real tenant, make a real case for the removal. Then I think that's doing our duty to them.
We all feel that we could have some flexibility on that.
Demolish them or remove them for generic retail space.
Right. Sorry, Diana, you were going to say something?
No, I was just saying that I think that most of us feel that we could have some flexibility with regard to that, but we'd just like to actually see the plan so that we know we're not just saying get rid of all of them, so to speak, or most of them, when there really isn't a need, or perhaps that the new tenant may actually find a really good use and adaptive use for them. So we want to be as conservative as we can while giving them the ability to be able to, conservative in the best sense, but letting the applicant understand that we're not saying we won't allow any change, but we do want to see whatever they plan.
Okay, so we'll see it in the context of an actual plan. Okay, all right, so then why don't we move towards decision and we'll make that modification. Okay, John?
In the matter of docket number 18-2034, 9 Dekalb Avenue, Dime Savings Bank, an individual and interior landmark. The application is to alter the designated interior and exterior, demolish a portion of the building, and construct a new building partially on the landmark site. I recommend approval with a minor modification, finding that the partial demolition of the existing 5-story annex, including visible side facades and non-designated interior spaces behind a portion of the Fleet Street facade, and the full demolition of the existing 1-story annex at the rear of the building will not result in loss of or damage to any significant architectural feature of the building. That the portion of the proposed tower building constructed on the landmark site will occur entirely behind the decorative Fleet Street facade and setback copper-clad penthouse to remain. That because of the angled shape of the tower and the point at which the tower sits on the landmark site, and due to the narrowness of Fleet Street, it will not be apparent that the tower is on the landmark site, that the views of and around the landmark building relative to the tower are better using a small portion of the landmark site rather than the as-of-right scenario completely off of the landmark site, that the proposed tower will utilize a series of setbacks, including a 4-story base, limiting its visual impact on the landmark building, that the height, massing, and alignment of the proposed building's 4-story base are consistent with the landmark building and adjacent properties, therefore reinforcing the street wall, that the tower base will be separated from the landmark building by a bronze metal reveal set behind the stone return of the decorative facade, thereby maintaining its reading as an independent 3-dimensional building, that the column forms and spacing and the variety of materials used at the proposed tower featuring bronze metal, blackened stainless steel, white and black marble, and gray tinted glazing will evoke the historic columns and be complementary to the historic materials of the landmark building. That the installation of the proposed entry doors on Fleet Street will entail the careful removal of marble and granite below 2 window bays, thereby limiting the amount of original fabric removed. That the base of the new entry returns will utilize salvaged marble and granite, creating a condition that harmonizes with the facade. That the proposed metal framed entry doors and transom will match the historic window infill in terms of their mullion configuration, details, material, and finish. That the removal of the non-original ATM installations and restoration of the original bronze entry infill and marble steps will eliminate unsympathetic alterations and return the Albee Square entry to a condition more in keeping with its original appearance. That the proposed double-paned metal windows installed at the interior side of the main banking hall will match the historic windows in terms of their configuration, operation, details, material, and finish, thereby reducing their visual impact. That the installation of concealed sprinkler heads at the interior lobby will occur only in non-ornamented flat areas of plaster at the ceiling, and they will be finished to blend in with the adjacent finishes extant within the lobby. That the removal of linoleum and carpet flooring located behind the teller walls and within the rotunda will not result in damage to or loss of any significant historic fabric, and that the proposed terrazzo and marble flooring will feature monochromatic finishes set in a decorative design that harmonizes with the original floor finishes and designs. However, I find that the demolition of the original marble teller walls and stations will result in the loss of a large amount of significant historic fabric that delineates the designated interior space and is indicative of the landmark building's historic use, and that the program for the new use of the banking hall has not been determined, therefore the removal of the teller walls and stations is premature. Therefore, I recommend that the marble teller walls and stations be retained in full for the time being along the Fleet Street and Dekalb sides of the banking hall, and that a greater extent of the teller walls and stations it be considered in the context of the use of the building, that various parts of this be retained or not retained at a later time.
Commissioner, then that should be modified to say all the teller cages to remain without that last modification. I was recommending something else. All the teller cages are to remain as they are right now. That's what you all decided.
Yes. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, next item is number 4 on the agenda. The application is for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 183038, 373 Decatur Street, located within the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is an alternate Renaissance revival-style flats building built in 1881. The application is to install storefront infill, awnings, and a painted mural sign.
If they were metallic cages, to a full hearing. You guys do need to okay, that better.
This right here, this is the full like 42 above the
You have the material.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ik ben Stock Preservation Staff and I present to you an application for 373 Decatur Street, which is located on the corner of Malcolm X Boulevard in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. 373 Decatur Street is an altered Renaissance Revival style flats building built in 1881 and includes a one-story commercial extension at the Malcolm X Boulevard elevation. The application is to install storefront info and awnings at the Decatur Street facade and along the Malcolm X Boulevard facade. The infill will feature operable casement windows at both facades and an operable door at the one-story extension on Malcolm X Boulevard. The second aspect of the application is to install a painted mural sign at the second story of the Malcolm X Boulevard facade. Ava Lansbury, the architect of the project, will present the first part of the application on behalf of the owner, who is also here.
Hi, I'm Eva Lansbury. We have here is the existing, this is a landmark tax photos from 1937, which includes a two-story metal wood combo storefront, and then on the second photo, this is the only the remnant of what the Market Street looked like. So what we're proposing is, and this is the existing site. Right now, it covers almost 100 feet, and it's a small 16-foot wide building. I believe that what we're proposing is a, does it go forward? There we go. Nope, backward, sorry. That the existing conditions right now is a roll-down gate, which we'd like to remove and keep the historical metal cornice. And the conditions are now that basically the roll gate is pretty much holding up the structure of the storefront at this point. We haven't removed anything that's with historical landmark. We do have one column in the center, or somewhat center in the space, that has a decorative front. It's like it's a Whitman column. What we are proposing is that the existing to remain is blue. It's the metal storefronts that will be restored and painted. Orange awnings. Orange is the metal cornice that we're trying to replace as best as we can to resemble what was there. The light blue here is possibly cast or little column, little columns to be about replicate the original intent of the thing. And the yellow is wood construction, and here we have a window header that's covered right now by a roll gate, and we won't know, we haven't been able to get into the tenant side of the front part of the building as of yet to do any investigation as to what's there and what's not. But we'll evaluate that after we remove the gate, and just if there's nothing there, would like to replace it with something decorative as what's in the front of the building here. That's the intent. Yeah, a little bit. Well, like what we're proposing is that the storefront glass originally was one single sheet, storefront glass.
Well, our design was basically based on the historic tax photos. Excuse me, my name is Charlotta Jansen, I'm the owner, and Eva came to my rescue to help me put this together. She's an amazing architect. I'm so grateful to her. She's done a lot of research. Basically, we worked with the old tax photos to come up with a design that was in keeping. We are a restaurant that is moving, that was on Dekalb Avenue for 17 years, and sadly, we have to move. We are getting priced out like everyone else, and we're not alone. But years ago, I was here presenting a mural, and I got help from the community, and I had over 700 signatures from my... I'm sorry, I'm really emotional about this.
So
It's very hard. But anyway, so we tried to come up with this design as best we can to marry the tax photos along with our old business that people recognize and people are welcoming us back and very excited about us coming. And especially the mural was close to my heart. And Dora Atkinson, at the time, a neighbor who can't speak anymore now, came in my defense and even presented when I was here at Landmarks as a neighbor in support of our mural, because 3 times I was turned down here for the mural, and I was told it was graffiti when I personally painted it. I am a painter, and for me this is a Gesamtkunstwerk. A Gesamtkunstwerk means a complete piece of work, and the reason I want it as a whole is we as a restaurant, we have a face, we have a facade, we have a mascot. We are not complete if we can't do it as a whole, and that is what I wanted to explain about that. Please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, to go back to the construction of the building, we are intending to replace the windows with not plate glass windows, but operable windows for ease of use and for the use of the restaurant. So there'll be casement windows on the storefront. We call this the cafe side, the restaurant part, and solid plate glass for the kitchen with a door. This will be a door that will be designed to match the exterior. It's not to be as an access, but more or less for equipment removal and replacement if we need to do that in the future.
Because stoves tend to be 36 inches wide and very big.
Okay.
And these are accordion accordion windows that will open up to the outside. And instead of the single plate glass window for the second floor, just single for ease of construction at this point. We are planning to use 4 colors. We found from the existing paint chips red from the column, and we also have some paint chips from the awning, which is also painted red with a salmon and a gold paint. And the existing paint on the brick is a cream. So we're proposing a white, a Benjamin blue bush blue for the metal, and the existing cornice metal, and the double-sided storefront to be red and dark red.
Okay. Are there questions? Any questions? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, just if you could, the size and positioning of the mural, what do you see as the precedent for that in the district or in the building specifically?
Pardon me?
I could barely hear you.
The size and the position, the placing of the mural, what do you see as things we could see as precedent for this, either on this building or other buildings in the district, that it's the appropriate size and should be at that height or whatever? That's what I'm asking for.
Our mural proposal is on the second floor and is 10 feet. The circumference of the circle is 10 feet.
Right.
That's what we have on the existing building right here. We also have band graphics on the awning and the storefront describing her. For historical context, these are a few of the restaurants that was in the previous proposal for landmarks for the mural way back when. These are,
I think 2004.
2004. And then here is some local storefronts in the neighborhood. But I found photos of the mural. Other murals, I was specifically found many in the neighborhood that period of time in 1937 and 1940. I also focused in Manhattan where they had restaurants where this is an entire building covered with the menu. Here's the pepper pot. It's covering the side of the building right next to, to say, the main street thoroughfare is on this street right here. There's a fish market in Decatur Street. And this is a paint store, but actually I like the Pepper Gray Cheese building, because this is the Pepper Gray Cheese building right here, to advertise their store and business in that period of time is a painted French mural of cheese, along with text. So I wanted to find historical references with text, graphics, or
These are
faces.
beautiful murals. I love them. I think they revive the street, and I know that, for landmarks, you wanted to not get a place like a McDonald's or a Burger King or anything like that, but we're an individual restaurant, and murals are our mascots. And I don't think at the same time we should all be seen, because that gives it, this corner will get a character from that, or it will have its character restored and something added.
Like indeed,
Okay, yes, Michael, do you have a question?
is the question addressed?
I think the question is with the precedents, and I think you showed some photographs. Is that
Yes,
right?
and if you look at
It's really that second floor and painted
This is the
signs.
second floor of the adjacent building, and there is a remnant of a ghost advertisement for cigarettes, which I think I stuck over, where'd it go?
Diana, does that answer your question?
Right here. This is like, I could decipher it was either a Salem or a Winston ad.
And that's an existing building, is that correct?
On the adjacent existing building.
Okay. On the second floor?
On the second floor.
On the second floor, okay.
And it's over 10 feet, it's like 20 feet tall.
Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers, Community Board 3 supports the application. Now, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Okay, where can I go? There are lots of things that they're doing over here, which is very nice. I think the fact that they're restoring the corner is a very positive move. I think it's an interesting question about the signage itself, and a painted sign. I know it's a part of the restaurant and its branding, and it's obviously very near and dear to the owner's heart. I think the question for us is, do we think that it's appropriate given what has happened or where there were signs historically in this neighborhood? I think for me, I could find it appropriate, and I think there are a couple of things. One is that it's a painted sign, it can be removed. I think there are some examples where there have been painted signs and they've faded over time. It is probably not something that we want to see everywhere, but I'm not sure we're going to also see commercial on the second floor, and that was there historically, so I think I could support it. Yes.
I think that the images, I agree with you about everything else. I think the images shown of painted signage were predominantly, not exclusively, but almost exclusively on party walls. And the difference here is that this is a corner building where even though this side may not have been the principal side of the building, it was definitely not a party wall. So I think, for me, all I would suggest that maybe when you see the few images that they did show of painted signs on principal facades were a little bit more better integrated into the architecture of the building. Either they were rectangular in between two windows, they were somehow located in a way that seemed to not fight the design of the building. So, and I think that you could probably do that here too without a whole lot of difficulties. Pepper Pot, party wall. Rikers, party wall. Fish Market is like a plaque, but it's on the first floor and it's kind of integrated into the storefront kind of zone. That one, the bottom left is one of the examples that is on a principal facade. I guess it kind of feels a little bit more part of the architecture because it's rectangular and it's kind of on the corner. I think they could work with staff to maybe try to tweak it a little bit so that it was more, either on the first floor next to the storefront or somehow, maybe just more integrated into the architecture. But it's not a big comment.
Okay, I think we can ask them to work with staff on that. The only thing I see in that sign that is, I think it's problematic, but sort of could be maybe adjusted is where you have you have the circle and logo, and then you have the restaurant, and the restaurant comes between the windows, and I think you can work with staff to find just perhaps just the right location, even if it's on the second floor, but how it relates to other features in the building. Make sense?
Yeah, I think it's, maybe you could preserve the round shape, but either on the second floor or between the two windows in a smaller context that,
Right, so we are supporting the logo, that you can put it there, it's just it's tweaking with it to get it to the right fit. Okay. Diana?
Okay, I'll just think what I do with this. In the matter of the certificate of appropriate use for Brooklyn 373 Decatur Street, the application is to install storefront infill, awnings, and a painted mural sign. Recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of the existing modern storefront infill will not eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the proposed storefront infill featuring wood profile framing with a dark red finish, paneled bulkheads, doors, transom windows, middle cornices, and cast iron columns is largely based on elements of existing historic fabric and historic documentation, and will recall the materials, configurations, and proportions of the original condition and historic storefronts found in the Bedford-Stuyvesant expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. The use of operable casement windows is in keeping with modern storefront infill found throughout the district. That the previously concealed historic cast iron column of the rear storefront will be exposed, and the two new cast iron columns replicas will be installed at the northernmost section of the storefront. That the materials, details, and finish of the new bay window will recall bay windows found in buildings of this age, type, and style, and which once existed at this location. That the historic metal cornice at the northernmost section of the storefront will be incorporated into the design. That the proposed decorative door pediment at the Malcolm X Boulevard facade will match the existing historic pediment found at the Decatur facade entrance in terms of details, design, and dimensions. That the presence of the mural sign, which advertises the name of the commercial ground floor business, is in keeping with the tradition of historic painted wall signs. That the brick masonry already has a painted finish, therefore the application of breathable acrylic-based paint for a wall mural will not conceal or significantly damage any architectural or historic features of this building. That the proposed mural is easily reversible and therefore will not permanently alter the facade. However, I find that the location and size of the proposed mural does not relate well to the facade features and will overwhelm the facade. And that so therefore I recommend that the location of the mural be studied with the staff to relate to the architectural features of the facade.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 5 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-1286, 599 Vanderbilt Avenue, located within the Prospect Heights Historic District. This is an Italianate-style store and flats building built circa 1878. The application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kate Forrest, Preservation Staff. Oh, sorry. The application is for 599 Vanderbilt Avenue, a store and flats building on the east side of the street between Dean Street and Bergen Street in the Prospect Heights Historic District. The proposal is to construct a one-story stucco-clad rear addition. This is the existing condition at the rear facade. The existing rear yard is L-shaped, seen here, and it's an L-shaped lot, and the gray area is a neighboring building on a separate lot. So both of these are, this is the neighboring building here. The addition will fill the entire L-shaped lot and be visible from Bergen Street, looking over a fence in the neighboring empty lot as shown here. The orange tape shows the mock-up. In this view, you will be able to see an upper portion of the addition. So it's here, here, here. The pictures here on the right are zoomed in. The proposal cannot be approved at staff level as the proposed addition reaches the lot line, removes the full width of the rear facade, and is visible from the public thoroughfare. The applicant is here and can elaborate on the proposal further.
Good morning, Tom Vanderbilt, NV Architects. So let me see if I'm getting this right. So this is the existing building in brown is what we're proposing as a rear yard addition. The little tail right at the back, that the portion that has the visibility was actually I think the term is adversely occupied by the building here. They had a little one-story addition until very recently. I think within the past year, that was taken down in anticipation of this owner recognizing that it was their property and then extending into that area. So what we're proposing, I think, is relatively simple. Again, it's a one-story addition in the back. This is the existing rear elevation, the portion that we're proposing to take out here is in gray. There's a shared, an odd condition of a shared fire escape with the neighbor to the north that remains. This is the section through our proposed addition. And if you go back, there's the corner building also has a one-story extension, so you don't see any of this except across this vacant lot. This is an active construction site. It's due to have a 5-story building, I think very similar to this building. These are both, this is the line of the district, so these are outside of the landmark district, but it's an active construction site at the moment. This is the proposed elevation to the rear yard of the neighbor, which is a rear yard that's sort of a cafe. It's a cafe space for the ground floor retail in that garden. Those are the views of the mock-up. This is the proposed plan. So this is existing. That's the shape of the yard. That's the portion that was adversely occupied with their little door to the room that's no longer there. And this is just the proposed plan that fills in that backyard. At the roof level, we're proposing one of the windows become a door. It's the existing opening. It's just having its sill lowered. And then there'll be a roof terrace with space for HVAC units to serve the building, which has 4 small apartments in it.
Okay. Are there questions? Yes.
Was the adverse occupation building the same size and shape as what you're putting there?
I never saw it.
It was the same height, but it was just a little shack that was just sort of, but it was also a 1-story.
So it looked worse from the street than it will now.
Yeah, it looked like crap.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right. Do you have any other questions? We can close the hearing. Comments? I think it's fine too.
This is pretty straightforward.
Unusual. All right, okay.
In the matter of 599 Vanderbilt Avenue, Prospect Heights Historic District, an Italianate-style store and flats building circa 1878. Application is to construct a rear yard addition. I recommend approval with modifications, finding.
No, I think we're okay with it as is.
Oh, we're just, okay. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage or remove any significant architectural or historic features of the building, that the building is located at a commercial end of the block, and the rear yard of the property is separated from the yards of neighboring properties by an existing structure at the rear of the adjoining lot. Therefore, the addition will not affect the central green space, and that only a portion of the addition will be minimally visible from public thoroughfare through a gap in the street wall at an oblique angle within the context of a taller secondary facades.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
The next item, Commissioners, is number 6, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 17-7985, 11 Fifth Avenue, also known as 1 to 11 East 8th Street, 2 through 10 East 9th Street, in the Greenwich Village Historic District, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 566, Lot 1, an apartment house built in 1953, and the application is to replace cladding and storefront infill and install signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm a Waterloo Preservation staff. The item before you is for 11 Fifth Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The building is located on the east side of Fifth Avenue between East 8th and East 9th Streets. The proposal is for the commercial base at the East 8th Street facade shown here. These storefronts were added shortly after the building was built. For your reference, these are the existing conditions of these storefronts. The security camera portion of the application is now being addressed at staff level and is therefore no longer part of the scope of work before you today. So, the applicant is proposing new standardized signage for all of the stores. The signage will be a silver anodized aluminum sign panel with acrylic letters. The panels will be 3 inches thick, and the letters will project 1/4 of an inch from the face of the panels, and will have an opaque vinyl cladding on the face so that they will be illuminated at the sides only. The applicant has brought a sample signage if you have further questions, and the designation photograph included with your handouts document that the storefronts had neon signage at that time. The applicant is also proposing new granite cladding, including removing the existing applied granite cladding at Store 1, which is shown here. It's the lighter hatch around this bay. And wrapping this bay projects, and wrapping this projecting portion in new granite cladding, as well as replacing the existing granite cladding at the base and piers at the remaining storefronts. This is a detail photo of that existing granite cladding with this edge. And the applicants are proposing to continue the granite cladding across this piece of aluminum and this return wall here. So you can kind of see how that works in plan instead of having this edge here. This is the work at the remaining storefronts, which are to be replaced with new infill matching the existing silver anodized aluminum storefronts. And then the remainder of the presentation details what is going to happen at the other return walls on the building, as well as provide a context for granite cladding and aluminum signage, or illuminated signage, excuse me, at the base of large apartment buildings. The applicant is here to further answer your questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Yes, yes. Can you see the sample, please?
That's the amount eliminated.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
Having irregular signage is very nice, which we often don't see with buildings with various tenants, so that's a plus. And I think the lighting, though, sometimes we have concerns about lighting that's pretty discreet. Yeah.
Okay, just, the building has an interesting font that it uses for the name of the building. Have you looked at that?
Yes.
Sorry.
Do you want the signs to be the same?
No, I'm just wondering.
Do we have the entry?
Yeah, but, do you have an image of it? No. I know what you're talking about, the cursive, very writing.
The main entrance is here, and unfortunately, we don't have a clear shot of it.
You could just see it on one of those other slides.
I think that was the Brevoort East, not the Fifth Avenue entrance.
There it is.
Yeah. That's our neighbor, that's our sister building. Oh, the residential entrance.
Okay. Michael?
Regarding 11 Fifth Avenue, also known as 1 through 11 East 8th Street, 2 through 10 East 9th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to replace cladding, storefront infill, and install signage. I recommend approval, finding the replacement of the existing storefront infill signage and granite cladding will not eliminate or conceal any significant architectural historic features, that the proposed storefront infill will closely recall the original storefronts added shortly after the building was constructed in terms of their configuration, proportions, details, and use of silver anodized aluminum framing, that the incorporation of granite cladding at the storefront bulkheads and piers at the eastern storefronts will utilize material originally used at the base of the building adjoining these storefronts and will maintain a unified composition in keeping with the character of the building. That the expansion of the granite cladding surrounding the western storefront will not alter the basic character of this framing element and will maintain a harmonious, proportional relationship with the storefront and facade. That the signage panels will be well scaled to the sign band and typical in terms of placement materials. That the silver anodized finish to the panels will match the silver anodized finish of the storefront framing elements and is compatible with the age and style of the building. That these storefronts featured illuminated signage when they were first added to the building. Therefore, the presence of illuminated signage will be in keeping with the signage types at these storefronts at the time of their construction or shortly thereafter. That the acrylic letters with opaque vinyl-coated faces will only be illuminated at the sides of the letters, creating a halo-lit effect. That the limited level of an uncoated acrylic and illumination at the sides of the letters, which will project no more than a quarter of an inch, will be consistent in character with the variety of illuminated signage found at storefronts at bases of nearby large apartment buildings, and that the cumulative effect of the size and quantity of the illuminated signage will not overwhelm the building or streetscape.
Any in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
The next item, Commissioners, is item number 7, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 174546, 35 to 37 Barrow Street, also known as 74 to 76 7th Avenue South in the Greenwich Village Historic District, Block 587, Lot 56, a commercial building built in 1921. The application is to legalize facade work completed in noncompliance with certificate of appropriateness 072981.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carly Bond with Preservation Staff. 35 to 37 Barrow Street is located at the corner of 7th Avenue South and Barrow Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This building was originally a one-story taxpayer building, which you can see in the time and designation photograph, as well as the tax photograph. These are the current conditions of the building. In 1973, the commission approved constructing an enclosed sidewalk cafe and adding a second story to the building. And in 2006, the commission again approved modifications to the enclosed cafe, which included new roofing, operable doors, and to replace the outer white wood brick on the 7th Avenue South and Barrow Street facades. Some portions of this work are in non-compliance with the 2006 approval, and the applicants are seeking legalizations of these conditions, which include the light fixtures, which are placed directly above the roof of the enclosed cafe, and the facade cladding. These are the drawings of the 2006 approval, which shows that the building was to have an elongated stretcher course of decorative brickwork at the second floor along 7th Avenue South, which wrapped onto the Barrow Street facade, as well as at the first floor, and a stucco band at the top of the sidewalk cafe, which also wrapped onto the Barrow Street facade. And we have the architect here, Daniel O'Connor, to talk about these conditions.
Speaker. So we were the original applicants in 2006, and so the drawings of the 2006 applicants were ours. In the execution of it, the previous owner of the building modified the order of the bricks slightly, in a sense that and you can probably see better in the printed presentation, but the orders, there is a banding of vertical bricks wrapping around, and the banding above the windows has been executed, but some of the detail at the top of the building got lost in the execution. The light fixtures that were in our original drawings were placed on the top of the building, and they're now located in the middle of the building, and that's about it in a nutshell. The roof, and so there's an existing enclosed sidewalk cafe that was re-roofed. So by roofing it with a higher pitch, I believe that's where the horizontal banding of stucco got lost. There was a banner sign that in the meantime was removed. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? The Community Board 2 recommends approval of the transom banding and lighting fixtures, but they deny the approval of any alterations of the subject of the violation until they have been brought to the Committee and Board for review in order to make a recommendation to the Commission. All right, but when you went to the Community Board, you identified what those changes were, what's in violation, correct? But for some reason, it seems like they were not aware.
Yeah. Oh, I believe everything was okay at CB2.
Okay.
There were no objections.
All right.
Nobody mentioned anything.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any comments? Yes, Michael.
It was clear that the intention of the approved design was to create some form of residual top or cornice to the building, and I think that'd be fairly simple for them to add one in lieu of that. That would be appropriate to the period of the building, either in wood or metal.
Okay.
I agree with that.
All right, why do we recommend them? Because there's good stuff on it.
Can I reply to that?
No.
There's no original fabric that's removed.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments? All right, Michael?
Matter of 35 to 37 Barrow Street, also known as 7476 7th Avenue South in the Greenwich Village Historic District, an application to legalize facade work completed in non-compliance with the C of A 072981. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that Very little historic fabric remains on the building, and no historic fabric is visible from the building's exterior. The existing brick cladding displays a level of articulation that recalls the original brick detailing of the 1921 commercial building, specifically the band course of soldier course brick at the Barrow Street facade, splayed soldier course lintels, header course brick bands, and cast stone sills at the Barrow Street and 7th Avenue facades. That the current location of the light fixtures directly above the sidewalk enclosure is discreet and calls less attention to the installation than the previously approved light fixture location at the building cornice. That the work is in keeping with the intent of the original approval, and the work is supportive of the historic character of the building and historic district. However, the previous commission approved required distinctive brick banding at the second story, which both recalled the brick detailing in the 1921 commercial building and acted as a cornice terminating at the building. Therefore, I recommend that a simply detailed metal or wood cornice be added to the upper edge of the front facade.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 8, an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 183418. This is 70 Pine Street, the city's service building, individual and interior landmark. This is an Art Deco style scraper designed by Clinton and Russell and Holton and George and built in 1932 with an Art Deco style lobby. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of signage.
Good afternoon, Victor Tamani, President and staff. This is 70 Pine Street. It's both an individual and interior landmark. The proposal today is to establish a master plan at the base of the building for signage, which will include blade signs, projecting signs, illuminated signs, which will be installed at the interior face of glazing, pin on the signs, and vinyl signs. And this is a view looking down Pine Street. The site slopes towards Pearl, which is around the corner.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cast staff, Alert, Higgins, Place, and Partners. Thank you, Victor. I'm here with Torsten Foster from CBB Jacobs Architects. Our client, George Valios of Rose Associates, unfortunately, sort of last minute wasn't able to join us today. We're working with Rose Associates, who is now, as you know, they're undertaking a building-wide rehabilitation of the building and adaptive reuse to convert this commercial building, really spectacular lower Manhattan skyscraper, to residential use. And the proposal that we're showing you today is a part of that adaptive reuse to bring new uses, commercial uses, retail commercial uses to the base of the building. And as Victor described, this is a storefront master plan, a signage master plan for the base of the building. 70 Pine Street is a 66-story skyscraper. It really, these photographs, particularly this one, you see it in the context of the Woolworth Building and 40 Wall Street. It really is one of the great lower Manhattan skyscrapers. The building itself is situated on three street frontages. This is a view east on Pine Street, looking downhill toward Pearl. It fronts onto Pine. It's a 250-foot frontage on Pine, about 150 feet on Pearl, and then another 250 feet on Cedar Street. And it slopes significantly down to the east, so that there is a first floor here, and then when you get to Pearl Street, there's a lower level here. So this is the first floor, and this is the lower level. We'll refer to it as we go around the building and look at the elevations. These are photographs prior to the start of the building's conversion. There's a sidewalk bridge in front of the building now, but these images sort of illustrate what it looked like prior to the start of work. I should point out, too, as you'll see, the greatest concentration of signage is along Pearl Street. Pearl Street has a different character than Pine and Cedar. There was an elevated train which ran down Pearl Street. The southern extension of 3rd Avenue elevated ran really right at this level, and there's a different sort of character, sort of a greater commercial character on Pearl than on the other streets around the base of the building. So this is a floor plan at the first floor. So the main entry on Pine Street is here. This red outline just designates the area of interior lobby designation. All the work that we're discussing today is on the exterior. And the way the master plan is organized really is by sort of lease area, that's clear in the elevations. But as Victor described, there are really 4 signage types. There's decal signage in the windows. There are blade signs that project off the piers, and then dimensional letters on Pearl Street, and then 3 interior illuminated signs. And you'll see these as we go around the building. So you get a sense of the scale of the building, and as I said, we've got a long frontage on Pine and Cedar, and then about 150 feet on Pearl Street. This is the lower level, so really this is the area that fronts onto the street on Pearl Street, and there's signage at those entries proposed there as well. Some existing photographs, these are images primarily on Pine Street. You get a sense of the architecture of the building. There are aluminum spandrel panels and mullions with this polished granite base, and then the carved limestone above. The views on Pearl Street, this is, again, Pearl here and the Cedar here. At the start of the project, there was a restaurant tenant that had dimensional letters attached to the granite and a little canopy over the entry, and that tenant has moved out, but we're looking sort of for similar signage types as part of this proposal. And then along Cedar Street is sort of the back side of the building. If it has one, there's a service entry there, and the restaurant space just turns the corner from Pearl up to Cedar Street. So turning to the elevations to give you a sense again of the run of the street, it's also important, I think, to note that Pine Street is 25 feet wide. It's got to be one of the narrowest streets in the city. So we have some projecting signage on this frontage, as well as Pearl, and it's particularly important given the narrowness of the building. It's hard to sort of get away from the building to see the building in frontage. These blue markers represent decals. These are just sort of small decals that would be in the windows. There's a 18-inch by 18-inch blade sign proposed here, an 18-inch projection, 18-inch by 82-inch tall blade sign here. The rest of these are all decal signs. There's an interior illuminated sign behind the glass that's proposed here. And then at the corner, there's a projecting sign at the corner. It's a 3-sided sign. It's 16 inches square, and it's 82 inches in height. We have renderings toward the end that will show you sort of how that looks. And then turning the corner onto Pearl Street, most of this signage, as I said, is decal signage that will just go into the windows. And then there's signage over the individual bays that's just a adhesive attached dimensional letter that will go over the entries, and then blade signs on the piers.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Is it envisioned that the occupant of the basement level and of the first floor level are the same occupants?
No, it's a good question. They're separate occupants. So this actually, there's a tenant that's signed on here. They're this level and the lower level. So the idea is this will be a separate tenant.
How do I get to the upper level retail spaces, the first floor retail spaces?
So that, you come in through, let me just back up, just to talk about circulation. So that's this space here, at what we call the first floor. So you can come in here and go up the stairs, or you can come in more or less at grade and circulate through the lobby to here.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So in the elevations, you can see we've designated the different tenant spaces, and that's why there are different signs over, this space. It's important to have signage allowance for this area and this area because it's envisioned that those are separate tenants. And the elevations designate what the different tenant spaces are envisioned. So it's a combination of the blade signs, decals, sort of all the sign types here, and then this is an illuminated sign as it's envisioned at the center of the elevation. And then turning the corner onto Cedar Street, really primarily decals. Everything sort of west of this line really is building signage, wayfinding, and then this decal signage is associated with the tenant. So we've got this corner blade, illuminated sign, and the dimensional letter there. So that just sort of gives you a sense of sort of the designations and locations of the signs, giving you a sense of the decals. This is just sort of typical decal signage that's in the windows, and then there's a blade sign that's shown here. This is the westernmost bay now on Pine Street, adjacent to the building entry. Continuing down, sort of other decal signage. This is the other blade sign, a bit taller, at 82 inches. This is a separate tenant now. This tenant next to the building entry just has a single bay. This tenant has 4 bays along the narrow Pine Street. Sense of what the decal signage looks like for the building. These are just going on the doors. Continuing down toward the corner. So now this is at the corner, this is Pearl, and this is the Pine Street frontage, giving you a sense of the corner sign and the blade signs. And then as we turn the corner, again, these decal signs probably are more prominent on this elevation than the signs themselves would be, but you get a sense they're on the doors, and then dimensional letters above these, and then a blade sign on the piers.
Can I ask, how deeply are the windows set in behind the pillars?
At this level, or here?
At the first floor.
This floor.
Is there a significant jam on the sides, or is it fairly tight?
It's fairly tight. Or I can go back here, let's go back to the photographs.
Doesn't look that tight. Looks like there's a fair amount of setback there.
You're envisioning that as an attachment point of something?
I'm just asking. Okay. At the moment.
So this is the northern side of the Pearl Street elevation of the decal signage and the other sign types. And then turning the corner onto Cedar Street, so dimensional letter here, and then primarily decal signage, and then a lit sign on the inside. And then there are a series of, these are the other decal signage, a series of details relative to these individual sign types. There's been an effort to sort of minimize the attachments onto the buildings, the physical attachments. So this dimensional letter, it's a 9-inch tall brushed aluminum letter that goes with the sort of white metal character of the building. It's supplied with an adhesive as opposed to being pin mounted, so that as tenants change, we're not filling multiple holes. The blade signs will have a sort of permanent armature, and then the panel that holds the sign, which can be swapped out, actually having to change out the penetrations in the side of the building. Some details on those blade signs, a sort of simple aluminum bracket, also brushed aluminum with a sign panel that will slide in and sort of fit within that frame. The corner signs, as I said, these are non-illuminated. They are attached at the corner with a 3-sided sign, 16-inch by 16-inch and 84 inches in height. There are 2 of them at the corners of Pine and Pearl and Cedar. And then a rendering just giving you a sense of this signage as it would be installed, with the blade signs on the piers, and then the dimensional letters over the signs, over the storefront openings, and the lit sign behind the glass. Again, this is a master plan, so there's an effort toward uniformity, but obviously we don't have tenants yet in all these spaces to show you precisely what the information will be, but the effort is to sort of have a uniform treatment around the base of the building.
And that's on the corner, what's that?
This signage? Right, so these are the 2 sort of 3-sided blade signs, let's say, that attach to the outer corners of the stone piers.
I don't see any historic photographs or images of the type or the font, and it seems like that's really an issue here, not just the name here, but what does it look like?
I think that hasn't been determined yet. We're really focused just on the size of the material, but we haven't gotten, and I don't think necessarily that there would be a prescribed font. Typically, whether it's Rockefeller Center or other buildings with multiple retail tenants, my experience has been there's a sort of an effort to sort of make the material and the size of the letters uniform, but have some flexibility in terms of the design of the letters themselves.
Right, well, the captain's catch is not good.
Right.
So how do we... I know, but there's no, I don't see an alternative, or what might be better next time.
Is it the font or the sign type?
Right, both. Font especially.
Our feeling was that, so historically, just to go back to your initial comment, historically, from the photographs that we found, that there was no signage at this level. There were signs in the upper floor windows, but this building had a very different personality historically in that you didn't enter the commercial spaces from the outside. Everything was entered from the lobby. So those storefronts, we'll just sort of go back quickly to this ground floor plan. Historically, this was a very sort of inward-facing building, so you would come in to the lobby, and then there were entries into these spaces from the inside. Even at the lower level, there are sort of interior storefronts. So as part of the adaptive reuse of this building, and part of your review, we were at a hearing 2 or 3 years ago to introduce new entries around the base of the building, get people in from the sidewalk. This is sort of the last chapter of that story. So historically, there wasn't much signage, if any, at the base of the building, so this is a sort of a new element at the base of this 66-story building.
Yes, Michael?
So, can you go back to the rendering? This is Pearl Street, right? So I guess, now, according to the plan, wouldn't there be decals on all of the first floor windows on this level too?
There would be, I guess.
They're kind of not showing up too well.
Sorry, they're not showing up.
Okay. And what about this particular building makes you feel that the blade sign is necessary? What about, or appropriate? Let's put, necessary is not an issue, appropriate.
These blade signs, or?
Generally.
Well, I think the narrowness of the streets does have something to do. You don't approach this building from across town street. So, you're typically coming at this building from a sideways away. So blade signs, I think, are sort of more important, let's say, for use. Now, that doesn't necessarily answer your appropriateness question. I think these are sort of discrete signs anchored onto flat masonry. So in terms of thinking about bracket signs and even the staff rules for bracket signs, these fit within that concept. Obviously, this is an individual landmark. One of these is larger than what the staff rules will allow for. But I think in terms of the really in detail, we thought about it sort of in the context of what the staff typically can approve, and then thinking about the geometry of the streets around it and the sort of narrowness, we think it's an appropriate and useful installation type.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Any other questions? Yes, Kim?
Were there historically any corner signs, this three-sided sign you have on the OP in a corner detail?
There were no signs there, no. So it's a new sign.
And you have some illuminated signage?
The only illuminated signage is inside, so there are 3. Elevation, the first level.
Okay, any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Yes, please come forward.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC found the blade signage excessive. The street grid is tight and they're also narrow, diminishing the need to see signs from far away. Also, with shops in the bottom of this skyscraper, the building itself is an advertisement. Finally, clunky signs on the corners of Art Deco skyscrapers are not encouraged. Neither are poking holes into the limestone to hold it up. And on another thought, the Empire State Building has storefronts in the bottom, and there are no blade signs at all. There's a simple sign band with Art Deco font. That could be something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? The Community Board 1 recommends that the Commission approve some measure of the master plan, but to scale down the scope and examine each signage as discussed and eliminate the corner three-sided blade sign altogether. Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We can close the hearing. All right. Comments? So just going back to, I think, yes, go ahead, Kim.
I'm not thinking that the three-sided corner signs are appropriate at all. Besides, they're blocking the detail. It's just they look clunky.
I'm with her.
I'm with her, too. Any other comments? Yes.
I think generally this is way too much signage. I think that, I remember when the lobby came through and the adaptive reuse of the base, and it's all good. It's great that the building's being repurposed, and and we should do what we can to facilitate that. But I think that thinking about other Art Deco, large individual landmarks that have been repurposed in a similar way, the degree of signage that we permitted was much less. I'm thinking of one of the AT&T buildings in Tribeca where we had a very similar situation. We really said that the signage should be clustered around the entrance to the store itself, and that and I'm thinking of another project, I think, in the municipal building in Brooklyn, that we looked at reducing the amount of signage on the second floor in the windows. I think that in general, it's just too darn much. And I agree with the testimony about the blade signs. I think because you're so close here, because it's such a tight street, you don't need the blade signs. I don't know of a whole lot of precedent for original blade signs on Art Deco buildings of this kind. And I really just don't see the need at all. I think they should go back and cut it back.
Okay. And one of the things I'm looking at, the two renderings that we have, so page A24 and page A23, and it seems that if we're talking about, do the other commissioners feel that the signage is excessive? Okay, so I think one of the things we can think about is whether they need really any blade signs at all. And it seems they have the ability to sign their retail space with just the sign above. And I think the corner sign, of course, I think, as Kim said, I don't think anybody supports that. And if you go to the next page, which is A24, here you see a situation where you have signage at the decals themselves. I think over here, as long as the decals are fairly small and restricted in size, and it's limited as a part of the master plan, I think they may be okay. But again, even in this rendering, you see another blade sign, and it seems unnecessary. So I would recommend that we ask them to eliminate the blade signs and support
One thing that we did see that I thought was better than the blade signs recently, we've seen it again, I think just last week with the One Wall Street, was that One Wall Street? Where they have jam signs instead of blade signs. And you do have some depth on these jams, and I think that an adhered jam sign would be much preferable to me to a blade sign. And I mean, just looking at...
Maybe we don't even need that, maybe with the signs that they have right now.
Look at 24, I think even that's a whole lot of signage. I mean, for such a building you experience close up, why do I need to have the upper level of lettering? You know, the main person interacting with this is interacting with it on a pedestrian level, so I don't really see the need for two tiers of that either. I don't think that it's really enhancing the landmark in any way, and I don't think you're inhibiting the use a whole lot.
Well, I mean, okay, that's, I don't have a problem with the amount of decals that they have over here, but other commissioners?
I agree with Michael. I think the testimony's comparison to the Empire State Building was apt. I mean, this is a very narrow street, and if the Empire State Building on 34th Street and Fifth Avenue can attract people with that limited amount of signage at that particular heights, et cetera, so can this building on a street that's 25 feet wide, and the other streets aren't even that much wider than that on either side of it.
I'm thinking about Empire State Building. I'm not sure what the signage is on the ground floor, just offhand right now, so...
Because I'm in it every day, but...
They have real storefronts with a heavy-duty cornice, like a heavy band of very three-dimensional letters. I don't know about decals.
I don't know what the decals are over there either.
It's really different, though, because it's in Midtown. It's a tourist attraction of itself. I think there are arguments to be made in the other direction, but I think you got to judge the building by its situation.
I'm looking at this, and it's a big building. It has large facades, and I don't think that the signage is going to detract from that. And or maybe the minority, but I think that with some changes, I could accept it, but I don't know if it has to. I mean, we could think about restricting the decals themselves. What's the suggestion here?
I guess I feel like the decals are, very removable, so they're less of an issue. Also, that if they do have a second floor tenant, although as it's at least they have, it's the most discreet way to identify the second floor tenant instead of having some other signage. I think if we get rid of the blade signs, that's my biggest concern.
I would suggest that for the first floor tenants on the streets where the first floor is not the floor that you enter, you've got four decals per window. I'm sure that, since that's not where you enter the store, I'm sure that fewer stickers per window could still get the effect of saying, all right, well, that's where Duane Reade is, I should go there, plus displays in the window, plus things that are set back more than 18 inches and thus out of our purview. I think there are probably ways to reduce those decals without significantly harming the ability to rent the space.
I agree. It's an individual landmark, and the closest we can keep it to that early rendition of the building is the best we can do.
First floor, they've also got to remove, upper area, transom. You could just not have them in the transom for one. You could just sit the other way.
Or pick one.
Okay.
Well, but do we want some uniformity versus, because we've seen different master plans. I remember one where it was a menu of different signs and different tenants could, you remember that? But, right, which is very different than here. But I think over here you may want to have the uniformity, and so, okay, I'm going to make a suggestion that, so no blade signs. We reduce the amount of decals at the window. And I'm just trying to see, and I think the decals at the second floor level, or the level that's...
First floor level.
Yes, complete that thought for me.
When you enter on the basement level, which I guess is Pearl Street and Cedar, the lower part of Cedar Street, the lower part of Decatur Street, that we would ask for the reduction of the number of decals in the first floor windows, which are not the ground floor windows.
Understood, means of the second.
And in terms of the lettering onto the marble, I'm actually opposed to it entirely, but if it exists, then, is it marble or is it granite, I'm not sure, then I think it should be uniform, deco, studied type.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so it seems right, maybe you should come back, and I think you've heard our comments, and just come back with a revised master plan that incorporates our suggestions. I think it's better that you come back and, okay.
Thank you.
Now we won't get done by one. Okay, so...
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:20.
Consistent signage
There are two schools of thought. There's the present the reason for the first time, or right. This is an observation that was included when they gave the board because somebody's building. That's too much to try to. Right. Exactly.
I did. Okay, I mean, let me show you, because you asked.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner-Cunese.
Commissioners, sorry, we're switching, we're going to switch items. We're doing, this is item 11, an application for certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 182450. This is 2 Park Avenue, the 2 Park Avenue building, an individual landmark. This is an Art Deco style office tower designed by Eli Jacques Kahn and built in 1926 to 28. The application is to install rooftop water tanks and HVAC equipment and construct an elevated bulkhead.
Good afternoon once again, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner-Cunese, Preservation Staff. 2 Park Avenue is an individual landmark located on the east side of Park Avenue and occupying the entire block between East 32nd Street and East 33rd Street. The proposal is to construct new water tanks and a new elevator bulkhead and replace HVAC equipment at the roofs, all of which will be visible from public thoroughfares. I'd now like to introduce Ask Staffelberg, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
Thank you, Julianne. Cass Stackenberg, Gibbons Space Marketing Partners. Here with Joe Menino of Group PMX, who is the owner's representative on the project. Brian Cooney from Design Republic, who's the project architect, is in the elevator on his way up here. So we will begin, and Brian will probably take over in just a minute. So as Julianne said, there are sort of 3 components to this project at 2 Park Avenue. It's all mechanical upgrades at the top of the building, and there are 3 elements. Taking no longer, older water tanks from inside the building and installing wood water tanks on the roof, extending an elevator up to the roof, bulkhead to the roof, which is now going to serve the top floor of the building, which currently is not served by the elevator, and replacing a chiller on the back of the building with a smaller chiller but that is visible. This is 2 aerial views of the building. This is 2 Park here and here. The work is taking place up at this level. There are existing cooling towers here. The chiller is actually going here. The elevator bulkhead is being extended here, and the water tower, water tanks will be installed on that roof. The building, designed by Eli Jacques Kahn, was completed in 1928. It's a commercial loft building. It's a historic view, obviously, from 1928 on the left, and the photograph from the designation report. The work that we're proposing will not be visible in this view. This is sort of the electronic view of the building. The visibility really is from the south on Park Avenue South and from the west over the back of the building. Generally, this is an existing axonometric of the roof and a proposed. So this is the location of the water tanks in the building, and the proposal is to install 2 wood water tanks on dunnage on the south side of the roof, extruding an existing shaft at the center of the roof up so that elevator service can be provided to the uppermost floor of the building. And then this is the chiller unit that's being replaced and downsized with a new unit here on the back of the building. Joe's going to speak to you about the origins of the project, and then I will take you through the proposal.
Thank you, Joe Mayo with Group PMX, the owner's representative that was hired by Cushing Wakefield who manages the building. So I know we're kind of summarizing the 3 main points. I will want to state that this is something that Cushing Wakefield has been looking at this building for a couple of years, and how to activate those 3 floors. How to activate the roof terrace, and there was a lot of thought given to how you do that. And there are some constraints that are sort of led to these proposals. One, I'll start with the elevator bulkhead. So there is no service to the 28th and 29th floor. So to activate those 2 floors for ADA purposes and other convenience, we are installing a bulkhead. The bulkhead will be made with the same material as the building, brick. The engineering of the bulkhead, the overrun of the elevator is causing that height. In addition, the 2 roof tanks, currently there's a steel tank that basically has exceeded its useful life. And, we looked at options there about, where is the best location for the tank. And because of the structural considerations of the building, we basically took the existing location and basically raise it in the same grid system so that to leverage the existing buildings, a robust structure there to support those existing tanks. Otherwise, if we looked at other locations, we'd have to reinforce the building significantly down to other floors that currently have tenants. In addition, we looked at what materials appropriate. We looked at the steel tanks, we looked at wood tanks, and we really came to the conclusion of the wood tanks. The sizes of those are based on the requirements for the building. They're two 25,000-gallon tanks. The location is based on the structural grid. We're also confined to some of the existing constraints with some chimneys, obviously the parapet, and clearances to service the tanks. Those tanks will rest on steel dunnage that will be shown there. We took great care to try to minimize the height of that dunnage. And the other component, the minor component of the chiller in the back, we're leveraging the existing structural platform there that has a current chiller. So once again, we've looked at this for a while. We feel that, we've looked at many options and felt that based on the engineering, based on guidance from our preservation consultant, guidance from our architect, and our structural engineer, that we sort of reach these conclusions. I'm going to hand off the presentation now to Brian Cooney, who's with Design Republic, the architect, and he'll go more in depth into the rest of the slides.
All right. So moving from kind of the 28th floor up, I'm going to show you the existing slides and the new plan, which the water tanks and floors now reside. So on the 28th floor, the existing water tank takes up 2 stories, double height space. You can see it here on the left side. Also, the new elevator bulkhead, we'd be raising it from the 26th floor up. So that's located in the center. And the last piece is the new HVAC unit, which we're putting on the existing dunnage in the same place. So as we remove the tank, we would fill in the slab, and the double height space would be now a single height space. And we also have the new elevator shaft and the new HVAC unit in the same place. 29th floor, again, double height space, tank is removed, elevator shaft is then demolished in the center of the floor plan, and the existing HVAC unit is demolished again. Here you can see, so right now this is, double height space, 20 and 29 are now occupied floor. We have a elevator shaft in the center and the dunnage. Now here on the roof, this box just indicates the area which the new tanks are going to be installed. We're going to have to do some roof updates and dunnage installation in that location. This is the footprint of the new elevator bulkhead and the location of the HVAC unit. You can see here we have the 2 tanks located right in the structural grid location of the existing, just so they could use the same support system for these. Also, you can see around, there's clearance around the whole edges, the chimneys, and the parapet, which are kind of framing the location where it is. The centralized elevator bulkhead is right here. Above, on the about 12 feet up from the roof level, it's the machine room for this elevator. And you can see the HVAC unit in the back. Here is an overall elevation of the entire building 2 part. This is the Park Ave forward elevation. And we wanted to just show this just to give you a scale of the roof elements and what is there previously and what is there now. So you can see the tank and the new elevator bulkhead in the center. And you wouldn't, since the spacing the street, you wouldn't be able to actually see this entire elevation. This is just to give you a scale of the elements on the roof. So here is the existing section of the top penthouse spaces. Here, we just wanted to indicate all the existing elements which are on the roof. So you can see the existing stair bulkhead, chimneys, and other elements for all infrastructure. So going back from this to the new, so the existing tank is situated right here, and the new one is directly above it. Going forward, this is the north-south section, so you can see the tank in the left and all the existing elements. And then the new tank location, the new elevator bulkhead next to the existing stair and the other existing stair bulkhead. I'm just going to flip to the existing elevations, then new. So the existing elevations, you can see, again, all the upper roof elements, and then the new roof elements that we're proposing.
And the mechanical room for the elevators on top of the elevator?
Correct, because it needs to serve the 29th floor, we need overrun, and then the mechanical room on top of that.
And the mechanical room is not technically capable of being next to it?
It can't, no, just the way these elevators are situated, the existing shafts need to be on top.
These new elevators?
Yes. So this is the side elevation, I believe this is the 32nd Street elevation. So this is directly in front of where the tank is. So you can see the tank and then the access rail on the side. This is a 33rd Street elevation. You can see the existing HVAC unit, which we're removing, and the new one in place. Also, you can see the new bulkhead and the tanks. This is the back elevation of the building. So this is the more mechanical side of the building. So you can see there's the existing chillers, which serve the entire building, and their machinery below. The existing HVAC unit and access on top, and the dumpage. And what we would be doing is replacing kind there with the HVAC unit. There's a new bulkhead, and the new tank is on the right. Going through this is a study based on the mock-up which we installed on the roof of the building. Just for visual purposes, we want to show that this is what we installed on the roof to show the form of the two elements on the roof. So this whole entire form basically encompasses both tanks. So what we built was just one solid rectangle because two circular units would have been much easier to build, much harder to build. And then over there is the elevator bulkhead. So this is just showing what the mock-up is actually representing. So you can see here, so the form on the left is our mock-up. And you can see this is a northwest view from I think 31st Street, looking up. So this is the front Park Ave side and the penthouses above. And this is moving closer from that same vantage point across the street. So this is again looking northwest. And this is on before that was 30th, I believe this is 31st. And 32nd is here, and then we're looking up at the penthouses there. Moving forward, this is from the side. This is from 31st Street looking through two buildings. And again, you can see adjacent buildings also have wooden tanks, which you can see popping up in the side. This view is looking east, essentially, just northeast, looking from Madison Ave. And looking up, you can see a portion of the tank at the top here. This is the back elevation of the building. The one I explained is more mechanical. So the existing chillers are back here and a lot of the infrastructure for the building. On the left, you can see a little bit of the elevator bulkhead, and then you can see the tank in the top right. This is a study that we worked with Higgins Quaysbarth on, and it was just in capturing all the existing tanks which are in the neighborhood that are part of the context of the neighborhood. So this is a view from the roof of our building, just showing all the water tanks and all the adjacent buildings. On the right slides, you can see these are larger buildings that have a roof tank on top of the building. Again, these are continuing the study in the area, showing the roof tanks, existing roof tanks on buildings that are surrounding ours.
Thank you. Questions? Any questions?
Yeah, just, did you enlarge the tank? You had for many years the existing water tank on the lower floor, and it's a double high space.
Right.
What prevented you from using the water tank within the existing double high space?
So the water tank in the existing space it was the original water tank. They had redone the interior lining, but it needed to be upgraded. And they wanted to take the opportunity to upgrade it to also use it as tenant space, move it up, and improve the infrastructure for the entire building. And because they did that, there would be not a long switchover period where their building would have no water. So they can immediately do this.
What do you mean tenant space?
Making new office space. They're throwing in a couple of new floors.
Yes, Michael?
Now, can you go to the page 10, floor plan, roof plan? Sure. Is there a reason why the tanks could not be placed adjacent to the elevator bulkhead? Why they have to be in the most visible spot from the south?
It really has to do with the structure, because we researched putting it multiple other places, but because of the columns and the structural considerations, if we moved it anywhere else, we would have to reinforce the building all the way down through, I think, about 10 floors, something like that.
Because you do have columns under there on page 8, right? Bang. Right, there's 4 columns right there,
It's
no?
the size of the column. These columns were sized for the existing water tank. So anywhere else, it's less large, just a smaller column, and it couldn't support the weight, so we'd have to really reinforce.
In your existing condition, you said that the water tanks are in a double height space, is that correct?
Correct.
No, it doesn't seem to be. I'm looking at the section, and I'm reading it wrong, I think, perhaps.
So right now, so this is a 27th floor. Technically, it's a triple height space, sorry, excuse me. I misspoke.
okay.
So it's 27, and then this is the entire penthouse space. So their volume doesn't...
I'm just trying to understand that the dashed sort of area, which you say is existing water tank, is that the water tank?
This is the water tank. This is the existing one we're removing, and then...
Right, so it doesn't, if that's the volume of the water tank, it doesn't seem that it needs a double height space, does it, or a triple height space?
The volume of water, it does need that.
Okay, so maybe I'm not
It's also just graphic.
Right,
For purposes, I believe the tank's actually a little bigger. This is just to show what was there and where it's moving to. So how we size the new tanks, it's essentially the same exact size as this tank. It's just because of the different form, because we did circular tanks, they had to be higher and...
Ask you a question? Let's say that, just go to 14, which I think is next, right? Or 14. There you go. So now what used to be 2 spaces vertically is 3 spaces, right?
So what used to be 1 space?
Well, all right, one space with structure and
structure.
right, is now 3 spaces.
Yes. So now it would be...
Oh, I see, it's this way.
1 space below, and then then double height space above.
Oh, so wait a minute, go back to 14. I'm seeing 2 sets of floors in there that are new. Am I mistaken? Look to your right, there, what's that? Oh, that's already there, and that's just on the front?
No, sorry,
So just to summarize, we're not adding floor area to the building. What we're doing is on that side of the building, the space is basically 3 stories. The tank sits like the steel sits here in the tank, sits there. These floor plates are there. What we're doing is propose to relocate that. This floor plate comes out, and the 28th floor now becomes a double height space. The 27th floor, which currently exists, which we activate the outdoor roof terrace, becomes 1 story. So it's really a resetting of those 3 floors.
So given that you're doing this significant structural work on the top 3 floors, would it be possible to set the water tanks partially within the envelope of the building so that maybe you could gain a little bit less real estate, but there'd be less visibility? Or just redistribute less real estate, but there'd be less visibility?
Like sink it down possibly?
Yeah.
Because we still got 2 floors.
Right.
But maybe they won't have the same height or something.
Right.
I think we looked at that, and we were worried about the swimming pool effect of that, just in case...
But wasn't there a swimming pool there before?
I mean, so part of that is we still have to get a certain height, because we're going to activate those other floors, the water pressure, get the tank to the highest part of the building. So sinking it in creates other engineering challenges
That you have now.
No, these floors don't really, this service is basically everything.
So I'm not suggesting that you should locate it an inch lower than it is now. I'm suggesting that you might want to locate it several feet higher, but maybe not the full 15 feet higher that you're proposing, or 20 feet. I'm just asking the question. So technically speaking, it should be an improvement over what you have, if not the home run that you're proposing on the roof.
I think the problem with that is that moving it higher, we'd have to deal with roof slab issues, and basically the roof enclosure would go in this form. So what I'm saying about the swimming pool effect is that creating this form with the roof and water getting into this location would create a lot more structural challenges and waterproofing challenges, and in the event of a failure of that tank and it fills that volume, it just...
I've got that same issue now, the possible failure of the tank. If you take the roof and then just bring the roof up over the tank that now has moved 4 feet higher, you've eliminated the problem.
Right, so, part of lowering that is, how low would it be?
I think we're just asking the question because I think what you're proposing is obviously quite visible, and so given that, it's our job to try to minimize these things, we're asking these questions to see what the technical boundaries of what you're doing are.
Okay, other questions? Any other questions? Any speakers on this item? Having no speakers, Community Board 5 recommends approval. Okay, any other questions for the... Yes, yes.
Just a comment, just to sort of bring us back to the sort of appropriateness piece, because I think they certainly are visible, and that's, obviously that's why we're here in front of you. So particularly the elevator and the water tanks are visible. I think in looking at this is something, I think when you have a building of this scale, and I think looking at the architectural significance of the building too, this building is about its scale, and it's about its ornament. And these elements, which are certainly typical elements in the New York City streetscape, water tanks, while these are large, they are sort of similar to other commercial buildings that are in this neighborhood. It's not a historic district, this is an individual landmark. We felt it was sort of something that was acceptable within the boundaries of sort of what you see around the building, but also as you take this building in and you see it, the scale of those tanks relative to the scale, this massive scale of the building, really didn't detract from the architectural character of the building. I think that's sort of how we approach this in looking at appropriateness.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, we can close the hearing. Comments? Go ahead, John.
Actually, obviously the chiller is no problem at all. I really don't actually have a problem with the water tanks. I mean, looking at that area and what the roofscapes look like, I don't really have a problem with it. I am a little concerned about the elevator bulkhead, and I guess I have to rely on the architects and experts on the commission that indeed it's true that there is no such thing as a new elevator where the equipment actually can stand next to the overrun. Is that the case? That makes sense to everybody?
I think you see elevators, for most part, they tend to have an overrun above it. I think the ones on the side maybe are possible.
But the overrun is going to be above it, but the equipment, the equipment room, does that have to be on top of that? That's the question.
Mine's mostly...
Elevators are generally not high-rise.
Right.
I don't know whether this falls into that. Where it falls, and it's 30 floors, it's not low. I'm not sure what the limits are. I mean, I just looked up. It's 150 meters for a Gen 2, which is the machine rooms, but I don't know if they're using whether or not they're...
I don't have so much an issue with the elevator bulkhead. I think it is placed in the middle of the building. You do see it, but you see it over, I think, secondary elevations, so, and I think those kind of accretions are sort of part and parcel of buildings, so I don't really have an issue with that. Yes?
This may come as a shock to my fellow commissioners. I don't normally mind seeing things on roofs, as you know. This is an individual landmark by Ely.com. The top of the building is an important element, and I think this is way too visible. It detracts from the appreciation of the top of the building, and if I can understand the logic of what's happening here, it seems to be somewhat self-inflicted. So I would just reverse it rather than all the reasons it needs to happen this way. I would just say, for my vote, it wouldn't happen this way. It has to be either invisible or very much less visible. It sticks out way too much for my, and I couldn't vote for it.
Diana?
Well, there is a lot of visibility, and I have a concern about the top, just as Fred does, but at the same time, I like water towers as part of the skyscaper, that you see in New York, and they're a normal feature. The water towers actually bother me less than anything else, even though they're very, very visible, because I feel like they're part of the, part of New York's top of building skyscape.
Okay, are those, yes? Go ahead, Michael, and then Mike.
All right, I'm okay with the elevator bulkhead because it's visible really only over the secondary facades and then minimally over the principal facade. I think for me what makes the water towers harder is that it is quite visible over the south facade, which you're seeing the entire building from that vantage point. And that, plus the fact that it's self-imposed, completely self-imposed as far as I can tell, and the fact that there are other solutions that might mitigate, I don't see why we would. And also, if you look at most of those water tanks, they're usually in the middle of the building. They're not right at the edge. And there was one example that I remember seeing in the slideshow. Most of them were in the middle. So, and this is a very symmetrical building, individual landmark. I don't see why we should say yes.
I agree with that. When you look at the crenellation at the top there, it's very delicate, and there's clearly a reason why the original tank was out of sight, and these are very obvious now. I couldn't support this.
Okay, let me make a suggestion. I agree that I think it is very visible. It's on the edge. I think the questions that some of the commissioners asked about whether it could be relocated to the center, it seems for structural reasons account. We asked them to see if we could lower it. They said no. But I think I would recommend that they work with staff to think about, to reduce the visibility of this, and maybe it's a question that they move it to the center and away from the edge, and reduce the height by sort of taking into consideration lowering the floor. Would that be okay to some of the commission?
Quantify the notion of minimizing this building. Would a 50% reduction be okay? Would a 20% reduction be okay?
I'm just wondering, is it possible to consolidate, to make a taller single tank that would occupy only one quadrant, one piece of that in the current depth where it is today, and then still taller, or not?
Okay, it's a question, so you can answer it.
I can answer that.
You're very open to...
If it was in the location we're proposing, it'd be a much larger, taller tank.
Taller meaning, so it could actually be under where it is today, on the 27th floor.
You're saying
drop it.
Existing location, and just have one tank that's taller. I believe it's a possibility, but the kind of layout that we put forth,
I mean, it's a compromise.
No, it is, no.
I'd like to see it again.
Okay, let me ask...
And then come back to the things that...
Well, let me just first find out who amongst the commissioners are okay with the tank?
sorry.
Okay, so in that case, we'll ask them to come back and explore some alternatives. Okay, so we won't take any action today.
I think, thanks, sir.
Okay, Commissioners, we're moving ahead with item number 12, which is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 171554. This is 1165 Broadway, located within the Madison Square North Historic District. This is a Beaux-Arts-style store and office building designed by Meineke and Frank and built in 1906-07. The application is to install storefront and entrance infill, install lighting, and replace windows.
Good afternoon, Victor Timonek, Preservation staff. This is 1165 Broadway. The proposal today is to install new storefront and entrance infill. Also, the windows will be replaced, mostly at staff level, except for at the center of the bays, you can see these large windows. Originally, they were a horizontal pivot, and they're proposing fixed windows at all bays. And then also, the storefronts will be painted a dark finish, and the windows will be a dark finish. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ward Dennis, Davis Place Board. As Victor said, the application here primarily about replacing storefronts. The existing awning, umbrella awnings would be removed. Some of those, most of those predate designation. Some of those have been done by tenants since designation. All of that would be removed, and there is a substantial facade restoration that's being done at staff level on the upper floors, including stripping all the paint, repairing masonry, repainting all the sheet metal elements and wood elements based on historic finishes investigations, which are undergoing, and replacing all the windows, including the pivot windows with fixed windows. The building itself, the core of the building dates to 1867. It was originally the Coleman House built by Mr. Gilsey, who later built Gilsey House. In 1906, as you can see in this top right photo, they stripped the facade off completely, minor intervention, and put up this new facade, which is light-colored brick, sheet metal spandrels, sheet metal cornice, sheet metal decoration, and also a sheet metal cornice that existed at the storefront level, which is part of what we will be restoring. We do have some very good historic photos showing the storefronts. It's interesting, the storefronts were redone entirely in 1906. By 1914, there was already a variety of storefronts there. This storefront here, from this 1914 photo, is what we have used as a model for the new storefronts, including the very minimal framing at the corners so that you get a glass-to-glass joint. This little skirt that you see here, which even has little signage plaques on it, and then this raised base underneath with recessed entries. Is that stone? This is glass. Glass. This is metal. This is metal. This is stone underneath. Okay. And you can't really see it for all the signage, but there is a decorative sheet metal cornice back behind there, which curved around the corner, and that will be reinstated as well. The main entrance to the building, to the offices on the upper floors, is around the corner on 27th Street, and that will be redone as well. Again, the existing conditions showing the variety of storefronts at the base. All of this will be cleaned up and made uniform. And then the 27th Street entry over on the corner here. And then this is the corner where the new cornice will curve around the corner. Just in plan showing the existing storefronts, and then the new recessed storefronts. The individual bays from the 1867 building are still there, and they define the module of the storefront across. At each of the ends of the party walls, there will be a metal pier, and then in between that will be the new storefront infill. So existing and proposed on Broadway with a variety of umbrella awnings and base conditions, and then made uniform again with a continuous sheet metal cornice coming around the corner onto 27th Street, fascia for signage, and then the recessed entry, there will be louver grills in the transom area over the recessed entry, so set back from the sidewalk. There will be side lights so that everything conforms to current code for entries, and then that skirt and base underneath. And then the same thing, turning the corner onto 27th Street, and then at this area here, the existing freight entrance and entry will be converted to a new office entry with glass doors set between metal piers. This here, and we have details coming up, is a metal panel over what is a brick flue that serves this chimney up here. All the metal will be painted a dark color consistent with what we're finding based on the paint analysis on the upper floors. So again, the detail to base, I'll turn it over to Matt Markowitz now to talk through some of the details on the storefront. And the windows.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Markowitz Architects, here on behalf of the Coleman House owners for the property. And the storefronts that we're seeking to restore are based on this detail, which is quite unique, and we're looking to reintroduce that on all the storefronts throughout the Broadway and the 27th Street facade. We're looking to use the plate glass butt jointed, even though there's a frame, it's going to be set back so that the detailing would represent what was there originally. The pilasters at the bearing wall conditions would be reintroduced with the metal pilasters similar to this, and detailing that. The cornice and signage band above the storefront would be reintroduced and would wrap around the entire building and have very simple signage, sheet metal that would be block letters mounted with non-illuminated or a halo glow at most. Other than that, we're looking to replace the windows, which are mostly at staff level, but the pivot windows can be replaced with a fixed window in the upper bays. This is a rendered version of the facade, light-colored brick with dark color accents for the cornices, the pilasters. The windows and infill bay metal work is going to be a lighter color. We believe that there's sampling that it's being done, and it's not complete. That will be done at staff level so that they match the historic colors in the building originally. And that's the existing building is essentially being converted to office use. Right now it's industrial, it's warehouse, or storage uses. So they're looking to reintroduce it as an office building.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Michael.
Are you stripping the brick? Yeah, the brick's going to be exposed natural brick. Yeah, it is a light-colored brick. We'll be stripping all the paint off. And could you just go over again on page 10, the corner detail? So it's not really a butt-jointed corner, it's really a framed corner, right? Oh, you'll be touching, there'll be metal on the corner, right?
It's minimal, yeah.
Right, it's small metal, but it's metal. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? All right, are there speakers on certain bills? Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC asks that the storefront configuration be consistent. We noticed the presence of bulkheads on Broadway, but there was a patch missing on 27th. It may have just been a rendering issue. Overall, this is an improvement, but we ask for a better treatment of the entrance lobby. The standard all-glass doors, especially, we think could be reconsidered. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, coming to Board 5, recommends approval. All right, do you just want to respond to that issue? Is that a rendering?
I think we're consistent across here, except that the two openings, which obviously don't have a bulkhead. This is the existing boiler flue, so this would just be a single piece of steel set in front of that. And then this area here in the existing is a roll-down gate with an elevator behind, so it's basically very open, and we're trying to maintain that openness. And mark the opening as a little bit different from the retail in that way. So I think it's appropriate, and it's nicely detailed.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
And just one other thing, just to clarify on the paint finishes for the upper floors, that's all being done based on finishes investigations, which we've started but have not completed, and we'll be working with staff to make sure that all the historic finishes are matched appropriately.
So even the colors, so in your renderings you have a darker palette, is that also the historic?
That is based on the paint investigation that ICR has done, and we have to confirm some things, but so we'll continue to work with staff on that.
Okay. So, but just back to the testimony question. There are no entrances other than the storefront entrances, right? They're all, just that one.
That's the only entry, and then storefront entries, yes.
So, to clarify, what distinguishes, how have you distinguished that entry? What are you doing there?
This
It's the
entry
double
here.
door.
This is a double glass door with a pier and then a glass panel behind so that you can see into the lobby.
And historically, was that solid?
Historically, it's a roll-down gate. I actually don't know what the historic condition was.
Yeah, I was looking at the 1940 photograph. I can't quite
Yeah,
figure it out.
there are no photos around on 27th Street. They got very good coverage, but not 27. But it's a roll-down gate that then leads into a freight elevator.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Are there any concerns? No, with what they're proposing? Okay, so,
I'm glad they're restoring the storefront glass. I think that'll be very nice. Are we ready?
yes.
In the case of 1165 Broadway, Madison Square, North Historic District, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Madison Square North Historic District, I recommend approval, finding that the removal of existing storefront infill, roll-down gates, awnings, and signage will not eliminate any significant historic fabric. That the installation of the new storefronts will help to unify the base of the building, which currently features a varied mix of non-original storefront infill. That the proposed minimally framed aluminum storefronts with a black finish, featuring single doors with skylights, large display windows with clear glass, louver transoms, stone bulkheads with metal skirts, and metal signage plaques, a metal sign band with pin-mounted signage, and the decorative pressed metal cornice will recall the design and details of the storefronts seen in historic photographs. That the proposed storefront design will include the introduction of the pressed metal columns that align with existing masonry piers at the upper floors. That the proposed installation of a new pressed metal storefronts cornice will restore this important architectural feature, which was removed prior to designation. That the overall amount of signage consisting of individual pin-mounted metal letters, metal signage plaques at the base of the storefront, and window decal signage will not be excessive nor detract from the architectural features of the building.
that the proposed windows at the center base of the projecting oriels will match the historic windows in terms of configuration, detail, material, and finish, that the change in operation at the center base of the projecting oriels from the horizontal pivot to fixed will be imperceptible from public thoroughfare, that the work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and the Madison Square North Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move back to item number 9. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 182967. This is 404 West 20th Street, located within Chelsea Historic District. It's a Federal-era row house building with Greek Revival-style alterations built in 1829 to 30. The application is to construct additions and excavate the rear yard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Daner and Preservation staff. The project before you is located in the Chelsea Historic District on the south side of West 20th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue. 404 West 20th Street is the oldest structure in the Chelsea Historic District and consists of wood framing at the side and rear walls with a brick masonry facade. The applicant's proposal consists of excavating the rear yard, constructing additions at the side yard, rear yard, and roof. These additions are visible from various vantage points from around the property. The applicant is here to present this application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm special counsel with Kramer 11, and we're land use counsel to the owner. I wanted to just speak before the architect, Bill Sook, really goes through the project. I wanted to speak for a few minutes just about the zoning and the program for the site. The building in its current condition is in very poor condition. It has a number of structural deficiencies that Bill will go through. It does not comply with current building or fire code requirements. There is a Department of Buildings violation on the building, which is actually has been addressed by temporarily bracing the inside of the building to ensure that it remains stable during the landmarks and the Buildings Department approval process. It's reportedly one of the earliest buildings in the Chelsea Historic District. It was originally a federal house constructed in 1830. It was enlarged in the 40s, changed additionally in the 1850s and 1860s, and there were a number of changes in the rear yard that Bill will go through. In 1938, the building was converted to a multifamily residence containing 3 apartments. The new owner purchased the building last year, intends to convert it back to original single-family use. For his family, he's relocating to the city. A comprehensive restoration of the front of the building is proposed. Obviously, they would deal with all of the structural issues. And there are the enlargements, which we will go through. All of the work that is being proposed is in compliance with zoning, and in fact, even with the enlargements app, if everything was approved, it would still be over 2,000 square feet below the allowable FAR on this site. There is one aspect of the enlargement which has sort of a zoning component to it. There is an existing side yard, which you can actually see better if you go to page 22, or Bill will go through it. It's 2 feet 7 inches wide, and that is not a a complying condition in terms of zoning. It can stay as it exists because it is legally non-complying, but it has an implication of what happens in the rear, because in order to enlarge the building at the rear, the enlargement would have to go all the way to the side lot line, or it would have to set back 8 feet from the side lot line. If it goes to the side lot line, the problem is that we have then created an illegal court with the 247-inch thing. So that is one of the reasons, in addition to just a desire for more space, that we are proposing to fill in the side yard that's 2 foot 7-inch, because if we don't do that, then we're really limited to what we can do in the rear. And then programmatically, one of the real concerns of the owner is to bring the building up to code, which is not necessarily completely required under zoning because it has some grandfathered conditions, but frankly, its condition, and particularly in terms of fire code compliance, is not, he really needs to address that, both for the safety of his family and also to ensure the long-term preservation of the building. And so with those sort of introductory remarks, I will turn it over to Bill Sook, who will take you through the application.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Valerie, and Madam Chairwoman, and the Commissioners of Landmarks. My name is Bill Sook of Sook Design Group. We're architects for the proposed renovation expansion of 404 West 20th. As Valerie mentioned, which according to the designation report is the oldest house in Chelsea, which I've been trying very hard to find an older house, but I haven't had luck yet. So I'm still looking, so if anyone wants to volunteer, that would be great. As you can imagine, this put immediate concern in how we could approach the renovation of this house. But as we took our first walkthrough, we could see that this house was rife with structural issues, decades of neglect, with no significant investment to address any of the poor conditions throughout the property. It is in such poor condition that our client could not even get financing for it. We went through 15 insurance companies to try and get property insurance, and the 16th insurance company finally said they would insure it. And I'm sure at a very exorbitant price, but based on the condition, we had to insure it. Keeping these basic facts in mind, as a preview to our presentation, the primary components of the proposed approach for 4 are as follows: presentation of the existing building, the historical evolution, the proposed, we'll quickly touch on proposed front facade repairs, restoration, review of the existing side yard, as Valerie mentioned, presentation of the existing rear facade, block plan extension, the proposed rear extension of penthouse, and we'll also review our letters of support. So as you can see, this slide shows a panoramic view with 404 in the middle here, and to the left you'll see the Donak building, which is 402 West 22nd Street. To the right you will see 406 West 22nd Street, which is the beginning of the row of Cushman houses. You can also see that narrow side yard here that Valerie mentioned, and we'll also get into. You can see right now already that even just in looking at the facade, one of the first things that we noticed was that the distance between the top and the distance of the bottom, the 2'7" that Valerie mentioned, is probably down here, but as you get up here, it's probably a little closer to 2'4". And then the other thing that we've noticed, which we'll get into later, is at this corner, we also noticed that the facade is starting to lean backwards about 5 inches as well. Here's a photograph of the rear facade showing a mixture of very different materials, brick on the first 2 floors, and asbestos shingle tiles on the upper. Here you'll start to see a panoramic view of the courtyard, the rear elevation, so you can see that's part of the beginning of the Cushman well, which extends all the way down this way. And here's our house here. Again, another view of the side yard, and that it is narrower at the top than it is at the bottom. We were able to uncover several historic photographs going back to 1905, which is here, 1923, 1971, 71, there's the Vista Cruiser station wagon, 1980, and then even 1984. So, and as Valerie mentioned, just some highlights of the designation report. Originally built in 1829 for Q. Walker on a land lease. The original house was only 2 stories high. The original house was only 2 stories high, so it was stopped here. It's a wood frame. The entire house is wood frame. The front is brick. The original 2 stories were laid in Flemish bond. This upper addition was later added, we think, in the 1840s with rutting bond. So 2 completely different brick patterns. Not a great example of a federal townhouse, but that's how it's still identified. The doorway was remodeled here. Again, it was built out of wood versus a stone entablature, which we usually see in a nicer example of federal townhouse. These cast iron window guards were added later. Let's get back forth to center. So this just starts to show some of the structural deficiencies noted that we mentioned a little bit closer up. This, you can see the gap here from the face of the first Cushman house to our face. Again, about a 5-inch discrepancy. A view from the roof and top story, which we call as the top floor, as the 4th floor. Also, they're more difficult to see in photographs, but if you went inside, you would see more cracking and so forth. So here's the big issue, which is the side yard that we mentioned before. Again, close up. More cracks. And then this is an example of the interior of the wood framing. Again, this is 3x4 construction, wood studs. If you imagine this as the brick wall of the first Cushman row house, the wood studs are right up against it, and then just interior plaster. There's no exterior sheething. There's no insulation, obviously, on and this is on the west side of our house. That is that's 406 West 20th Street. Here is the facade that faces, this is the east facade, this faces the side yard. There was a piece of clapboard siding this age, but we went into there, again, similar construction. And of course, you can probably not see so well, but this wood stud is no longer up against this brick wall because of the house leaning over to the side. So we think that's where the gap is coming from. Here's our existing section. Now, this is an interesting slide based on the research that we did of the Sanborn maps, just showing the historical evolution. Based in 1895, I think you can just see that it started here. I'm sorry, it started here in 1895. There was a shed structure of some sort here. By 1904, it was gone. By 1911, an even larger structure was built in the rear yard, and then we're back up to here, which is more current today. So here's our existing and proposed front facades. Again, we'll go through the entire facade renovation as stated before. Photographs and details notes showing what those repairs will be. We're planning to do a complete restoration on the front facade. Now you can see here is a rendering of of the house with our proposed portion here filled in on the side yard. We are proposing to keep, because it is noted in the designation report, the horizontal clapboard siding along here. So we will keep that. We are proposing to step this front wall back, create kind of a vertical reveal. We'll keep the original width of the facade and then still be able to step that back.
Okay, in the interest of time, I know you have 37 drawings, so can you actually get to also the rear yard and some of the more complicated parts of the project?
So this side yard infill, where we're just showing that this is the existing, and then just in order to make this a code compliant as far as fire code and for the demising partitions, by the time we add the thickness of a proper demising wall here and here, that we'd be essentially filling in the side yard anyway. These are examples of other side yards that have been infilled. And here's our block plan. You can see this is the district boundary line here. There are other additions and penthouses that have already been built on this block. Here's the proposed rear facade, existing proposed. Here's a 3D exometry of the proposed, of how the entire proposed extension will be coming out. This portion of the rear facade is coplanar with the rear of the donac, which is how we set this up. This two-story rear extension mimics some of the other two-story extensions that are further down the block. And then this is our rear yard. Again, just to show the impact of what's proposed compared to the entire block, we don't feel like there's a huge amount of impact here that someone fits into the block. And then here's the proposed section showing the proposed excavated cellar. This is the penthouse level. This is the fourth floor, which exists right now. Right now, the roof slopes up and then back down. We're just proposing to keep the slope here and extend it straight out, and then add the penthouse. Based on the mock-up, nothing is visible from the front of 20th Street. And here's a rendering of the roof facade. The view for the east. Proposed materials. Just a quick note on zoning that we're fully within the current FAR. There's actually about 2,000 square feet of surplus FAR that is still left on the table, even after the proposed extensions.
Okay, are there questions? Any questions? We'll take testimony. Marion, yes.
We need to show a few of these.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Right, so
Oh, the visibility study, sorry, I thought that...
here's a view of the proposed side yard infill at orange netting. And then here are views of the, from 19th Street, which I should remind you is outside of the district. This is so this one is the photograph of the mock-up with orange netting. This is superimposed with the proposed extension. And netting, proposed extension.
Okay, are there any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Marion?
My name is Marion.
Yes.
My name is Marion Behavior.
Behavior.
I am the owner with my daughter of the adjacent property 402, West 20th, to the east of 404, the donut building, and I'm here to speak in favor of this proposal. I have owned the building for 35 years. I have watched sadly at close quarters the steady deterioration in the condition of 404 for 2 decades. Just 2 examples. More than 20 years ago, I repeatedly called the attention of the former owners to the fact that the wood clapboard facing my building was in such bad shape that at night we could see light shining from inside the building through major cracks. Finally, a very slapdash job was done to cover this clapboard, and that material itself is now decrepit. Recently, a major sprinkler pipe in the basement of 404 burst, and the resulting rush of water flooded my basement, as well as the basements of the Cushman Row buildings to the west. My plumber, whom the current owner called in to do this emergency repair, tells me that a small leak in the pipe had been repaired in the past by wrapping garbage bags around the pipe and sealing them with plastic ties. The exterior wall of 404 that faces my building now leans toward my building. There is no west wall to this building, as I understand it. Wood studs were attached to the first building, to the Cushman Row building, and the interior walls of 404 were then attached to those studs. The interior supporting walls of 404 and the staircases are in such deteriorated condition that the buildings department has declared the building unsafe to live in, and the current owner had to install supporting structures so workers and engineers could work in the building. Any owner who buys this property is going to face those conditions. The next reasons I support this proposal are: the current owner has been unusually transparent in giving me and other owners on the block information on his plans and asking for input. I remind the Commission that the owner of 406 West 20th, the first building in Cushman Row, the other property adjacent to 404, who also is in a good position to know the condition of this building, has also written a letter of support to the Commission for this plan. Immediately on taking possession of the property and acknowledging complaints from the neighbors, the current owner spent thousands of dollars to remove overgrown vegetation from the front yard and the backyards of 404, and hired an exterminator to eliminate most of the hundreds of rats that have been harboring there for years, and which we have had to work hard to keep from invading our own properties.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
May I just have 1 minute, because I'm
sorry, there are a lot of speakers for this and other items, so if you have written testimony, you can submit it into the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. When reviewing this application, we had to wonder, does this applicant even like old houses? That said, there are a number of issues which puzzled us as to why this house was purchased as it is being destroyed. This is the oldest house in the Chelsea Historic District. This late federal house has a rare feature, which is an alleyway with original clapboard from 1830, leaving a space between the house and the CPH Gilbert Flats building next door. This non-compliant side yard, as it has been built, has been here for 186 years, and there's nothing more inappropriate than filling in a rare feature with a brick wall. This house has been around long enough to have been updated in both the Italianate and the Greek Revival styles, all working with the house itself. Thus, the structure is preserved in its original federal envelope, complete with its pitched roof. This current intervention in this house's life will preserve nothing. The entire rear and roof are being blown out. The rear of this block is clearly visible through the block from 2 vantage points, and all of the houses in this row, not the townhouse, are currently flush with one another. This enormous addition and its glass will be visible from everywhere and will successfully destroy the rhythm and proportions of the block, while its early 19th century fabric discarded. Once again, a federal house is too small for the desired square footage of its owner, and HDC hopes that these desires do not trump the oldest house in the district. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Holoka.
Hi, I'm Dave Holoka. I live around the corner from the house, and I'm a member of CB4, but I'm just speaking for myself today. This proposal is really an affront. It treats the oldest house in Chelsea as a teardown, an obstacle to be brushed aside for a huge luxury mansion. A 2013 article in London's Evening Standard reported, residents in historic Marylebone Mews are fighting plans to turn a Victorian building into 3 townhouses, each with a home cinema and gym and a basement conversion. Ajoy Kapoor, who runs a property and finance empire in India, has applied for planning permission after recently buying the building in the Harley Street conservation area. Residents say the plans are excessive. Mr. Kapoor recently bought 404 West 20th Street and plans to introduce a cellar floor below the lowest level of the existing house, filling nearly its entire lot. This will require demolition of all but the facade of the house and will almost certainly also require underpinning the adjacent house to the west, which is part of Cushman Row, one of New York's 2 best-preserved Greek Revival rows of houses. According to Bloomberg.com, Mr. Kapoor is one of the leading real estate professionals in India and well-known for creating and delivering value. He is described by the Global Research Institute as an entrepreneur and banker with global exposure to real estate investment, and the founder and managing director of Saffron Capital Advisors Limited, a Mauritius-based private equity investing management house. Mauritius is an Indian Ocean offshore tax haven. Mr. Kapoor's representatives have argued that 404 doesn't meet the current building code, hardly a surprise for a 186-year-old building, and that its floors and stairs slope as if this isn't typical of New York's wood frame building stock. As an architect, I've worked on similar buildings in far worse condition, which have seen successful restorations. Pamela Wolf, who runs a managing company in the neighborhood, has submitted a letter. She can't be here to read it for health reasons, but she points to very specific examples of similar building construction which have been successfully restored within the district. 404 was, until its recent sale, continuously occupied by the same family since 1952 and owned and well-maintained by that family since 1965. I and others in this room and many elected officials have been guests in the house and admired the authenticity of its period details. A check of the Department of Buildings website shows not a single complaint or violation on the property until after its recent sale. This proposal assumes that the Landmarks Commission is only concerned about facades in historic districts, and that anything not seen from the opposite sidewalk is fair game. Unless this perception and emphasis is broadened, we'll be left with more facadist proposals and hollowed-out, stage-set historic districts hardly more authentic than New York, Las Vegas. Community Board's advisory letter notes that Clement Clark Moore himself had a hand in shaping 404 and its wood-clapboard sidewall.
I'm sorry, yes, your time is, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Hilda Regia?
I'm Hilda Regier, a resident of the Chelsea neighborhood since 1968. I urge you to reject in its entirety the renovation plan for 404 West 20th Street. This is the oldest house in the Chelsea Historic District, which was designated in 1970. The house was built in 1829 to 30 on land leased from Clement Clark Moore. The lease permitted a wooden structure with a front wall of either stone or brick. Today, the original clapboard east wall remains clearly visible in the narrow space that leads from the front of the property to the garden. The proposed alteration would destroy that wall and all of the original Federal-style building, retaining only the facade that was updated some years after the original construction to better harmonize with the adjacent Cushman Row that was built in 1839 to 40. The interior has some details that show its origins. For example, the fireplaces are off-center on the parlor floor, reflecting the Federal-style layout with a central room between the current front parlor and dining room. The floor of the rear basement has a manhole cover manufactured by Cornell Iron Works. This would be destroyed by the proposed excavation. The garden, which is part of the designated lot, would also suffer from this proposal. It was designed in the early 1960s by Nancy Grasby, who was for a time the director of the New York Horticultural Society and the author of Imaginative Small Gardens, published in 1963. The proposal before you would destroy this historic property. Destroy it. Please reject the proposal. As David mentioned, Pamela Wolf is unable to be here, has provided testimony, and if I might just summarize a bit of what she wrote. She has been a property manager in Chelsea for 33 years and has dealt with 3 wooden properties in the community. One, 461 West 24th Street, built before the street grid, was freestanding on the bank of the Hudson, now 10th Avenue. It became necessary to stabilize this 2-story structure, which is post and beam, clad with a brick street facade, much like 404 West 20th Street. Anyway, she managed to stabilize that and 2 other wooden buildings, and they're still in use.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board 4 sending out recommendations to deny this application. All right, do you want to respond to any of the issues? Yes.
I think we would like to just respond to a few things. First, I do want to emphasize that this is not an investment property. It is being purchased as a single-family residence, and the owner intends to live there. I think the comments, one of the people who gave testimony about his developments in London are really irrelevant to this proceeding. And I would also take issue with the characterization of the building as being well-maintained. I've been in the building, the architects have been in the building, landmark staff has been in the building, as well as the buildings department. Has serious structural issues. Those have been addressed temporarily by this bracing system, and it is not in good condition. Requires a significant amount of work to make it habitable and to ensure its longevity.
Can you speak a little bit to the issue of how much of the original building is really being retained here, because you're expanding it to the side, at the back, at the top, and
I'll let the architect speak to that.
Okay.
But I think in trying to stabilize the building and to bring it up to code, there is a significant amount of work that has to be done to the building.
Okay.
I mean, as we mentioned before, the front facade, we're completely planning to restore that facade. And it hasn't, even if you looked at the historic photographs that we showed you before, you could look at one from the 80s compared to the photograph that we just took a few months ago. You would find that there's hardly anything, there is no change. It's still the same. The only other thing you may not realize is just how much that the facade is actually starting to lean back. So that it just goes to the position that nothing has been done to maintain this property over the years, despite the sentimental value, the sentiment of it being a hub for many community members to come together in their living room to discuss the different community issues. It's still a house that's falling apart, in my very humble opinion. And I think that opinion is also the same between the 2 apartment buildings. I would say that, of course, there were no DOB violations, because I don't think that, from what we can see, the owner wouldn't be trying to call the DOB to come over to report a violation on themselves. And they probably, so I would find that that was probably, it's to me not surprising that there were no DOB violations. But I will read quickly The violation was written by,
Okay, I don't know if that's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. Commissioners, you have other
Just one quick question.
Yes.
I think this was answered in reference to a different project in Brooklyn, but how deep can the current gap be from the street? At this point, it looks like it's 3 feet. Like the new wall is set back. Less? How deep can it be?
It's about 2.5 feet.
Right. What's required?
That's the exact.
What's allowed?
That would be required.
It's allowed as a recess.
Yeah.
You cannot exceed that.
right, otherwise it would be an illegal court.
So the legal code dimensions have to do with the width and the depth.
Another question.
Yes, sir. Was that a horse block originally?
Where only the facade we were able to save for whatever reason. I do think that the structural issues mean that obviously if we want to save anything of this building, we've got to, it needs to be addressed, very, very quickly. I think that what Michael's talking about is trying to give some deference at least to that original structure and record some memory of it as best it can be done, and that the current bulk is not achieving that because you're losing so much of the original form as well as, so the question is what can be preserved? I almost asked the question, well, if you didn't build it, make it any bigger, not that I would recommend that, how much could you preserve? Just if you just did a straight try to save this building, then obviously a lot of the side structure is in extremely poor condition.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put a kid to bed in that house. It's got no wall.
Yeah.
It's so, there's one thing about
You can't just do that, yeah.
It's patently unsafe, not to mention the building's clearly falling apart.
Right, and I think that's, from that perspective, somebody going in and trying to preserve the building is a good thing. I mean, one of the things to think about is that, there's one aspect which is how much it's enlarging, and is that too much vis-a-vis what the existing building is? So just, are we adding too much square footage? The other thing is the enlargement sort of taking away, I think what Diana was saying, some aspects of the building that are legible right now and is a way of retaining it. So I think for me, I think it's hard to kind of define what it should be. I prefer for the applicants to sort of understand perhaps what our concern is and think about that and just come back to us on it.
If you did not get rid of the gap entirely, what would that mean? It would mean that you wouldn't be able to do any extension?
You could do an extension. Your extension right now, if it extends for the full width of the lot, it would have to be that minus 8 feet. So you'd have to set back.
Yeah, right. You'd have to have a full rear.
So if the lot is, let's say, 20 feet wide, when you extend it in the rear, it'll have to be 12 feet. Yeah. So that it reduces.
Which itself would be problematic, because then you'd be creating a rear court.
Well, you could, and then, right, so it does have some issues.
Right, but you could reinforce the building and keep the gap.
Oh, it's a court,
right?
You could, I think what it would mean is that it would make extensions to the rear very, very difficult.
Yeah, but that could be done. I mean, it seems to me that the gap and the fact that it's not level, that it's not plumb, is a defining feature of the kind of the historic idiosyncrasy of this building on this street. I just came back from Amsterdam. It's the whole thing, 1632, is leaning sideways and it's standing up. It's the character of the place. So I just think that's a really...
Somehow I can't get so romantic about that gap. It's an interesting quirk, actually, I think, more than just a quirk of how the block developed as opposed to...
I mean, it's not the gap, it's the character of the building as different in terms of time from the ones on either side of it. I think it's not the gap itself. But, so I actually think, and that's what we see from the street. That's what we engage, right?
So
think it's important.
If you're trying to keep the gap, though, you would have to completely rebuild that wall, right? Because the wall is not stable, nor could it be stabilized. You're really talking about a new wall. Yeah, you're talking about a new wall to create the space, just to clarify.
I think to tip one's hat to the client in a direction that they could take, there is historic evidence from the Sanborns that there were rear yard additions, and they were rather deep. So I think they probably were not as high, but I think that there is precedent for it, and given its location, I think that they can add space. I just don't think, the reason that I suggested what I suggested, and I hear your comment, Dottie, is that I think that if you were to preserve the volume of the house, as expressed in the roof, the back wall, the buildings had rear yard additions. It's very common to have rear yard additions, but I think as long as you can find the object in there, we were talking about a former commissioner at lunch. She had a line, and she said, if it's over an addition of 25-30%, it's too much, period. I mean, we haven't really done that, but it's certainly something to consider, but I think that it'd be weird to pull that out of the hat just for this one. But I think that everyone's got to draw their line as to what they feel would be the thing the characteristics of this house that should be held on to as opposed to those that are less essential.
All right, so we're going to bring this back. It's in terms of sort of giving them direction, it seems there were a couple of observations that were made here today. But I think when they come back, whatever modifications they make, I think they should speak to these issues and talk about in terms of appropriateness. So even if there is a case to be made about a significant enlargement of the rear, then put it in some context about this building itself, this building within its block, and the development history of this type of building. Fred, do you want to say something?
Well, I'm just going to add a little piece in the idea of giving them a little perspective on how to come back from this person's vantage point, only one of us. I can accept filling in the gap even at 2.5 feet, as long as it's as deep as possible. But the question is, the original wall, which is still clapboard there, must be retained, and I would hope that I guess the material is not original, but it should be explored, and that is present demonstration of the historical character. And what Michael said, there's to be no cornice, and that back wall, I guess, should be clapboard or maybe some other material that is so recessive you don't notice it. Maybe it's painted out almost to dark gray or something. So I could accept that, just to be clear. I mean, I don't know whether others are thinking there should be no filling in of the gap. I could accept that you can fill it in, but it's a question of how you interpret what's left.
All right, other comments? Well, I think for me, I think I already noted that I could also, I would be able to support or accept the filling in of the gap. Okay, any other comments? All right, so we'll table this for now. And we will close the hearing.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move on to item number 13 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 183419. This is 320 East 43rd Street, the Ford Foundation Building, an individual and interior landmark. This is a modern-style office building designed by Erosian and Associates, later Kevin Roche, John Dekalb Associates, and built in 1963 to 67. The application is to modify hardscape and planting areas at the garden, install a barrier-free access lift, install security cameras and AV equipment, modify existing windows and doors, and install new doors.
the addition at the top of the police
Get it, first floor filled in, go to the lot, go back. Now it's on the record, she's already now.
Start up on the fourth, but you still, you can do the eighth. I don't think that's
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Edith Bellinghausen, Preservation staff. 320 East 43rd Street, Ford Foundation Building is located between 2nd Avenue and Tudor City Place. This individual and interior landmark is a 3-block building with entrances on both East 42nd and East 43rd Streets. The proposal before you today is to modify areas of the designated interior and exterior for programmatic changes, building code compliance, and accessibility. This includes modifications to building entrances, windows, and hardscaped areas of the interior garden. The scope of work as originally advertised did include the installation of security cameras and audiovisual equipment. That work has been revised for staff level review and is not included in today's presentation. Additionally, the Commissioners will note that the overall project does include work at non-designated areas of the interior. That work is also being reviewed by LPC staff and is not included in today's presentation. The team is here to present the proposal.
Good afternoon, members of the Commission and staff of the LPC. I'm Darren Walker. I have the great honor of serving as president of the Ford Foundation. And along with our board chair, Kofi Appentine, I'm delighted to have a chance to talk to you about our mission-driven renovation and the restoration of a great treasure, the Ford Foundation World Headquarters, a spectacular piece of modern architecture designed by Kevin Roche that includes a dazzling garden designed by Dan Kiley. This building was indeed a gift to the city of New York by Henry Ford II when the foundation moved from Detroit, Michigan. And the identity of the Ford Foundation is inextricably linked to this great landmark. We are committed to protecting and preserving its unique qualities for generations to come. And we're here today, first and foremost, because the building does not meet today's fire, safety, or accessibility requirements. Bringing the building up to code, which in and of itself is a huge undertaking, allows us the opportunity to ensure that our landmark space is open, transparent, and welcoming. A gathering place for individuals, institutions, and ideas that contribute to making the world a more fair, safe, and just place. In advancing our institutional values of equity and human dignity, we are proposing that our building have more accessibility for people with disabilities. In fact, go beyond the requirements of the code. That our building is more open to visitors and to the public, including a visitor center and a new art gallery. And that our building is more open to other foundations and that we share it with nonprofit partners to allow them to expand their opportunities and capacity for meeting and convening. We are also, as an institution, committed to reducing hierarchy and bureaucracy within our institution and bringing more collaboration, transparency, and reducing hierarchy. These changes will be made with great care and respect of this historic treasure. We have assembled an accomplished team of professionals who are helping, guiding, and counseling us in this effort. They include the Gensler firm architects and Ray Jungles, landscape architect. We're pleased to have the support of our neighbors, the Tudor City organizations, our congresswoman, our Councilman Dan Garodnick, the President of the New York Botanical Gardens, Gregory Long, and many of our nonprofit partners, two of whom have submitted letters of support: the Studio Museum in Harlem and the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Here to lead us through Ford Foundation's presentation is our friend Bill Higgins, who will guide us in today's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Commissioners. Bill Higgins of Higgins Quaysbarth. I am quite aware of time, so I'm going to try and do the 4-minute mile. I am providing an introduction regarding some historical and design issues that we think are directly relevant to the thinking that devised the proposal you'll see today, and that you'll hear presented by Madam Clerk and her team from Gensler. But I thought some background would be useful. The building itself is just, to me, the basic architectural gesture here has always been that it is a huge block of granite that is just cut wide open to provide transparency and a sense that what's going on inside the building is visible and accessible to people outside. I think it's a big architectural metaphor for the openness and accessibility which the Ford Foundation has always been about. And the proposal today is really about continuing that openness and accessibility that has always been part of both the building and the foundation. So the foundation building is located here between 43rd and 42nd Streets, 2nd Avenue and Tudor City Place, here in plan 42nd and 43rd. Importantly, there is a substantial rise in elevation between 42nd and 43rd, hence the grand stairway that leads up between these two entrances, but is not accessible to people with disabilities. Similarly, there is a substantial rise in grade going to the east, which also makes these portions of the garden paths and also this area here, this loggia area, which is visible right, loggia area here also inaccessible, and you will see that we're taking action to change that. So the building was listed both, designated both as an exterior and an interior landmark in 1997, sort of immediately 30 years after it was built, just when it was old enough to officially receive such designation. The interior designation consists of the hardscape, which includes these brick paths with stairways to negotiate changes of level. And the designation boundaries of the interior are really the insides of the walls, both the exterior curtain walls and the interior curtain walls. The main material of these curtain walls in both cases is Corten steel. I think personally one of the most wonderful uses of Corten that I can think of, and it's those interior faces of the steel and glass that form the boundary. The garden plantings themselves are not formally designated based on our discussions with staff. However, what is landmarked is the fact that there is a richly planted garden, and as you will see, we are taking that very seriously. So the presentation is really, the proposal is really not a complicated one. This is mainly about code-required and mission-driven accessibility, which involves upgrading existing doors. It involves creating a couple of new doors where there are no existing doors. It involves our proposal to remove one original planter to provide access to a crucial new access door. It involves a very limited intervention to provide smoke exhaust for the atrium, and it involves a lift, a wheelchair accessible lift, and some changes to the brick pathways themselves in order to greatly increase the accessibility to people with disabilities. Also, although the restoration of the planning is not a formal part of what's coming before you today, we'll show you briefly what we are proposing to do. So I want to go over the existing conditions that are relevant to our proposals. First of all, doors. The standard vocabulary for doors is within the Corten steel walls. There are these pairs of polished brass and glass doors, and the simple problem is that the doors do not meet accessibility standards. Each of the leaves is not wide enough to be accessible. These similar door vocabulary occurs inside, and there are some places, like this is that crucial one in front of behind the planter, where inserting a door will be very crucial to creating access between 42nd and 43rd Streets, which now is not available to people with disabilities. This east loggia has fixed windows, fixed glazing in the windows, and our proposal is going to be to make that glazing operable only automatically and only in the case of a smoke or fire instance. That will be the fresh air intake for the exhaust. We have an original photograph of the stairway next to the 42nd Street entrance. This goes down to a non-landmarked auditorium area. Originally, it had no railing. Railing is required by code. This non-original railing is really visually more prominent than it needs to be, and we have a solution for that. This is the area along the 42nd Street side of the building. There is a partial brick walkway. We are proposing to increase the length of that brick walkway so that it enables us to get behind this pier at the eastern end and insert a barrier-free access lift that brings us up to this currently inaccessible loggia. There was and is an original garden pool in the Dan Kiley design. At some unknown and undocumented time, it managed to acquire both an island and a jacuzzi. We are proposing to remove the island and the jacuzzi to go back to the original. This is there are altered stairs on this pathway along the northern edge of the garden, and Maddie will show you changes we're proposing here to greatly increase accessibility. This area is now completely inaccessible to people with disabilities. Here, typical garden scene. These stone walls are not original. They were put in over time because the slopes were beginning to erode in the garden, and we have a way to go back to the original. We also have non-original garden lighting, which does not meet code, and we are here to present a design for something that does. And I'm getting to the end here. These are the garden plantings. On the left, this is the original Dan Kiley garden, which was basically conceived as a kind of northeastern New England deciduous forest, which is, as you can see, I think, open, transparent. The canopy is sort of high and lacy. Over the years, not only the plantings themselves, but the nature of the garden has changed. It has become much lower, much sort of more dense and less transparent, and we are proposing, as you will see, a restoration. So to go over in detail, I'll ask Maddie.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Maddie Burke-Fiegemann. I'm a principal with Gensler, and I'm very pleased to be representing the entire design team. There's been reference made, so just by way of background, the original driver for this project was Local Law 26 of 2004, which requires all high-rise buildings to be installed automatic sprinklers by 2019. The implementation of that sprinkler program in turn drives other code-required upgrades and other accessibility-required upgrades. So based on this, together with the Ford Foundation, we established three important criteria for the project. The first was that life safety is of prime importance to be incorporated. The second, embrace an inclusive design. Inclusive design and accessibility go hand in hand with the Ford Foundation mission. And third, use the building as a guide. The landmark building and garden provide design guidelines for us and help us make our decisions. So, starting with the plans, going to mention levels 1 and A here. So on the left we have existing, and on the right we have proposed, and everything highlighted in green are the areas we'll be talking about in detail. Basically they fall into a few different categories. First, the accessibility upgrades at existing door locations, so replacement of glazing within an existing opening, new accessible openings where there was glazing and there was not a door, glazing in general, the mechanized, automated louvers, which Bill referenced on the east side near the loggia, and then we also have a security desk. So the first, starting at 11 West on 43rd Street, this is a key plan here that shows the location of the doors. Up top, we have the existing doors. It's 2 pairs of doors. We see this in a number of different locations within this proposal. The proposed condition, due to accessibility requirements, we proposed a single door and side light. In addition, while not specifically required, we have provided one actuator on the core 10 post bollard for inclement weather and wind conditions. The doors themselves, however, are fully accessible. Second, this then looks at the interior doors. Again, similar location, similar condition, it's just the double pair. So we see the existing condition, the double pair of doors, the proposed with the door and the side light. And again, an actuator on the interior, native portrait. Then we go to the 42nd Street side of the building. This is a different condition, also not currently accessible. We have a condition with a large single door, which does not provide enough reach access here for persons with disabilities. So we are proposing, again, a door and side light. These elevations are not quite appearing right just because they're on a 45-degree angle, but again, similar to the 43rd Street doors. We go back up to 43rd Street lobby. Now we go to the interior doors. Again, existing condition, very similar. 2 pairs of doors, not accessible currently. We're proposing door and side light door. Existing on the left, proposed on the right. Then we go to the east side. Similar, 1 pair of existing doors currently, so we're proposing single door and side light. And then behind this facade, Darren mentioned a new Ford Visitor Center, so we'll have large numbers of people in here. So we're proposing within the core 10 opening a core 10 frame door and side light. So our proposal is wherever there are wood doors before, we copy the polished brass. Where there was no door and it's in the core 10 opening, we make the door and side light out of core 10. At the 43rd Street side, again, this is part of the visitor center. We need an additional egress out. So this is the existing condition. This is looking south from the plaza at 43rd Street. Behind this pier, you see it in plan here, and then in the rendering, and then in the elevation, again, core 10 door and side light. Then we go down to level A lobby. So the level A lobby is currently not accessible by elevators in any way. So when one arrives here, there is nowhere to go. So our proposal is to remove this planter, create an open and accessible route to a new core 10 door and side light. So existing condition here, planter, core 10 wall, no access to elevators. Proposed condition, remove the planter, corten door and side light, and then access to the elevators behind the door. The east loggia, so the current garden qualifies actually as an atrium and as such require a new smoke exhaust system. So the makeup there for this smoke exhaust system is being proposed at this east loggia wall. They're currently fixed glazing. Our proposal is a new automatic in smoke condition only glazing. All along this east loggia here, they open at approximately 45 degrees. This is a detail here showing that the new glazing is approximately 1.5 inches in addition to the existing glazing. Then we go into the garden hardscape. So the garden, again, poses challenges because currently it's a multi-level garden, which is stunning, however, no access for persons with disabilities. So our proposal includes various hardscape conditions as well as in terms of code upgrades, bill reference, the handrail, things like that. We're going into detail on that. And then the introduction of a lift and some modification to some steps in this corner here. So just an overview. I think this gives a good showing of the original in 1967. You see all the landscaping and the levels. We're not proposing to change the geometry here, although we are extending this walkway here in order to get to the lift. And here we are showing the removal of the planter. So the first is at the grand staircase. We'll reference this unoriginal handrail here. Not only does it not meet aesthetic criteria, it also is very dangerous in terms of people falling over. So our proposal is a corten railing system infilled with mesh, which would then be grown with vines and act as part of the landscape within this landscape area here. Also, the railing would be positioned within the garden rather than on top of the coping area. The garden, currently there are approximately 90 of these residential lights, which don't provide the requirements for a place of assembly. So we are proposing new lighting and reducing the number quite drastically. So where there are 90 lights now, we're proposing 28 lights. The renderings here just show various images of the building with garden lighting and after hours. And then we go into the garden hardscape accessibility. So currently, as I mentioned previously, one can arrive at 42nd Street, but with very little maneuvering space and nowhere to go. At 43rd Street, again, a sort of limited lobby. So our proposal is to increase the visibility of the garden, not only within the hardscape, but as well up here where there's our proposed visitor center that will be open and accessible to the public. And there will be this new gallery that Darren mentioned as well. So this gallery walkway, you will have visibility in the garden. Once we go into the hardscape, we are proposing to extend the hardscape and increase tremendously the ability for all persons to purview the garden, to ambulate through, and to hit basically all four corners and experience all four corners of the garden. I'll go into that in detail. So this is a blow-up plan of that area. So the extension of the hardscape goes from this stair. We have proposed to bury the lift basically within the south corner of the garden, adjacent to the existing granite wall. We have a proposed granite retaining wall which follows the slope of the garden. And then the lift itself is made of corten surround and then a glass gate. All the materials, by the way, just in terms of the paving, Ford has a tremendous amount of attic stop, which is very wonderful, so we intend to use the attic stop and match the paving there. These are some sections going through. We have what we call section AA. This is looking north, so you can see the lift tier landing in the loggia area. And then similarly, a section looking south to the loggia. And then this is, I'll talk about this in a second, but an extended pathway here. This is a view on the left. The current looking east, where the paving stops, we're extending it, proposed to extend to the new lift, which rises up to the loggia. Then view looking south, this shows the existing, this is the stacked wall, this is the existing granite pier. So there is an intent, original intent as well as our intent to landscape this with tall trees. This helps us in terms of masquerading our lift here. You can see slightly the sloped granite retaining wall. Next, this is at the top, which is the loggia area. On the left, this is the stacked stone wall and the existing granite pier. And then here we have the Corten wall with the glass gate for the lift. There's a view from a further distance. And then we go up into the upper garden. So this is the loggia here, where we just arrived by the lift. And there's currently there are 3 steps here. These steps, while there were originally 3 steps, these steps are not in original condition. There were some modifications made in 2012. As we looked at the garden and pushed to make it as accessible as we could, we realized that because of the length of this path, and in fact, the intended, the original design had a flat path, of course, but it was all on a Dan Kiley path. We are proposing to make changes in a very gentle sloped walkway. It's not even a ramp. The condition is 1 in 40 or 2.4% slope, which is very minor, does not require any railings, and will allow all persons to now get into this northern depths of the garden. And then the last slide here, just a view of the garden, the hardscape. I mentioned the pavers. The pavers are original, but what we discovered in looking at photographs was that currently they look very dark. And we learned that over time the maintenance system has put a covering on them to make them very slippery and be much darker. So we have done actually a minor test strip, but also under some pieces that have been removed, you can see what the original looks like. So our intent is to restore that. And again, use where we need to use attic stock bricks. And then we'll just go into the landscape very briefly. So as Bill mentioned, Kylie's original intent, a very lacy, that's this idea that light could come through this garden. It has transitioned, we'll say, into this existing condition where both the sort of denseness and also the species of the plants has changed. Our proposal is to restore this original intent. On the left, you see the original canopy of trees as proposed by Dan Kiley and the species. In the middle is what it's become, and on the right is proposed. Again, we're working with Raymond Junkles and his team, landscape architects, and they have studied extensively the species and what will grow there, what things failed, and what we can put in there that can, again, represent design intent. And then lastly, in the garden, again, reference made to the original Kiley garden, a wonderful reflecting pool. It has transitioned into this planter and, as Bill calls jacuzzi. The jacuzzi does provide some sound, and so looking at this, everyone thought that it might be a nice idea to keep some sort of sound, although not as loud as the jacuzzi. So the proposal is to restore the reflecting pool, but to have a weir, an invisible weir, that provides a soft sound within the garden. And that is the proposal.
Thank you. Are there questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony, and then we may have questions after that. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. In so many cases under review, HDC and the Commission laments the loss of original features of a landmark. We see elements like doors, cornices, and storefronts recreated as best as possible from grainy photographs, and often we can only speculate on how something may have looked. At the Ford Foundation, time has been kind. With the exception of the plantings, the space has remained intact since its 1967 completion. It is with that in mind that we stress the retention of original features, and that must be paramount. An approval today can easily be a regret a generation from now. The original bronze doors, which are not ADA compliant, is there a way to make them power operated instead of merely throwing them away? Has every option been explored to try and save them? The planters are also an original design feature, and they were designated as part of this interior landmark. These objects were inserted above grade, almost as a foreshadowing to the garden enclosure that is just steps beyond them, and were meant to be permanent, which is why they are anchored into the floor. Their removal is unjustified, as they are currently ADA compliant. The interplay of the outside with the inside is a hallmark of modernist design, and the Ford Foundation's atrium, as a twist, brings the outside to the inside with its indoor landscaped vegetation. Luring the passerby inside, the tiled pavers used on the interior of the building continue through the curtain wall onto 42nd Street, melding together pedestrian and garden. If one follows the tiles and approaches the glass facade, the interior garden is revealed with plantings abutting the majority of the 42nd Street facade. This important feature will be eliminated in this proposal, replacing these plantings along the glass with paving. This pathway is an inappropriate intervention to an interior landmark, and an accessible design should incorporate existing pathways instead of inserting one at the focal point of interaction between street and garden. It can be a challenge to update an historic design to modern accessibility standards, but we are certain that Gensler is up to it, and the alternative and what is proposed risks losing the deliberate and protected sense of place. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Smith.
Jessica Smith, reading on behalf of Teo Perdone, President of Docomomo US. Dear Commissioners, my name is Teo Perdone. I'm an architect in New York City and a professor in the Graduate Historic Preservation programs at both Columbia University and Pratt Institute. However, I'm here today as the President of Docomomo US and board member of Docomomo International, a worldwide organization dedicated to the advocacy for and preservation of modern architecture and design. First, we would like to commend the senior leadership of the Ford Foundation, its architects, and various consultants for the thoughtful analysis of the historic documentation and its careful interpretation to deal with contemporary regulatory requirements, and for staying faithful to the design language and parameters existing in the landmark areas of the building. The interventions into the landscape of the atrium to create accessibility and the design of access doors are appropriate. The intention to recreate the visual ambiance and design intent of the original Dan Kiley landscape design is to be praised and most likely will come as a complete surprise to many. The removal of the large planter on 42nd Street side seems sound, but the need to remove the planters on the 43rd Street side is unclear and seems unnecessary. The location of the elevator is without fault. However, many design details remain to be resolved and will have an impact on the quality of the interventions. However, with this praise also comes a request. Much of what is happening in the renovation is taking place directly outside the parameter of the landmark atrium. While only addressed in passing in the presentations and walkthrough, the review of this work will be assigned to staff because it is outside the direct landmark boundaries. Renovation to these areas will have a direct impact on the visual appearance and experience of the landmark atrium, and it requires the same finesse shown in the project under discussion here. Items of work directly mentioned without much further detail and requires study includes the raising the light level in the atrium to accommodate better plant health and the need to change office layouts reflecting the current mission of the foundation and practices for staff well-being, and fully upgrading mechanical and sprinkler systems to existing codes. All this work will most likely result in the complete replacement of existing ceiling planes, and it clearly articulates the patterns of light, and with its clearly articulated patterns of light fixtures. These patterns reflect the interior use and layout of the spaces beyond the atrium curtain walls. While mention was made of the desire to restore existing light fixtures, the responsibility for review of the visual and physical impact has been assigned to staff. Here once again, changing ceiling planes or altering fixtures and light levels will have direct impact on how the landmark atrium is experienced visually. While we trust the care and attention given to the interventions in the atrium itself is an indication of what will be considered.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evans Richardson.
Thursday, I served as chair of the jury.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Evans Richardson. I'm here representing the Studio Museum in Harlem, and I'm also reading a statement on behalf of our director and chief curator, Thelma Golden. Dear members of the commission, I am writing to enthusiastically express my support for the Ford Foundation's proposed building renovation plans. When the Ford Foundation's building was completed in 1968, architect Kevin Roche's design was the result of a truly forward-thinking and progressive vision. That vision, which included an abundance of open space, natural light, and an atrium garden, foreshadowed a new era of modern architecture. 50 years later, however, the building is in need of crucial upgrades in order to improve upon its safety, environmental impact, and accessibility. The proposed renovations not only achieve each of these goals, but also preserve the integrity of Roche's vision, of Roche's remarkable vision. I have been heartened by the wonderful bonus these renovations represent for those of us in the community. The amount of public space will more than double. The environmental footprint will greatly decrease, and the new building will achieve full ADA compliance. With the proposed renovations, Roche's singular vision has become fully responsive to our contemporary needs. The Ford Foundation's laudable plan serves as an example to the broader New York City community, and I am confident that these renovation plans will guarantee the Ford Foundation's continued role as a notable Tudor City landmark for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gregory Long.
Good afternoon. I'm Gregory Long from the New York Botanical Garden. Commissioners, will it be all right if I read the letter that I've submitted previously? I think I'll just read that for everyone, if that's all right. I'm writing today not only to endorse the Ford Foundation's plans for the renewal of the atrium garden in their iconic building, but also to tell you how distinguished and exciting we find the proposed designs for the atrium. My colleagues here at the New York Botanical Garden, including Todd Forrest, the Vice President for Horticulture and Living Collections, Francisca Coelho, Vice President for Glasshouse Collections, and I have reviewed the plans for the garden's rehabilitation, and we are delighted to see how closely this new interpretation adheres to the design concepts of the original landscape architect Dan Kiley. We know that the landscape architecture team of Raymond Jungles has studied the original Kiley drawings, photographs, and other archival documents. And we understand that Jungles himself has also been meeting with Joe Carr, who was Kiley's project manager at the time the atrium was designed and installed. The plantings in place in the atrium now are well maintained, but they are not the plants chosen by Kiley, and their design has very little to do with Kiley's original thinking. The plants Kiley specified failed long ago because they were not appropriate for the subtropical greenhouse conditions of this huge glass-enclosed space. The plants Jungles is using will live happily in this environment, and the spatial qualities and layout now proposed will reestablish several of Kiley's principal design objectives: a temperate zone look and feel, long open sight lines across the garden, low ground cover plantings below tall trees intended to reach up into the high vertical spaces and lift up to provide cross views under the canopies, flower color and texture to be achieved in this new renovation by plants with variegated and colorful leaves. All of these new design features correspond with Kiley's concepts for the garden, and we believe the Jungles team has arrived at a fine and respectful design. 3 Jungles images were attached to that letter, illustrating those points very well, I think. We also believe that the removal of the rather chunky, dark, mid-height plantings currently in place will make the garden much more visitor-friendly, as will improve path lighting and the new ramp for accessibility. The ramp and the new lift have both been designed and placed in such a way as not to interfere with the historic design overall. We have studied these proposed renovations with care and find them exemplary. Please contact me if you would like any further information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan Kerwin?
Hi, good afternoon. I am on the Board of Directors of the Decatur City Association. I'm here to support the proposed changes to the Ford Foundation. I have a letter from the president of the Decatur Cities Association. Would just like to read one paragraph. There do not appear to be any significant changes to the exterior of the building. The interior changes do not appear to be significant in design while substantially improving the safety and accessibility of the building. The garden foliage changes appear to bring the garden more into alignment with the original plans for the building. Due to the foregoing, we support the proposed changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Conrad Ross?
Commissioners, my name is Conrad Vosch. I'm the secretary of an adjoining neighbor to the Ford Foundation, 333 East 43rd Street, the Manor Co-op. I'm here on behalf of the board in support. As one of our neighbors on 43rd Street, the Ford Foundation is an integral part of Tudor City and a very welcome partner in maintaining the prestige and the desirability of our unique New York City community and location. We further recognize the architecturally significant design and landmark status of the building as something that is highly valuable and necessary to maintain. It may be precisely given its architectural significance and its landmark status that the building has avoided the all too common pitfalls associated with hasty upgrading and modernization of other office buildings with much lesser pedigree. As such, it is time to support the required efforts to bring life safety systems and other improvements up to today's standards. The Board of Directors of the Manor supports the Foundation's efforts in its building renewal project and hopes for approval of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. If I may be permitted to add a personal observation here, the Ford Foundation's building renewal project is a clear example of one of the original LPC mandates, preservation. It is through sensitive building infrastructure updates that we allow our landmarks to continue to function and to provide the public purpose that has been endued in them. Buildings and structures that cross over from the vernacular to the vaunted have benefit from an all too rare combination, a rare collaboration of architectural thought and financial execution. In the Ford Foundation building, we see both an enlightened client whose budget priorities matched enlightened architect whose sense of detail and consistency of thought produced a landmark design. As a Cornell Princeton architect educated in the early 1970s and of a certain age, I marvel in the design details and the courage of execution of this building. Everything your eye sees was indeed considered carefully. No detail escaped consistent and rigorous thought. The same is true of the architectural firm that is doing this renovation today. To us, this was a great example of where architectural design and a profession could lead us and take us. This Roche-Dinkeloo design conceptualized a clear example of utopian social engineering that modern architecture has sought and craved as its moral underpinnings. Both the Board of Directors of the Manor and I personally support this building renovation project and believe that it will continue to work for years for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Kelly?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Tara Kelly with the Municipal Art Society. The Ford Foundation's philanthropic mission is, quote, "to reduce poverty and injustice, strengthen democratic values, promote international cooperation, and advance human achievement." An icon from the moment of its completion in 1967, the organization's headquarters in New York became an individual landmark as soon as it was eligible. Written nearly 20 years ago, the designation report describes the unusual interior by Kevin Roche John Dinkler Associates, quote, "It was the rare corporate client that would sacrifice so much rentable area and turn so much over to a landscaped atrium. When asked why Ford did it, Roche replied, for no reason other than to make a public gesture." And so the Municipal Art Society appreciates the purpose-built intention of this space and the effort to further the Ford Foundation's mission through the proposal at hand. The most significant intervention and the most troubling for our Preservation Committee is the wheelchair lift. First, the new walkway along the southern facade alters the relationship of the atrium softscape to the 42nd Street exterior. The lift itself has an enormous impact, though the material selection of Corten steel and clear glass seeks to minimize the intrusion. The slope of the granite retaining wall is a great improvement over the previous scheme presented to our committee on April 1st. Similarly, the ramping of the northern paths to expand the wheelchair accessible area is a positive move, though the stepped scheme of the garden, an important characteristic, is compromised. We are also concerned about the removal of the planter at the 42nd Street entrance. This feature does not inhibit passage, and therefore its elimination seems an unnecessary interference with the landmark design. Likewise, it has been argued that all the existing and new entrances must accommodate a single 36-inch door with a 32-inch fixed side light in order to reduce the number of stanchions required for automation of those doors. Again, this would appear to be avoidable, as the existing double doors can be automated or replaced in kind and operated by a single stanchion. The fixed side light interrupts the rhythm of the curtain wall facade and is not needed to achieve accessibility. In sum, we very much appreciate the worthy charge of the Ford Foundation and its built expression in the atrium, this public gesture. We ask the Landmarks Preservation Commission to guide the project team toward achieving the important goal of accessibility while persisting in the excellent stewardship of this extraordinary landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Gunn?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. The Ford Foundation atrium is and always has been primarily a viewing garden, visible to millions passing on 42nd Street, and also intended as a link among the interior galleries that flank it at every level. The plan to provide additional circulation within the garden at the expense of removing the original fabric and altering significant architectural features of the structure is disturbing. The garden the architects specified, in collaboration with Dan Kiley, served as the ornament that 1960s architecture eschewed structurally, but yet encouraged as an ambient presence. As much as the acanthus leaves on the Corinthian column, the outlines and shadows of the broadleaf evergreens that were to decorate the Ford Foundation would change, like the building itself, in the play of light that the glass walls still admit and reflect. The hard-edged and precipitous masonry, the multiplicity of steps and levels, the plantings touching the wall of glass on 42nd Street, drawing the eye into the landscaper's dream beyond, were recognized in their time as a revolution in architecture. The original plantings died in the unexpected microclimate of the exceptional new building, but their replacements, now mature, might also be recognized as an historic alteration. The strokes of genius of the mid-20th century modern movement so often involve transparency, a transparency that stretches the limits of our interpretation of the landmarks law. The recent disappearance of the manufacturer Hanover's safe behind a tawdry window display exemplifies the difficulties posed by an interior landmark behind glass. But when a design garden is an integral and original part of an individual landscape, there is a standard to be applied that is different from what might seem intrusive in an historic district, where indeed individual homeowners should not need a permit to throw down zinc. The proposed alterations
appear in any case to exceed statutory requirements, and we believe they need modification. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrea Goldwyn.
Good afternoon, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy's Public Policy Committee has toured the site and reviewed the proposal. The Ford Foundation built this landscaped atrium to foster a sense of community and transparency among its staff working within the building and to make a civic connection. The 1997 designation report quotes architect Kevin Roach, who said that Ford commissioned this open space on valuable Manhattan real estate, as noted, for no reason other than to make a public gesture, and that it was important for the relationship of this community with the public. The atrium has proved extraordinarily successful. It's a verdant refuge available for employees and visitors to the Ford Foundation, and via the large window wall visible to passers-by along 42nd and 43rd Streets. The Ford Foundation has been an excellent steward of its landmarked building. This series of proposed alterations respects the historic design and will improve the facility, bringing it up to code and increasing access to those with disabilities in accordance with the Foundation's mission to challenge inequality. Our committee found the installation of a new door and modifications to existing windows and doors to be appropriate. Committee members did not object to installation of new lighting fixtures, but some who have experienced with the proposed fixtures suggested they would not provide adequate lighting and that the architects should consider selecting a shorter fixture that would light paths more effectively and less obtrusively. The smoke level exhaust system and smoke barrier would be inconspicuous. Regarding modifications to the hardscape and plantings, the committee considered which elements are called out in the designation report. As the layout of paths and plantings is not specified, committee members found that the addition of a pathway along 42nd Street would be acceptable. We understand the Foundation wishes to remove the large fixed planter close to 42nd Street to increase barrier-free accessibility from a nearby new door. As the planter is included in the designation report, we hope it could be reduced or that the plantings in that corner could, or that new plantings could be installed in that corner to honor the intent of this feature. We also ask that smaller planters grouped near 43rd Street, when they are removed for renovations at the entry, be reused to contribute to the overall sense of how vegetation fills the atrium. With these alterations, the Ford Foundation will expand the public gesture that originally animated the design of the building and the atrium. Thank you.
Thank you. John Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm John Bernstein, the Chief Operating Officer of the Ford Foundation, and I'm here on behalf of Charles Birnbaum, who's the President and CEO of the Cultural Landscape Foundation, and I would like to read quickly an excerpt from his letter. Dear Chairman Srinivasan, I'm writing to express my unequivocal support for the Ford Foundation's proposed rehabilitation and restoration plans for the Ford Foundation building and atrium. The building, which includes an abundance of open space, natural light, and an atrium garden, is a monument to the elegant and ambitious vision of the design team, a vision that foreshadowed a new era of modern architecture. As you may know, the building needs to be brought up to code to improve safety, environmental impact, and accessibility, an overhaul that will require the entire garden to be removed and replanted. Hence, this is the perfect opportunity for the Foundation to honor Kylie's design intent, growing out of a deep and thorough analysis of plant materials, color, scale, form, and texture, while restoring signature visual and spatial relationships and providing a dignified arrival experience and greatly enhanced accessibility for all, including those with disabilities. Having witnessed a presentation by the design team on April 7th, it is our opinion that the proposed plans do just that. They honor the original design intent, safeguard historic materials and features that possess integrity, and show a commitment to transparency and openness. The restored and rehabilitated garden will be a true bonus for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Gotkin.
Hello, Michael Gotkin. I'm a landscape architect representing myself. I feel like I have a
go way back with this garden because I was part of the team at the Municipal Art Society that got it landmarked along with the CBS building in 1997. And also friends with Kylie's family and worked pretty extensively on the now disappeared Kylie landscape at Lincoln Center. And that brings me back to this. It's a perfectly intact Kylie garden, in fact, one of his real masterworks. And I do appreciate the sensitivity of the Ford Foundation and the entire team in dealing with bringing this garden up to code and providing more accessibility. Accessibility is always a noble goal, and there are often trade-offs with it. And I think you've heard other speakers talk about that, and I'm not going to go into it. Just to mention that there was an article about it in Curbed yesterday by the architectural critic Alexandra Lang that specifically talked about the trade-offs with making the garden more accessible. I think you've heard a consistency from many of the preservation professionals speaking today about the hardscape planters, particularly the planters you enter on 42nd Street. And I really wanted to focus on that. Kylie, whether you want to call his designs brutalist, classicist, he liked very hard-edged materials. And that planter is an iconic Kylie design. I mean, if I had to say one word to conjure up Kylie, it would be planters, whether you like them or not. If you remember the old Lincoln Center landscape, it was filled with planter boxes made out of a very luxurious material, travertine. In this case, the planter box is the ground plane coming up. It's the same glazed bricks that are being used. It's not in the way, as far as I could tell, looking at it, of any accessibility issues. If it was, it could be shortened, as Tara mentioned to you. I think it was Tara, one of the speakers. And, but most importantly, I was talking about with the ASLA's advocacy group last night, and many people remember that there had been a tree there originally, a more vertical element that did not live. As you know, all of Kylie's plantings died off rather suddenly in this place. That almost acted like a sculpture when you enter the garden. If you think about entering atriums, they frequently have a sculpture when you enter. That was like Kylie's sculpture. It announced the garden. It would be highly appropriate to maintain the planter, upgrade the soil depth beneath it, and put back a small tree there. And finally, it's a boon to someone in a wheelchair to have a planter box. As a landscape architect, I often have to install them in public gardens because it allows someone in a wheelchair to reach out their hand and actually interact with a plant. So those are my words on the planter. I look forward to hearing your discussion about the details of this garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, we've received Community Board 6, a recommendation in support of this project. We've also received about 10 letters in support from various organizations, including Councilmember Gorodnik's office, as well as Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. Would the team like to respond to? Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to sketch out some responses to some of the things that have been said, and also to invite Darren and the Ensler team to comment if they would like to add anything. I'll try not to make this too lengthy. With respect to the original door, well, first of all, with respect to the overall philosophy, we thought about every single scrap of original fabric. Not only the physical fabric itself, but how it functions aesthetically and how it functions as part of the overall design. And our goal was to meet the code requirements and the mission requirements with as little impact on original fabric as we possibly could. With respect to keeping original doors, we thought about this. And particularly Ambrose Kelly of Gensler, who knows more about doors than anyone on this team has ever had the pleasure of meeting, we found that there is, in fact, a code requirement to have, if we were to keep all of those doors, there would be a code requirement to have stanchions all over the place. Inside, outside, in between double doors, we would be inserting so many corten stanchions in this space that we would be almost literally tripping over our goal of keeping the original fabric. I'd also like to point out, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to run through some. The commission, just a few years ago, approved an intervention. Oh, here, sorry, this is in the way. An intervention at the northeast corner of the garden. There was not an original door in this location, but for code, there needed to be an egress door coming out into the garden. And the design that the commission approved in 2012 and is now installed is almost precisely the design that we are proposing, where there is a code-compliant operable door and a narrow fixed side light. The difference between this and what we are proposing is that the sidelights we are proposing are proportionately a bit wider, so the perceptible difference between the operable and fixed portion is less. The 42nd Street planner, we thought very closely about keeping that as well. Sorry, I need to be sort of skipping around. Here it is. It's here. So this is where you come in the 42nd Street entry. There are the main grand stair here and the stair down to the auditorium area below, and this is the planter. We thought about moving it. We thought about shortening it. We thought about providing a ghost of its outline in the pavement. And frankly, all of those things could be possible and still allow a code-compliant access to the new door which we would put here. However, that new door, I think you can see it from here, it's actually a very crucial element because a person who needs to use a wheelchair or is otherwise disabled coming here, this is the route with this door that can get them through here and either up to the 43rd Street side of the garden or into the elevators which provide access into the rest of the building. This is a really crucial spot. And yes, there is code required distance. You can get a wheelchair around there, but there is a certain hidden quality to it. There is a certain quality of, frankly, inequality in terms of people's being able to get through here. And so the decision was made that if we are talking about openness and accessibility and the perception of those things, that there sometimes is a time when you need to make a change. I will just say with respect to the planner. The planner appears on the original Dan Kiley drawings. The planter does not appear on the original Roche Dinkelwood drawings. It was built, so it's there, so it's historic. There's no question about that. Also, our landscape architect, the remarkably aptly named Raymond Jungles, spent a lot of time speaking with Joe Carr, who was the plant person who worked very closely with Dan Kiley as part of his office during the construction and installation of the garden. And Joe Carr's comments were that planter was not a highly significant aspect of the design. It was an aspect, not a highly significant one. Plantings along 42nd Street, where we are proposing to make the access way for the lift. Historically, there were plantings there, but there was also always a heating element, a ventilation element in the floor, and then a strip of brick between the two. So there was always a space between the inside of the curtain wall and the plantings. And frankly, when we had to make the decision of trying to put plantings in what would be a very narrow strip, the choice is between either that, creating that very narrow strip for plantings, or taking more from the gathered plantings that are on the other side. We felt it would be better to preserve more of the sort of continuous plantings there. The lift itself, issues of it being troubling and having a serious impact, of course it is visible, but we have done everything we can to minimize it, to put it as far back into the space as we can, to conceal it behind plantings on one side and adjacent to a major granite pier on the other. And given the overwhelming character of the benefits that lift confers in terms of accessibility all the way across this portion of the garden, we felt that this was one of those cases where the intervention is highly justified. The area where we're talking about ramping, I think it's also important to note that at the time that door that I told you about here was installed, the pavement and the stair system in this area were changed. The original steps had to be moved farther to the west in order to allow the new steps, which come from the egress door, to be installed. So we are talking about making changes precisely in an area that has already been changed. And we agree that it's really important that these steps are occurring all over the garden. There are these changes in level, it's part of its character, and those steps are continuing to occur absolutely everywhere in the garden, except this spot where they have already been altered. And finally, with respect to concern about those areas that are not that are beyond the landmark designation line, of course they are areas that are not procedurally subject to review here, but I want to assure you that we are dealing with the entirety of this building with great care. We are providing the same kind of architectural vocabulary in the new offices. We are reusing immense amounts of the original furniture, lighting fixtures. The real difference is going to be that when you look through the glass walls from the atrium, you're going to see fewer partitions and fewer private offices inside, and more of the kinds of open spaces that are already there in considerable profusion. So I want to assure you that we are treating the entire building very carefully. Probably too long an answer, but Darren, would you like to?
I would just say that I very much appreciate the comments and concerns that were raised about the proposed modifications. I would say that for a foundation with the mission of social justice and reducing inequality in the world, we have to start at home. And when you talk about dignity and human dignity, today there is nothing more undignified than to feel what a person in a wheelchair feels when they come into the 42nd Street entrance of the Ford Foundation, which gives them absolutely no access to the beauty, the joy, and the pleasure that was intended to be experienced by all. Of course, in 1967, people who were handicapped and not able-bodied were indeed invisible. But as a foundation today, with our mission, we must calibrate justice with the fidelity of an institution, building that we treasure, and we're unwavering in our support for maintaining the integrity of the original design. But we believe that we're compelled to do all that we can to ensure that every visitor experiences the beauty of this great treasure.
Thank you. Anything on doors and depth?
Yes, are there any questions for the team? Any questions?
Yes, just a quick one. Given that the planter seems so important, if you can look at page 20, I just want to clarify. I understand the door needs to be there, but is that planter? Is there any way? Is that planter significant? Yeah, you just passed it. One more before. See that planter on the left?
Could you clarify why that planter cannot be maintained, or is that significant?
So the planter was originally intended...
You have to speak on the mic. Yes.
So the planter was originally Ambrose Kelly Gensler Architects. So the planter, as I think was stated earlier, was originally intended to support a tree. It is located above the projection room of the auditorium. So inadequate depth was available to provide sufficient root wall accommodation. So that, in combination with its location behind this masonry pier and the disadvantages of not getting sufficient light, led to the failure of the tree. So ultimately, the objective of Dan Kiley was never fulfilled.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, in that case, we can close the hearing. I just want to say a few things. First of all, thank you all for making a very informative presentation. I think it's very clear that Ford Foundation is a very important institution in New York, and its home is one of the most sort of iconic modern buildings in the city's streetscape. And it has this incredibly impressive interior atrium, which only adds to the masterpiece of Kevin Roche, and along with Richard Kiley's landscaping. And it really has transported this place into one of the most memorable and striking public spaces. And I do want to comment, because so many people have said also in the testimony, about the fact that this is a public space, that Ford Foundation gave it to the public. There are no bonuses attached to it. There are no restrictions placed on it. And I think it's interesting that the institution's philosophy about accessibility really brings them here today. And I think that historically it was intended to be public, and therefore the proposal before us is very much in keeping with that, and I think supports the essence of the space. I think that for me, interior landmarks, again, are not set in stone, are not frozen in time. They can change. And I think the proposal that's before us is very modest and incredibly respectful to the design intent. I think it's completely in keeping and consistent with also the idea of it remaining in public and to all without any discrimination. I think we're faced with this issue often, that buildings, including our buildings, meaning our designated buildings, must meet modern standards of safety and well-being. It's a necessity. But again, I think that the proposal here has been treated with great dignity, and the dignity that a place and space like this deserves. I think the moves that they've made and the interventions, again, are very modest. When you think about the atrium itself, and providing accessibility, I think they've done it in a very focused manner, and I think it doesn't take away from the design of the interior space, including the cascading pathways and the landscaping itself. And same thing, I think, in terms of the doors. The doors have a side light, but it still is very sort of reflective of what the design intent was, and I think many of these changes are very seamless. So I just want to commend the team in really being very respectful to a building that's they claim is their own, and I think I can support this as is. Yes, Adi?
Thanks for such a considered and really inspiring presentation, and the great and serious work that you've done on this. And I'm especially excited to see the new garden, the more lacy garden with maybe more deciduous trees. I have one small comment about one area that I would propose might be modified a little bit. Do you mind going to the plan of the garden? And it has to do with the 42nd Street side, which you have described. So I actually think that that the density, despite what's said about the vents along 42nd Street side that you identified, that the density of landscape material at the 42nd Street wall is actually pretty important, and but you were there. That's fine. Whichever plan shows that's fine. So, and what you're proposing is a clear run, straight line of hardscape along 42nd Street to the lift. And I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe consider something that's a bit more jogged and would allow for some green, thin maybe, at the glazing face of 42nd Street, and that kind of jogging does actually happen, in other places, obviously in the garden. I think that just a clear run of hardscape without any green at that wall is a little bit too stark. So I'm wondering if that can be considered a bit.
Well, the only thing I would say, and we can answer if we want them to answer, is that I think that the idea of allowing accessibility and for people in wheelchairs to allow them to maneuver through these spaces. So I think that I can see the reason for having a more straight run than in fact a jogged run because it's really sort of an ease in circulation for...
I'm not saying that it shouldn't be accessible or that that there shouldn't be a way to the lift. I'm just saying that maybe there's a way formally to allow for more green along the exterior face and for that path to just have a formal jog in it. I mean, I think that there are ways to work that out, even if the hardscape would be kind of hugging more or entirely the stairs on the first level of stairs. I mean, I don't know what that formal move is, but something.
Can I
Yes.
add my voice to Adi's? I agree 1,000% with you. I think that one of the key intents of the design, both from a landscape point of view and architecturally, was to have fuzzy green stuff right up against the window. And I think that the pathway varies in width from 4'8" to 6'1" to 5'6", and I believe that the code requires 36 inches, 3'0", for a single wheelchair to pass. And there are many pathways here that, and 5 feet, a 5-foot radius for a turn, for a full 180-degree turn, less for a 90-degree turn. So I think you could fall well within handicap standards that are used all over New York and still provide a pathway that was in the style of the original pathways. I challenge you to find a single straight unjogged pathway in the original design. They mostly are characterized by bends and kinks, even little kinks. So I think that you could definitely have a code-compliant pathway that allowed for some green coming right up against or pretty close to the glass.
I understand you could, but I think the question for us is, as proposed, do we feel that because of the way they designed it, is it not appropriate?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Others?
I would say, also that if, God forbid, if I want a wheelchair coming in, there ought to be some clarity, and I think the existing design, the current proposed design is clearer. I mean, I think I understand your point about, you can narrow down to 36 inches, but I presume this pathway has, that there are other people walking as well, and then for me, coming into the space, if you hide it behind the bushes, it will be hard for me to visualize that there's a lift on the other end.
Right, and I just want to again sort of think about, I understand that the design vocabulary does have kinks and stairs in the garden, but I think that that's where there has been sort of a change that's being addressed here, which is those areas are not accessible, and so in making it accessible, I think I would agree with Wellington that I think you want to have some clarity. I don't think it detracts from the space at all. I think that from 42nd Street, the relationship of inside and a garden, its transparency, is still as effective. And so, yes, technically, you could put more green on one side and take away green from the other and jog it along. But I don't even know if that's necessary in order for this. Yes?
Staff wants to just point out one design decision with the path along this particular exposure is that there is a sloping terrain immediately to the side of it. And although that dimension is unknown to me, at some point it will present a situation where a railing would be needed if you make that terrain too steep. So any movement of the path in that direction could trigger other changes, such as the introduction of a railing.
I don't think you need to move the path at all on that edge. I think if you made it a little bit narrower, not a lot narrower, not in any way non-compliant with code, not in any way narrower than other pathways, you could create a zone of planting through. It would not constitute a visual obstacle for a handicapped person, so that that person could not see the lift. I think it would be able. I think it's a case of being able to have your cake and eat it too. I really don't see that it's a major sacrifice. It's only a sacrifice if you say that the standard must be that you have to have two wheelchairs passing each other at all locations, and that's not a standard the code requires.
Yes, Corey?
Just one more thing to add to that point. I won't speak to whether or not that's a requirement, but that is a goal of this particular path, is to have the ability to have two wheelchairs pass one another. The team could address that further, but that's what staff has understood about.
But you don't have that. You don't have that at 4'8". You don't have it at 5'6".
It's at the portion where the jog does occur. I'll point that out right here. It does provide room for two passing wheelchairs once it makes that small jog.
How long does the jog need to be to meet that code requirement, which is above and beyond code? I mean, I think that it's a balance, and I think that we have a case here where the garden is intrinsic to the design of the building. The garden's relationship to the outside was intrinsic to the design of the building. We're changing it. We don't need to change it. We've made a choice about wanting to have a bypass. Maybe there's a way to have a bypass for a particular length, and then have plantings to either side of it. You know, I think there's a way to have both, so you can maintain the relationship of green against the outside and have even this higher standard above code of handicapped accessibility.
Okay, others? Yes, Fred?
Yeah, I want to step back. That's a small detail in my judgment, and just suggest that buildings like people are alive. The fact is, buildings get to live longer than people if we take care of them, and if they change over time and are relevant in our time. And I think that's what the extraordinary achievement has been here, to make such minor, modest changes, hardly noticeable in my judgment, when compared to the whole gestalt of this garden and this building. That this is a way of keeping this building alive and making it accessible, an extraordinary goal that eluded all of us back in the 60s when this building was built. I can't believe that Kevin Roach wouldn't have done it himself if that was a part of our life at that time. The fact is, it is now. So there's not one part of this that I can't support and admire. I wouldn't be against maybe getting a little more green over there, perhaps working with staff. I wouldn't think this needs to come back to this commission for a little change like that, to get a little more green on one side or the other, maybe a slight jog or something. But I just want to laud the team and the carefulness of to me, this is one of the most important buildings in America, bar no history. Just last Thursday, I had the pleasure and wonderful responsibility of being chair of the Dekalb Awards. This was not part of the submission, but I can imagine that this would be an extraordinarily winning proposal because of the care with which it was taken. So I'm really, I like it all.
Okay. Other comments?
Just want to add a final note. Part of the reason why me and the class that, from my high school class that went into architecture, and that's why we're so deferential to Kevin Roach and Kevin, is because we visited his studio in New Haven at the time, and we were mesmerized by his design. So I commend the team for doing, a very sensitive, minor alteration to this important landmark building.
Yes.
And I'd just like to agree with everybody speaking about the accessibility, because having worked at buildings and doing a lot of code work, we spend a lot of time trying to make buildings adaptable for everyone and make them more accessible. And so going through all of this to make a building they didn't have to make accessible more accessible is very laudable. And we appreciate it.
Any other comments? I think some of us don't feel it's absolutely necessary to put this green strip. I think we can ask them to work with staff, but I would like to say that there's some programmatic reasons why it may not work, and I just want the commissioners to understand that. And if you agree, we could say they can explore this further, but otherwise we would still support it. Okay. All right, great. So in that case, Fred?
Come to me.
Yes.
Sit back, relax. This is long. In the matter of 320 East 43rd Street, the Ford Foundation Building, an individual and interior landmark, the application is to modify hardscape and planting areas at the garden, install a barrier-free access lift, install security cameras, and not to do that, and modify existing windows and doors and install new doors. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work is supportive of barrier-free accessibility to and within the interior landmark, that the configuration of the polished brass replacement doors consisting of an asymmetrical single door and side light will have a similar appearance to the original doors and will accommodate barrier-free access while reducing the need for multiple remote actuators, that the installation of new doors at rectilinear sections of the interior and exterior curtain walls will occur at discrete locations and will be sensitively designed to maintain maximum transparency, that the new doors will match the material and finish of the existing Core 10 steel framing, helping them to recede from view, that the simple design and material of the actuator stanchions will match the Core 10 steel entrance framing and allow them to remain a discrete feature at select accessible entrances, that the stanchions will be anchored using small penetrations at the brick paving and therefore will be an easily reversible alteration, that the proposed operable glazing panels at the east facade will match the configuration materials and finish of the original fixed glazing panels, that the details and dimensions of the metal frames and mullions will closely match those details on original panels, and that the change in operation will only be perceptible when the panels are open. We're not half done. That the permanent planter at the East 42nd Street lobby is associated more strongly with circulation between the vestibule and the descending stair than the experience of the garden, and that while the removal of the planter will eliminate a modest amount of historic fabric, it will not diminish the interior green space. That the new paving to be installed at the area of the removed planter will match the original brick paving, that the reuse of a salvage desk at the East 43rd Street lobby will be consistent with the style and age of the interior, and that its placement will improve circulation and visibility of the garden. From the north lobby, that the attachments for the lobby desk and related electrical wiring using small penetrations at the brick floor will be minimal and reversible, that the proposed barrier-free access lift will be installed at a discrete location at the southeast east edge of the designated interior landmark space and will not detract from the building's significant interior architecture. That the excavation of a section of planting area for the installation of the proposed lift will not substantially diminish the interior green space. That the proposed core tin and glass lift is simple in design and details, thereby helping this installation to remain a secondary presence. That the proposed lift will be installed adjacent to and partially screened by a large granite pier, and therefore the installation will be only minimally visible when viewed from the street in conjunction with the East 42nd Street facade. That views of the proposed lift from the interior garden will be partially screened by a granite retaining wall and sloped planting area. That the design of the angled retaining wall is in keeping with the existing angled retaining wall at the west descending stair. That extending an existing path along the southern edge of the garden will allow access to the proposed lift while minimizing the interruption of the original hardscape plan and will match the brick paving of the existing garden paths. That the existing steps at the north path had been previously altered by relocation, and therefore their removal will not cause the loss of an original feature of the interior space. That resetting the north path to slope upwards to the east loggia will allow barrier-free access to a greater area of the garden, and that the change in grade will only be minimally perceptible while maintaining the original footprint of the path. That the removal of non-original garden features will not eliminate significant historic fabric. That the proposed path lighting will be simple in design, typical in terms of placement, and well-scaled to the garden and paths. That the proposed path lighting will be installed in planted areas only, and therefore the installation will not affect significant architectural features and are reversible. That the simple design and material of the guardrails at the west descending stair will incorporate the original design intent of the interior space by utilizing the same materials and design forms found within the building, and that the overall work will adapt the building to meet current safety and accessibility codes while being sensitive to the original design and historic character of this interior and individual landmark. The team will work with staff to see if additional plantings might be added on the path along 42nd Street.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 14. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness to Borough Manhattan, docket number 180251. This is 241 East 48th Street, located within the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. This is a row house built in 1860-61 and redesigned by Clarence Dean in 1920 to 23. The application is to replace windows and construct rooftop and rear additions.
We'll catch up. The people, yes. If the audience can just quiet down, because we're continuing with our session. Yes.
241 East 48th Street is located between 2nd and 3rd Avenues in the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. The proposal is to construct a rooftop and rear yard additions and to replace the door. The proposed rooftop addition, and here is the proposed rear yard addition. The rooftop addition would be set back 6 feet from both the front and rear facades and measure approximately 14 feet, 2 inches high at its highest point, with flues that are approximately 3 feet higher as required by code. The proposed glass and metal one-story rear yard addition projects approximately 9 feet 11.5 inches, which aligns with the neighbors, adjacent neighbors. And the proposed front door would match the existing doors along the front. It would be a wood and glazed glass door. And the applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project. I'm Nina Verma with architecture firm Mathos. I have with me my colleagues Colin Bryce, Principal, Lauren Gardner, and Anna Vadersack. As Sandy mentioned, 241 East 48th Street is located in the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. It is between the blocks of 2nd Ave and 3rd Ave, between 48th Street and 49th Street, 20 individual townhomes, and they share a common back garden, which is right here. And that's quite important to the homeowners, and I'll get into that in a moment. These are the facades of the 20 townhomes. So on the top we have East 48th Street, and on the bottom we have East 49th Street, and our property is right here. Very Georgian facade. And this is the earliest picture we have of the facades. This is from the 1920s, and in the 1920s, the properties were renovated. So prior to this, in 1866, they were built as multi-family blocks, and by all accounts, it was rather weak, without much style. In 1920, Charlotte Honeywell bought these 20 townhomes and converted them into individual private residences. The goal was for them to be American-style basement homes with a common back garden. Also important, when she hired the 2 architects, Bottomley and Dean, to undertake this renovation, it was a complete renovation of the interior and exterior because it was going from multi-family blocks to individual townhomes. At the completion of the renovation in 1921, the 20 residents together drafted and signed the first Turtle Bay Gardens Historic Covenant. And that governs facade, it governs garden, it governs additions, items that are still in continual existence today. Indeed, the latest version of the covenant was signed in 2012 by all residents. The original covenant was signed by Honeywell. Continues to exist. All the proposals that Sandy summarized and we're presenting today are in line with the covenant, and that has been our guiding document through our process. I'll quickly overview in elevation what those changes are, and then I'll detail those that are subject to enlarged review. First, we are restoring the facade. So it's in disrepair, it's plastered, so we're going to restore it, paint it to match original. We're also replacing the windows, and that's subject to staff review. But as a side note, the owners are very environmentally forward-thinking, so they're pursuing passive house standards. We're super insulating the house, and we're looking at triple glazing, always being cognizant of the historic nature of the property. So we're working very closely with a window manufacturer to achieve the same profile in section and elevation. We're also replacing the doors, which Sandy mentioned, and I'll get into that. And then finally, in the front elevation, you see this 4th floor loft addition, set back 6 feet from the street wall and 6 feet from the rear wall. On the rear elevation, we are again restoring, repairing the plaster. The rear elevation is being replaced, and we are implementing a conservatory. This conservatory is within the covenant guidelines. I'll get into that shortly. We're also replacing the windows above, and you can again see the 4th floor addition. All right, first I'll quickly go through doors. Most of the doors in the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District have windows in them, and they're not original. And we learned that this was an absolute necessity for this renovation because of New York City light and air requirements. These are narrow, long houses, about 20 feet wide by 100 feet deep. The city will not let us move forward unless we get light to the front of the house. And so we took this as precedent, as most of the houses in our district have windows in their doors. We too are going to pursue this. So here's an existing and a proposed elevation. We're implementing these window doors, and again, working with the same window and door manufacturer to achieve the same profile in section and elevation. We'll also remove these iron safety grills. They are not original to the project. Left door, the right door, and this is the detail through the door. Okay, now on to the two main items that we're here to
Can I
present.
just ask a question?
Absolutely.
Clarence, clarify something right now. The doors have to have lights in them because they're going into habitable rooms?
They're going into the kitchen and the foyer, but so the kitchen is considered a habitable space, and it's not within 30 feet of a window otherwise.
Okay, I'll just take it to face value, didn't understand that.
And I have a plan of that first floor later on I can show you. All right, so this is our zoning diagram and overall massing. It allows me to point out the two major changes. The first is the addition of this rear conservatory. The covenant, the Dekalb Gardens Historic Covenant allows for an addition of 10 feet maximum in depth of one floor. We're compliant with that, and as I mentioned, the covenant's been in existence since the original renovation in 1921. It recognized these garden additions, and I'll speak more about the importance of the garden to the homeowners as well. And second is the fourth floor addition. Again, 6 feet back from the front wall, 6 feet back from the rear wall, and I'll go into that in detail. So first, here's a snapshot of the covenant and the two sections that are relevant to us. Again, fourth floor is allowed as long as it's set back 6 feet and 6 feet, and then a rear addition is allowed so long as it's not more than 10 feet in depth and 1 story in height. All right, so first I'll speak about these rear yard additions. This map on the left is of all the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District homes that already have these compliant 10 feet additions. So there are 7 total. We're proposing ourselves to be 8. And this image is really helpful. This is looking from 241 East 48th Street's roof into the backyards on 49th Street. And you'll see it's basically a streetscape of rear yard additions, and they were contemplated in the original design, and in fact, really take advantage of something special about the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District, which is this common garden. Much of the covenant governs the garden and how it's intended to be a common sort of respite for the residents, and by almost encouraging people to build into it in a limited way, continue to live in it. So this is a section and elevation, existing and proposed. And this conservatory is going to be a double height walled window, but a single height occupiable space. With staff guidance, we need to align our replaced windows with the existing windows. And the real goal here is so that the owners feel like the garden is part of their home. In fact, they're going to be calling this their garden room. It's going to be all lit, and you should feel like you're outside in the garden all the time. And the plan really helps you see that, because the current plan really limits one's interaction with the garden. We're proposing that we're literally pulling the home into the garden, and also you'll see here, speaking of the window doors, this kitchen, this occupiable space is what needs the light in there. And so this rendering captures what it will feel like looking at the house. And what's really nice about it is you see the proposed first floor living space can also take advantage of the garden. So we're really hoping to bring the garden in and honor the intent of the design. Okay, and the final item is the loft addition. So this fourth floor here. This fourth floor is set back 6 feet, front and rear. And those are per the covenant. We're proposing continuing the material palette from the house, so it's as unobtrusive as possible. So continuing the plaster and the original paint to match. And we're proposing a standing seam metal roof in a dark gray tone to match the other additions roofs. So it has been mocked up since about March, and I'll walk you through these images. This is an image looking west, and that's the profile of the mock-up. And on the right is the image looking east, and what I'll call your attention to here is this white box in the background. That's an addition at 233 East 48th Street, and it is also set back. So when the owners purchased this house, house, they look to that as precedent. And in fact, there's far more precedent in the historic district that I'll get to shortly. On the left bottom, we are looking west from the street, and that's the addition. It's highlighted in orange to help you see it. And then from directly across the street, we have the pediment in front of the house, which does obscure it. And then finally looking east, and that's the addition there. All right, so another map looking at the district. Of the 20 homes in the district, 7 currently have these 4th floor additions. They were contemplated in 1920 in the original covenant, and they continue to be in the existing covenant. The setbacks are adhered to, the 6 feet in the back, 6 feet in the rear, and I'll note that there is one home here that is on 49th Street that is undergoing an expansion of its loft addition and is currently being mocked up as well. So when you're walking down 48th Street, which is our street, here is our mock-up. And these are the 2 homes that the owners look to as precedent, 229 and 233. And they are flanking what we call our twin house. It's got the same facade that we have practically. And then when you're walking down 49th Street, we highlighted in orange for you the existing additions. So you can see that it's sort of become part of the fabric of these additions. Finally, if you're standing on our rooftop, so on 241 East 48th Street's rooftop, and you look across to 49th Street, you see all of the additions much more clearly than you do from the street.
So the additions that you can see from the street, were they pre-existing before the district was created? They're grandfathered, okay, but they're part of the covenant that was historical from 1920s. Okay.
And there's one addition, which this 1920 picture captures quite well, that we know for certain is not only grandfathered, but it's original to the house, so I wouldn't even consider it an addition. So the contemplation of this 4th floor was an addition of Bottomley and Dean in 1920 after you created that.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes.
Are the existing windows on the front facades original? No? Okay.
Any other questions? We'll take testimony. Christopher Buff.
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Some of these things have already been alluded to, but Turtle Bay is an exceptional historic district of 20 houses with a single block center, an officially shared area with a shared design concept, an invention of the romantically inclined 1920s. Into this cherished mix comes a proposal for a very normative rear yard addition and rear yard renovation, glassy and intrusive as is the universal custom today. Why not let Turtle Bay continue to look like Turtle Bay, untroubled by some contemporary extrusion, a novelty of the kind blessed by Architectural Digest? The not visible from the public way mantra surely should not apply to a district designated less for its street fronts than for the unusual covenant that needed a joint development based on social and aesthetic ambition to make a tiny neighborhood retreat described as a beautiful garden shared by the houses on the 2 streets, which takes the place of conventional backyards. Low masonry walls separate individual private gardens from each other, and a central esplanade is shared by all. We saw this issue earlier today, of course, at Sunnyside. And I won't go on about the old willow trees, benches, fountains, copy of the Medici and Rome, and so on. A one-time confederation of owners wanted an oasis of the old-fashioned, perhaps rather theatrical, like some of the residents, an exotic corner of New York. I had understood the restrictive covenants had expired and they were not made by the original architects. Perhaps the owners, if they had had more foresight, would have written them differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Regarding the rooftop addition, it should not be visible from the street or up the block. This row house terminates with the pediment, an unusual feature, and this form should read clean against the sky. Perhaps a flat roof would work better for the addition. In the rear, the committee found fenestration inconsistent with the historic district itself. While the glass at the garden level is appropriate, the parlor level should retain its punched openings and thick cheek walls. This aesthetic is more palatable for the interior block, which does share a common garden area for which this district was designated. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Gutke.
I came exclusively for the Ford Foundation, but then when I heard Bottomley was going to be heard, Bottomley was my absolute favorite architect. He was also a garden designer. I visited all his houses in Richmond, New York City, and I've been to Turtle Bay Gardens from the rear, and I was shocked to see this proposal. I thought that the covenant only allowed a one-story addition in the rear, and maybe it doesn't specifically call out glazing that would replace the rear facade, but that seems to me a violation of the spirit of it. Also, I thought that this facade had some ornament on the rear facade. I could be wrong, in the plaster or in the stucco. Not the same as the cartouches you see in the front, but as I remember, there was something there. I could be wrong. I mean, I don't remember exactly which house I was looking at from the rear. But at any rate, as you've heard from Christabel, these houses, probably more than any other townhouse you'll ever hear, the rear facade really is important. And it's part of the very fantasy-esque mix of Italian influences and Robert Adam and other people that form this theatrical backdrop in the backyard to the garden. So it's essential. The first floor doesn't matter as much, as obscured by shrubs and things, but above that, it's essential to the integrity of the architecture of this ensemble that you not allow a huge glazed wall to replace the original Bottomley, carefully proportioned windows. Thank you very much.
Are there any of the speakers on the side team? All right, Community Board 6 does not object to the approval of this, of the certificate of appropriateness. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Okay, well, go ahead.
I agree with the testimony. I think that this is an exceptional garden condition, and that the rear elevations are unlike rear elevations on lots of other townhouse donuts that we've seen, and that the example that they show in the photograph of what is seen across the way, across the garden from there, from this property, are all one-story additions, one-story incursions into that space, and so I think that that's what should limit the extension to this project, one story. One story, no glazing, sorry, on the second story.
One story and no glazing on the second story?
No change to the windows.
No change to the windows.
Windows on the second story at the garden.
No change, or it's just different kind of change?
Enlargement.
Okay, that's your recommendation. Well, I guess.
I agree that since these have pediments, I know the covenant says they can actually add still to that fourth floor. It seems like the pediments are symmetrical on the block, and it's part of the row, a feature of the row itself. And so the roof coming up and that little bit that you can see, can they push that back just so you cannot see it and you retain the pediments?
Okay, yes.
I'm okay with the rooftop addition going to the exact extent that it does, because the whole concept of this enclave was that it had planned covenants that controlled development and growth. And I think they, just to the same extent that the rear yard addition, we can say was envisioned by the original plan and is being slowly built out, I can't say that we should be any holier than they when in determining what should happen on the roof. I think, however, if the other ones did not have the high pitch, that might be something they could modify staff. But I really can't say that, if this is the plan and it was part of the original development, And as we know, in the course of Manhattan real estate events, it will happen, that there's a plan for it. It was part of the original conception. I don't have an objection to it. And I think, for me, the issue with the rear yard, second floor windows is, I don't have enough information, not knowing the district very well, to be able to judge whether or not there is any variation in the rear fenestration of the second floor. I think the argument that this rear should be considered more carefully than others is completely correct, but I don't have enough information to say whether or not. I noticed in the pictures that there was variation. Some have 2 punches, some have 3 punches, some are, there is some variation. I personally find the addition with the second floor to be attractive, and in other situations would be totally appropriate, but I think I need a little bit more help to justify it in this case.
Okay, other comments?
I would just say that I wish every block has this type of master planning, the guideline. I think, it's helpful that they set a clear guideline as to, the front and the back, and then what can you do at the back. And I personally don't have any problem with the clear glass at the back. I think if the provision is really to enjoy the backyard and the commons in the back of the greenery, I think it does service to the building, after all, is here to serve human beings, and also it's not really detracting from the overall feel of the backyard. I personally don't have any problem with that.
Okay, other comments? All right, but I agree with some of the comments here about the rooftop addition. Sometimes we're very particular about about its visibility and how visible it is, especially when you have things like an impediment and you see the silhouette of the addition juxtaposed with it. But I think this block does seem, and the history of this area is very different from some of the other historic districts where we have looked at rooftop additions, because historically there's always this intent for additions to take place. Having said that, I think that there is some flexibility that they set it back 6 feet from the front and 6 feet at the back, and it's possible for them to just shift it towards the back and by even 3 feet, because then you'd still maintain what we normally expect, which is the historic wall and its setback. So I think we could explore that with staff if other commissioners think that's helpful.
But they would have to override their own covenant.
I don't think the covenant doesn't say you have to be there.
It says a minimum of 6 feet.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Both sides, yeah.
It has to be 6 feet at the back as well?
Exactly.
Okay, well then in that case, they're already at their limit.
Already at that limit.
All right, that wasn't clear to me. And in terms of the rear, I think it's very attractive. I don't have an issue with it, but I think if commissioners feel strongly about it, then they can work with staff to include more masonry, because that's what it is. You do have they right now have 2 windows, but if you look at the patterns in the back, there's sometimes 3 windows, so if they want to have more glazing, they perhaps can. But I just think it doesn't necessarily have to be 2 windows, right? As long as in the spirit of having more masonry, so they can work with staff on that. Does that make sense, Joe?
On the floor level, when with us to do that, just mention masonry.
Okay. Is that okay? All right, so then we can move to decision. Adi?
In the matter of 241 East 48th Street, the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District, row house built in 1860-61 and redesigned by Clarence Dean in 1920 and 23. The application is to replace windows and construct a rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. And I also note that the buildings within the district were redesigned in the 1920s, which included a design for an interior courtyard garden that still exists, and that there is a covenant amongst the building owners that sets limits for rooftop and rear yard additions, and that this proposal will abide by those covenant restrictions. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the construction of rooftop and rear yard addition will not result in damage to or demolition of any significant architectural features of the roof or rear facade, that the proposed material palette of the rooftop addition, including a stucco finish to match the stucco on the building and standing seam metal roof and metal windows, is in keeping with the style of the building and other existing rooftop additions within the historic district, that the proposed rear yard addition is in keeping with the depth and height of other rear yard additions found within the block's central green space, that the design of the rear yard addition featuring that the applicant will work, do I say it here, with staff to, on the parlor floor, window assembly to include punched window openings, and will maintain the scale and the character of the building as an individual row house, and that is in keeping with the character of other rear facades within the block, that the proposed wood multi-light door at the front entrance is in keeping with the other doors found on the streetscape and within the historic district. However, I find that the proposed rooftop, no, the flues, we're not talking about those. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 15, application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 183567, 201 West 81st Street, located within the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Romanesque revival style flats building designed by Gilbert A. Schellinger and built in 1894. The application is to install awnings and a barrier-free access ramp.
It's not a...
This is going on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 201 West 81st Street, located on the corner of Amsterdam Avenue and West 81st Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. 201 West 81st Street is a Renaissance Romanesque revival style flats building built in 1894 that underwent a storefront restoration in 2015. The proposal is to install a barrier-free access ramp along West 81st Street facade. The proposal included the installation of awnings, but that's been modified to meet staff level goals. Architect Simon Arnold is here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I wish it was a barrier.
I know, yes, it's really great.
I will, of the location, you can see it's a corner wall, Amsterdam Avenue, 81st Street. As Holly mentioned, we recently refurbished the facade. These are some of the original tax lot photos from the 40s. And then, obviously, it's declined, and then the current, just being signed off by landmarks, current condition of the storefront. So the application is to add a barrier-free ramp to the raised level of the storefront entry for the retail tenant. The proposal is to run the ramp along 81st Street. You can see there's the top two elevations are the existing, and the bottom two show just how minimal the ramp will be. Just see it here. Existing plan and elevation of 81st Street. Proposed plan of same conditions. So there will be an extended landing from the current corner landing to facilitate the entry into the ramp, then a 1-in-12 ramp running along 81st Street, and there will be handrails either side. The proposal would be to make 1.5 inch diameter steel handrails with a top rail and a bottom rail, and all of the required extensions. Minimal supports where required, proposing 3 equal posts along the ramp run, and that will be in a painted black finish to match the storefront facade. So, and here's the structural detail of the proposed ramp construction and handrail construction.
Okay, is there anything else?
That is it.
That's it? It's just the ramp, or the awnings are part of this, or?
The awnings were approved at staff level.
Okay, great. Any questions? Okay, we have one speaker, Sean Kasandi. There's a question? I'm sorry, Kim. Just 1 minute, Sean, yeah.
They can't quite see it through.
Okay.
How does this door have handicap access? And is that
what we're showing right here is a 5-foot diameter turning radius. We're showing that there's actually one door will be in a fixed position, and then the other door will be operable.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying this is here and the door is not there. So I'm not quite understanding that term. Getting from the land.
So you'll
How do you get into the door?
Are you saying that the door is not wide enough, or?
It's not it's not an handicap access.
Make that turn.
That's not an LLC thing, that's a code thing, so, you know, it could come back and bite you.
Because you can't sort of turn yourself completely around, is that?
You kind of turn and have to slide to the side. I'm not speaking of him.
It's a slight side, it's like a diagonal approach rather than a full frontal approach.
Okay, well, good look at Buildings Department. Yes, Sean, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsetti for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee agrees that buildings are for people and is happy to support this application, which will quite literally make this building easier for more people to access. We recognize that there are limitations in accommodating the disabled in existing buildings and adhere to earlier codes. This modest ramp, which would be situated along the secondary facade on the side street, would not interfere with the newly installed storefront and should ease transition to the threshold. This will be achieved while still allowing the avenue frontage to host what is expected to be a lively sidewalk dining accommodation. Our committee welcomes our new neighbor and feels this is an appropriate alteration. As long as this intervention meets code, we would support approval of this certificate of appropriateness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 7 recommends approval. And do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then. Yes. Any concerns? Again, I think they'd have to go to the Buildings Department and ensure that they have enough radius to get inside there. Okay. John?
Docket number 183567, 201 West 81st Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The application is to install awnings and the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are on the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the ramp is modest in scale and will not overwhelm or detract from the facade's composition nor diminish the corner entrance, that the proposed ramp will allow for accessibility into the building in the least obtrusive manner and without damaging or removing any significant architectural features of the building, that the simple concrete ramp and minimal black painted handrail will not obscure or detract from the adjacent storefront infill, that the entrance door closest to the barrier-free access ramp will be fixed in a closed position in order to accommodate accessibility, thereby maintaining the existing corner entrance configuration, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 16 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan docket number 180585. This is 25 West 94th Street, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. A house built in 1885-86 and altered in the 20th century. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp, planters and fencing, construct a rooftop addition, elevator bulkhead, and solar array to modify a window opening and replace windows and window security grills.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner, Community Conservation staff.
25 West 94th Street is a row house located on the north side of the street near the end of the road close to Central Park West. The house was significantly altered prior to the designation of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. At the front facade, the proposal is to install a barrier-free access ramp, a railing and fencing, and a combination planter garbage enclosure, and to replace the existing modern windows with high-performance windows that will match the historic in terms of configuration, but not operation. At the roof, the proposal is to construct a rooftop addition, including an elevator bulkhead and a canopy with a solar array, all of which will be visible from Central Park. And at the rear facade, the proposal is to modify a window opening at the top floor that has previously been altered. This does not comply with the staff level rules because this work is at the top floor of a row house, and to lower portions of the rear yard. The work at the rear will not be visible from a public thoroughfare. Replacing security window grills is no longer part of the proposed work. I'd now like to introduce Elliot Maltby, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
Hi, my name is Elliot Maltby. I just want to start off by saying that noting that the owners actually appreciate the pared-down aesthetic of the current facade and do not anticipate restoring the building's missing historic detail. You'll notice kind of consistently across the board here, existing conditions on the left, proposed on the right. Overall, the proposed project entails renovating the building interior, adding a small rooftop, as noted before, and generally making changes to ensure that the owners can age in place. So that's the big kind of driver for many of the decisions here. And this last goal includes adding a ramp at the front entrance, an elevator in the interior, an elevator bulkhead, and improving the overall energy performance of the building with a robust building envelope, new windows, and solar panels. Current front facade is stone with a plain, you can see, stick here, sorry. So the proposed project retains the facade as it is, repainting it the same color and replacing the windows with casements that mimic double hung. The entrance here, currently there is no stoop that was removed in the 1940s, so the entrance is at the basement level. The original door entrance at the par level is now a window, and the stoop is removed. A new fence and gate design is proposed for replacing a non-historic fence condition there that was not originally part of the design. The low retaining wall is also staying, we're not replacing that. Keeping the window grills as noted, and the new fence design kind of references or reproduces this design, this sort of diamond design, from the window grill onto the fence. The other thing that we're proposing is replacing an existing trash enclosure. This is the existing condition at the entryway. There's steps down to the entrance. That's the reason that we're proposing the ramp. And you can just see the existing conditions of this trash enclosure that we're replacing. This is the new design with two sections of ramp separated by a low planter at the front of the ramp. So basically keeping the ramp hidden from the street is a trash enclosure with a low planter integrated into it, which you can see up here. Thank you. There are a couple of precedents along the street, one exactly right across the street, which is essentially very much in keeping with what we're proposing. This is showing material choices. The current facade is this kind of glacier white. We're keeping it the same color, window frames and fence black, and then just a dark gray brushed concrete for the ramp itself. These are details as obvious of the window. The windows currently are aluminum replacement windows or non-historic windows. We're replacing them with new wood high-performance windows that function as a kind of tilt and turn casement on the bottom, but from the exterior are visible, perceived as double hungs. Showing the building section here, seeing the impact of this rooftop addition, the elevator bulkhead, and the solar panel array. This is solar thermal, 6 panels that we're proposing. This is the existing condition of the rooftop, photographs on the left, and the new proposed extent of the addition 20 feet from the front of the facade and set back 3 feet from the rear. Solar panels, again, also pushed it back as far as we can. Seeing this section here with materials, we're proposing it's called sunset yellow. You'll see in the rendering in a moment, essentially choosing a color based on the building behind this as visible from Central Park. You can see height conditions here. The solar panels are essentially 3'5" above the elevator bulkhead. These are photographs after the mock-up was in place, taken from West 94th Street and from Columbus Avenue, showing no visibility. This is the photograph taken from Central Park with the mock-up very, very tiny, and then this is the very, very tiny rendering, which this is, I think, here kind of obvious where we can see the yellow behind, which is the color that we're trying to match. Then another rendering, very tiny, ideally very minimal impact from the park. It's about 450 feet from the building is when visibility begins. So up until 400 feet or 450 feet into the park. It's right past it. There's kind of a playground there, so it's not also visible from Central Park.
Is that large building on Columbus Avenue?
Yes, it is.
In the background?
Yes.
There's a very strange foreshortening. It's
Yeah,
seems as if there are 2 or 3 buildings.
Yeah, this is the photograph, the perspective on this is definitely on, I agree. But yes. Existing rear facade conditions, there's an existing brick, there's a small non-historic wood structure that we're moving, as well as a non-used chimney. We're keeping all of that relatively intact. We're enlarging a few windows on the bottom, as well as one window on the existing rear facade. And I just want to point out that this is slightly, has been slightly revised since our community board meeting. So at the end of, there are 2 additional sheets at the end of the packet that you have that show we made a little bit of revision to the top here, to this bulk, essentially reducing this by replacing that top parapet with a railing instead. This is also the window that we're asking to enlarge right here. Showing that this enlargement is also in keeping with a building just to our west. There are actually 2 windows that are very much in keeping with the enlargement that we're requesting here. Again, showing that photograph of the existing building to our west. And the last piece is proposing an excavated kind of terraced rear garden, in part to ensure that there is direct access from the cellar. So the most excavated piece, sort of darkest gray, is 4'6" down, excavated to be essentially accessible from the cellar. The middle zone, basically trying to split the difference between the access from the basement and the access from the cellar, and the last third essentially is remaining unsealed. And just finishing up with some examples of other conditions along the block. The block is rife with terraced conditions in many of the gardens.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Yes, Michael.
The rooftop addition is made out of ephes?
It is ephes, yes.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, Sean Cassandi.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi again for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee notes that there are many features of this proposal which are similar to alteration applications seen across the district, namely rooftop and rear yard additions. In this case, they appear more innocuous than usual. The rear facade remains largely intact and the upper floor punched openings are respected, with one opening proposed to be enlarged for utility, an intervention in keeping with the spirit of these exposures. The rear yard excavation is for outdoor recreation and enjoyment, a permeable surface and not just a roof for a subterranean personal art gallery, private bunker, or individual equinox. Rather, it respects its neighbors and itself. The rooftop addition is set back and equally as respectful. The restraint, however, is also tauntingly applied to the street facade. The early tax photos are enticing with evidence of the original cornice, bas-relief banding, door enframelents, balconette, and grand stoop. Since the proposed scope of work does not seek to restore any of these elements, the proposed ramp seems to get the job done in a well-executed, understated way befitting of the existing stripped facade. Some members of our committee felt that the railing could provide greater elegance punctuated with light fixtures or posts. Ultimately, our committee welcomes increased accessibility and supports approval of the certificate of appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 7 recommends approval of the rooftop addition as modified, new round trash enclosure and replacement windows. I'm presuming you're talking about modifications that you made, is that correct? Okay. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. All right, comments? I don't think all what the proposing seems fine, yes.
Minimal, for staff
To work with the materials?
instead of making those stuff.
Okay, so we can ask them to work with staff.
Somebody who's not requesting to get rid of an L.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, great.
In the matter of 25 West 95th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park, West Historic District, application is to install a barrier-free access ramp, planters and fencing, construct a rooftop addition, elevate a bulkhead, solar array, modify a window opening, and replace windows and window security grills. I recommend approval, finding that none of the proposed work will alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features of the building or site, that the proposed ramp and railing will provide barrier-free access in the least intrusive manner possible, that the areaway fence, ramp, railing, load planter, and combination planter refuse storage enclosure will be simply designed, well-scaled to the areaway, and utilize materials typical of areaway installations and paving throughout the streetscape and historic district, that the proposed windows will replace existing modern windows and match the historic windows in terms of proportions, configuration, and details, with fixed upper sash in a different plane from the lower sash, or replicating the appearance of the historic window sash while providing greater energy efficiency. The change in operation of the lower sash will only be perceptible when sash is open, that the finishes of the window and areaway features will be harmonious with the building and not draw undue attention to themselves when seen in streetscape views, that the proposed rooftop addition, solar canopy, will only be minimally visible from limited views at a distance from within Central Park and in the context of neighboring taller buildings, including a background of secondary facades. That the proposed finishes of the addition and solar canopy will blend with their surrounding context, helping that work to remain difficult to perceive from the street. That the existing masonry opening at the top floor of the rear facade will be widened, is already altered, and is within the row with numerous altered top front floor masonry openings. Therefore, the work will not affect an intact original feature or eliminate a uniform aspect of the row. That the proposed size of the masonry opening will remain residential in scale and in keeping with the size of openings typically found adjacent to the roofs and Ls throughout this row. That the lowering of the section of the rear yard will maintain the proportions contiguous with the neighboring yards within the range of grade levels of the surrounding properties and the proportion adjacent to the rear facade and between the Ls at a typical depth for light and air well, thereby supporting the unity of the central green space and harmonious relationship between the house and yard.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
We do all of that.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item, item 17 on the agenda, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 17 4541. This is 570 through 574 Columbus Avenue, a.k.a. 100 through 108 West 88th Street, located within the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival-style apartment building with Romanesque-style elements designed by Jacob H. Valentine, built in 1893-94. The application is to install storefront infill and signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kate Forrest, Preservation Staff. The application is for 570 to 574 Columbus Avenue, a.k.a. 100 to 108 West 88th Street, located between 87th Street and 88th Street in the Upper West Side of Central Park West Historic District. The proposal is to replace modern infill 2 storefronts with a new black painted metal and glass infill. The northern storefront does not comply with staff level rules because it includes bifold doors. They are also proposing a new metal sign panel with frame that will enclose covered lights and will extend over both storefronts. It does not comply with staff level rules because it will not be entirely above the lintel level of the storefront openings, as shown here. This was a decision due to the designation photos. The proposed work is being done in conjunction with removing modern metal cladding from the existing repainting the existing historic piers in the brown to match the corresponding masonry above, installing security cameras at the new infill, all of which are consistent with which can be approved at staff level. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Hello everyone, my name is Victor DeBreo. I represent the Leader Lewis Architectural Designs. So we have the designation for this here. Also, we're showing different exposures of the designation folders put in this photograph. This is the current condition of the storefront. We have the awning and the storefront that we're going to remove and install. This is the existing elevation at the top and our proposed elevation on the bottom. The proposed elevation at the bottom proposed bifold doors. The intended use of the space within will be a restaurant, eating and drinking establishment, which we have filed an application with the building department for and in the process of getting approval. This is the existing elevation along West 88th Street. Shows existing condition and the proposed condition. There are 2 windows there that are masonry infill at the moment, and we're proposing to have those brought back to its original condition. We are proposing two windows to match existing conditions. This is existing storefront. There's existing cast iron columns within the space and along the storefront that we are going to maintain. Those are going to be clean. The client is going to clean them, paint them masonry color as explained, and those are going to remain as part of the restaurant. This is showing the existing sections and the proposed sections of the storefront. And then we were showing details of the new door and the storefront. And then this is just to give you an idea of different types of material that we intend to use on the storefront of the proposed restaurant. Bella Luna is a restaurant that's actually a few buildings away. It's just being relocated in this space. It's been in the neighborhood 29 years, and the client intends to keep it within the neighborhood. This is what we propose, and the black storefront and glass is something that's been done before in the neighborhood, and we just, we don't want to change and do anything crazy, so we just want to keep the precedence and keep it in character with the neighborhood. These are some photographs that were done by a pro permit just to explore what was actually underneath the sheet metal. There's a sheet metal that actually covered the entire storefront. So we removed some of the sheet metal to get a better understanding of exactly what's going on. So there's really nothing significant except for in this area, there's a cast iron column that's been covered there. We're going to remove that sheet metal, we're going to clean it, and we're going to keep it in place and paint it to match the masonry above. So let's go back.
Okay. Are there any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. As the original storefront is long gone, the space could easily be perceived as a blank slate, which is exactly what we did at first. Upon closer examination, it's clear that there are many historic elements that exist here and will be kept, including on the 88th Street facade, there are round arched window surrounds above blind windows, as well as rough-cut ashlar, terracotta dentiled cornice, all characteristic of Romanesque Revival style. And again, we're glad that these will be staying. However, on the Columbus Avenue side, there is a modern recessed entry, complete with black paneling, a mosaic step, and curved glass. We believe a creative and handsome storefront awaits, and we implore the commission to ask for a redesign which incorporates these notable modern features. Thank you.
Sean Cresandi.
Sean Cresandi for Landmark West. I think our committee needs to eat our carrots because our eyes did not catch that difference in the storefront, but I'm not challenging that it's not there. We'll look closer. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee agrees that the proposal as presented improves upon existing conditions. That being said, the Z-fold door leaves appear inconsequential in their lower bay. The committee suggests that if more glass is desired, the applicant could embrace the glazing and bring it as close to the sidewalk within the frame as possible. This makes a statement that this is new and eliminates poor material choices below the glass. The facade facing West 88th Street is improved with the reduced awning and unobstructed exposure of the sinuous dance of arched windows. Reopening blind windows is also an improvement, but ideally the stone would be stripped of paint to expose its natural qualities. The committee's main discomfort lies with the steel pilasters that are unfinished by even a simple shallow cornice, but rather capped in a sea of black panel aluminum. While the sign band height might be appropriate, banding the base and breaking it fully at the pilasters would help distinguish and separate the separate commercial spaces within and would allow the facade to read more architecturally. With the sign band resolved atop the pilasters, the C of A committee believes this proposal could be a great potential for improving and enlivening Columbus Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, Community Board 7 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any comments? Yes, yes.
I'm not sure I understand where this modern, these historic features are, but it doesn't seem like they know, or maybe our staff.
All right, yes, Bernadette, you're going to share something?
I think we're kind of confused right now. This is what I believe that they're talking about. It appears that there's like curved glass portions of the storefront, and actually, this might actually be this plan.
I see.
So there may be in this location.
Okay, but we don't have any evidence otherwise, do we? I mean, any historical photographs that can show that?
The historic photograph. The historic photograph in the tax photos was, so the historic photograph when we were looking for the tax photos was actually moved from the reel and it was not there. And so when we went to the reel that it had been moved to, it was unidentifiable. We could not locate the 1940s tax photo for that. There are no block and lot numbers on the reel that it was, and I went through the whole thing.
Okay. All right. It's just unclear about this modern style, how to incorporate it into into the design when it's limited to one storefront and it's unclear. So leaving that aside, how do we feel about what they're proposing? It's generally okay, I agree, it's generally okay. They are exposing the columns, so I just, one of the things is the sign band sort of wraps around the columns, and I think it's unusual, we don't normally see that, so I would just make a recommendation that they work with staff to keep that separate from the column capitals. Yeah. Okay? Yes. All right, yes.
Okay. Regarding 570 to 574 Columbus Avenue, also known as 100 to 108 West 88th Street, near West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The application is to install storefront infill and signage. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the replacement of the existing modern infill and cladding with new infill and sign band will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features and will reveal the historic cast iron columns. The presence of bifold doors will be in keeping with the varied commercial character of found ground-level storefronts within this portion of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, particularly at Columbus Avenue. That the southern storefront, featuring fixed display windows, bulkheads, transoms, and a single door, and a side light, will be in keeping with historic storefronts at buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of composition, organization, and basic proportions. That the infill at both storefronts will be simply designed and well-scaled to the masonry openings, that the sign band and lettering will be well-scaled to the storefront typical in terms of materials, the black painted finish of the storefront will harmonize with the historic color palette of this building and be in keeping with the finishes at storefronts throughout the district, and that the lighting and security cameras will be small in size and discreet in placement. However, I recommend that the storefront openings be restored to their original size and the sign band not extend below the lintel level.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, last item is item 18. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, docket number 176929. This is 1009 Fifth Avenue, the Benjamin N. and Sarah Duke House, an individual landmark. It's a Beaux-Arts style mansion designed by Welch, Smith, and Provat and built in 1899 to 01. The application is to alter the areaway.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carly Brown, renovation staff. 1009 Fifth Avenue is an individual landmark and also part of the Metropolitan Museum Historic District and is located at the southeast corner of East 82nd Street and Fifth Avenue. The building has a moat along both primary facades, which features a cast iron railing, which is visible in this historic photograph. The application is to install a secondary fence behind the historic railing to meet code requirements. And Tiffany Simple is here to discuss the proposal.
Okay, so as Carly stated, through the history, we are currently looking at this large retaining wall which frames a moat around the building. WJE was called out after last winter, after this building started to basically cave in. They noted from the sidewalk, they could see a large gap between the sidewalk and the retaining wall copings. So we were called out to take a look. This retaining wall wraps around the entire facade of 1009 Fifth Avenue. It's basically 7.5 feet deep from the sidewalk. These coping stones are bluestone along with the ashlar blocks that are in the center. We have red brick and the cast iron guardrail along the top. So WG went out, initially did some shoring with our structural engineers and then did some probing to kind of see what was causing this jacking of the wall into the moat. You can see here we had to shore the entire retaining wall. Basically what the issue is that this inner life of brick and ashlar blocks are being pushed in because of hydrostatic pressure underneath the sidewalk, and also a lot of freeze thaw has occurred along that sealant joint between the sidewalk and the wall. So issues that have happened with the stone masonry, there is a significant amount of delamination, cracking. This masonry has been coated with a cementitious coating at some point. We're unsure of when that happened, but I'm sure if many of you know, this made the situation extremely worse. So a lot of the cracking that can be seen through the coating is also throughout the entire stones that are there, which are about 1.5 feet deep along the top. We also placed crack monitors to kind of monitor the situation, and even when we were there for the past year, these cracks have widened and gotten a lot worse. The brick masonry is an unusual size. It's a little longer and narrower than your typical brick, but generally it's in good condition. A few cracked bricks, but other than that, just deteriorated joints and things of that nature. The cast iron railings, when the wall started shifting, there's some cracking along a lot of the joints where the horizontal rails meet the major and minor posts. But as of now, nothing significant has happened that will warrant replacement of any large pieces on the railing. So we are recommending to basically demo the whole interior portion of the railing and this first entire flag of sidewalk to get behind this wall, do any parging and patching that is required, and to insert drainage pipes to alleviate the pressure that's building, which will drain into the moat. You can see in the drawings that we're not changing the scale, proportions of anything of that nature. Everything will be constructed back as is. So the sidewalk will be saw cut for one full flag so that there's no visible seam there. We are actually proposing to replace the bluestone copings and the ashlar blocks with precast. I have a few samples here on the front if you're interested in looking at those to match the color and texture of the original bluestone. We will be salvaging and reinstalling all of the brick. There are a few cracked bricks, so we are proposing to replace bricks in non-visible locations with a size as close as possible in color and texture as well, and then to put all of the existing brick into the most visible locations. So the biggest visual change will be this railing. Now, since we are bringing the wall down, this railing is not to current code, so we have to bring it to code. We looked at a few different options. First, we wanted to try to do a netting or a grid over the moat, which is accessible, so that would be kind of horrific for the owners and anyone else. But we also thought about removing the inner elements and replacing an infill rail. But basically, what we decided to propose is to basically create an intermediate rail that will attach to the rear of the existing rail. We looked at other railings in the district that kind of, oh, here we go, match what we're proposing with a just simple black steel picket style rail. We're hoping that this will, while bringing everything to code, you'll still be able to read the historic railing with its posts and large horizontal features which kind of draw your eye, and this will kind of recede to the back. As I said, we looked at some other options, which we didn't.
So was that last picture that you showed us somewhere else, or was that a photo?
These are photos of other,
But there's another picture, the next one.
No, not that.
There's another picture which looked like a photo montage. That.
Is that Photoshop?
Is that a Photoshop?
That's Photoshop.
Yeah.
So this is our railing and Photoshop for the picket style railing we're proposing behind.
Are you aware of other examples? I mean, this is a common problem, I would guess, and I'm not sure that I've seen that solution before. Have you?
No, I haven't. The reason that we're proposing this is we wanted to retain all of the original railing.
No, I get it. Just there are other ways of doing it too.
Right, and the code requirement is what? Is it the height of the railing or?
The height and the spacing.
And the spacing.
This is being done, why is this being triggered that you now have to upgrade it?
Because we're touching it. We have to demo the entire wall to repair the wall.
So just putting it back in the course of repair would necessitate an upgrade?
Yes.
I mean, that's what the building department has said to you, or are you assuming it?
Well, I'm assuming that because of a different project, we have the same situation. They've always said that even though something is grandfathered, the minute you touch it, you have to bring it up to current code.
So don't touch it.
We have to.
Okay, any other questions? That is the case, we confirm.
Would be nice.
What was that? I missed, yes.
Did you consider shoring the bluestone and doing the work beneath it in sections? Have you?
Well, we can't.
I know it would be a little more complicated, but it would also.
No, we
this
can't
is
just.
horrific.
I mean, we have gone through as many options that I can think of when we have to alter the rail. So there is no possible way to shore this and leave the rail in place. We already have it shored all the way across just to keep the wall from falling in.
And I think it'd be worth it for us to give a call to the DOB, because, I mean, this looks to me like a repair of a single-family house.
So from your perspective, it's just that if it remained as existing, you'd be fine with it, it's just that the building, right, okay.
I'm fine with that, absolutely, please.
And this condition exists all over the city, but particularly in this area.
Yes, Carly, tell us.
It's very similar boat and railing instance of the ethical culture.
And what did we do there?
Northwest.
We raised it and added a pipe.
And we raised it and you added a pipe and made a lot of other modifications, including a horizontal pencil system, so it was, more aggressive.
That was different.
This is the historic railing that's being kept intact.
There were a lot of modifications to that area, if I'm not mistaken, that was, I mean, this is really, they're not looking to change anything with the areaway. They're only doing it because they feel that what they're doing triggers an upgrade.
I bet you in 117 years that this has existed, nobody's fallen into it yet.
Okay, well, let's take testimony first and then come back to this issue. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Testimony is basically what you're speaking about. We thought of two landmark buildings, the Dakota and the Evelyn, but both have moats and have somehow not found themselves in this situation yet, and we just hope that something else can be figured out other than what we're looking at. Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth Fagan?
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. The Preservation Committee at Friends acknowledges the deterioration and structural needs of the areaway at 1009 Fifth Ave. We appreciate the architect's proposal to restore and repair as much of the historic material as possible, including the restoration of the historic cast iron guardrail. Yet the additional fence behind the railing, as required by code, detracts from this historic appearance and original intent of the areaway. The Benjamin Duke Mansion is an individual landmark, part of the historic district, and is directly across the street from the Metropolitan Museum. The building is prominent in its own right and contributes to one of the most iconic and traversed streetscapes in the city. A utilitarian safety fence such as this would be an unattractive addition. This cast iron guardrail is a distinctive architectural feature of the building, and there must be a better, less obtrusive solution to meet the requirements. We suggest that the architect look to other buildings and examples of code-required railings to help inform this design. In addition, we ask the Commission to work with the applicant to determine if there are other conservation methods or code solutions that will maintain the prominence of this historic fence. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I know none of us like the situation, but I don't want to sort of send them back and then have them come back here again. So what I suggest is two things. One is that I think we should think about what's a better solution should the code require it. And I think the staff has recommended that a more horizontal mesh-like structure is less...
I'm not sure that's right, then.
Okay. All right, so...
I mean, I think it might be more obtrusive. I mean, this is at least kind of background or something. I think this is a very difficult problem. May I just on the
record, many, many years ago, maybe in the 80s, I think this was, the Department of Transportation started going up and down Brooklyn Heights, ripping out people's bluestone sidewalks if there was a little differentiation. And this was, landmarks never really protected the bluestone sidewalks at this point. But then they got involved, the commission got involved with the staff of the transportation agency, and something was worked out. So just using that as a precedent, this seems to be, if not equivalent, this is a ubiquitous situation, and I can see losing all of them over time. And I think that would be a terrible shame, kind of like losing Bluestone sidewalks. So I would hope that our staff could have an important conversation with the buildings department about the need to transform this so radically in this case.
Right, I mean, it's a larger issue here, but I think the applicants have come, and their understanding is that code, because of the scope of work that they're doing, is going to trigger a code requirement. So, yes, in the best of worlds, we can obviously go back and ask them to confirm with the buildings department whether they have to do any kind of intervention. But I think if in fact they have to, then I think the commission has to, help them resolve, come up with a solution which will meet the code and at the same time be, I guess, the least,
Yeah, but I'm suggesting something else, that the commission take an active role at the Department of Buildings to address this condition, because it's not just here. It's a lot of different places, all over the city, and we're going to start losing these.
It's going to be a hard sell, because they're going to say life safety.
Yeah, and I think that,
Really, is it?
Well, I think that's a bigger issue, and I think that the commission could consider, continue to work with the building department, but I don't think we can hold up this application. So I think this cannot be the one that we're going to hold up and say, well, let's have this long, ongoing discussion. I think, code requirements are pretty stringent, and, it's a balancing act between the historic aspects as well as safety aspects, so.
Yes, it will be attached, to answer your question, on the rear with brackets, so major and minor posts, completely reversible.
There's another one. No. I get it.
The different options?
There were some other options.
Oh, sorry, that was
last
the appendix.
page.
Yes.
That one. It seems to me that option number 2 in the middle is better.
I also think so, yeah.
Isn't that the one that you
No,
did?
we've got a top rail.
Well, when you do, I have been informed from the DOB that it has to have a top rail, because it's a railing. I've tried, I don't like this either.
It's not a railing, it's a guardrail.
Exactly.
It's a guardrail.
So no one will fall in. They don't even permit ladder-style rails anymore, which is just adding, because we tried to add additional horizontal elements, and so.
Well, I think it's easier to fall in with a rail than when you get spiked with it. Never mind. But can we go back to the earlier issue? That, Fred's bigger picture question doesn't preclude having council talk to the Department of Buildings now, just on this one instance, just giving them a call and saying, okay, just to double check.
Right, I think that's fine, I think.
But we're going to do that.
Well, I don't, right, but I think.
Are we going to approve or send back to staff, or what is it we're going to do, right? And I think we're sort of suggesting we don't like the alternative we saw, all right? But are there other alternatives that we have already seen in other buildings in the neighborhood?
Well, I think that's what there was a suggestion that something that's more horizontal and mesh-like, maybe less obtrusive than this. But, and I think the recommendation is that they work with staff to find one, which is, how about that? Okay, so what we could do is we could ask, we can go ahead and vote today with the recommendation that, first of all, we confirm whether this is required by code, and if, of course, it is not, then I think we're fine. There won't be any railing put, and in fact, if it's required by code, we can work with staff to find a much better solution than what we have right now.
But in addition, could we have a conversation that
Yes, we can have the conversation with the building department. We can, absolutely.
I hate to lose all of
No, I totally understand. Right. I mean, the interesting thing is that if it was just about height, you could think about using the same elements and just raising it, right? That instead of 3 feet, it's 3 feet 6, but it seems to be more about, well, also partly about just, how porous it is and whether people can somehow fall through this. Okay. Kids, yes.
Dogs.
Oh dear.
Don't say that.
Okay, all right, so we can, with very short legs. Okay, so we can close the hearing, and Michael, I think it's yours, yes.
So we're going to work with staff, right?
We're going to work with staff and...
Lordy. In the matter of 1009 Fifth Avenue, the Benjamin N. and Sarah Duke House, an individual landmark, an application to alter the areaway. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the historic cast iron moat railing and posts will be removed, restored, and reset entirely intact, preserving this significant feature. The historic cast iron railing is not code compliant, and the proposed secondary metal railing set behind the cast iron will meet code requirements and preserve historic fabric. The secondary railing will not be attached to the cast iron, therefore will not damage historic fabric, and is a reversible condition should code requirements change. That the replacement cast iron coping at the moat will match the historic bluestone ashlars in terms of color, texture, and dimension, and the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural character and historic character of this individual landmark or the Metropolitan Museum Historic District, and that the applicant will work with staff to provide a revised design to include either horizontal cables, wire mesh, or other material that is more appropriate.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved. Thank you.
Lordy.